Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to the NS9 Pregame Show. I'm your host, Anthony DiNardo. With me, we got Tyler. We got Jim. What's up, fellas?
How's it going? This is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. Spring training home opener. BP is going on right now. It's a gorgeous day. I'm excited for some baseball.
Very excited for baseball, and I really don't feel like I belong here right now.
Who let us in? Yeah, I'm great. I mean, I know you guys can't see, but the field's right there. It's a beautiful day. There's not one cloud, and it's what, like 70 degrees?
It's like mid 70s. Not a cloud in the sky. Blue. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's gonna be it's a perfect day for baseball.
It is a perfect day for baseball. And you know what, guys? Not only do we have us three here doing this show, but we got Cody. Let's bring Cody on here. He's live from the field. What's up, Cody?
What's up, guys? I'm on the field. Greg Brown's behind me signing autographs. It's a great day for baseball. I'm excited. This is awesome.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. So Cody will kind of be our on-field correspondent during the show, give you updates, see things that he's seeing, things like that. But yeah, it's just a great day. Cody, I mean, describe just the vibes right now.
Dude, it's a great day for baseball. I mean, everybody's chill, relaxed. It's the first game here at Lakecom this season. Vibes are immaculate, really. Like, people are just having a good time. It's real, just laid back. Like, everybody knows what this is. Baseball's back. We're getting back into it. We're having a good time. I think we're going to have a great time here today at Lakecom. I think the Pirates are going to do great. But, yeah, I'm going to go around, try and get different angles of the field, see what we can do. Maybe talk to people, but I was told don't talk to people, but we'll see what happens.
Hey, you never know.
But yeah, you never know who. Maybe somebody wants to talk to me. I don't know why, but maybe they will. You never know.
Yeah, if you're here, go find Cody. We should make that a contest.
Find Cody instead of find Robbie or find Hannah. Find Cody. Let's do that.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, appreciate you, Cody. We'll be back to here shortly. All right.
Yep. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah. So I guess what, if you find Cody, we should have had him have a baseball. Like, everyone should like autograph the baseball for Cody.
You know what? That's something we can do maybe on our next one.
Yeah, on Wednesday.
That's a good idea.
There we go. But yeah, I mean, thanks for everything, Cody. But I'm excited. So let's talk a little bit about the game. I mean, this is the pregame show. So things to highlight for one, starting pitcher, the $77 million man, Mitch Keller.
Yeah. I mean, first outing of the spring training. You probably expect 2 innings from Mitch Keller today. Keep in mind it's spring training, so like don't really take much out of it, but really you just want to make sure he's looking good.
Yeah, just make sure the velocity's there. It might not even be all the way there, but just be mid-90s and make sure you locate. That's about it. Doesn't matter what the results are, really.
Yeah, you heard it from the pitching ninja. Just the pitching yinza. Sorry. Just be mid-90s and locate it, Mitch. That's all we need you to do.
Yeah, that's it. Just throw mid-90s. That's all we're asking.
Yeah, from what we're seeing, so Keller's going to be pitched today. Dowery Moretta's going to pitch today. I just saw Anthony Salametto just walk by in full uniform, so maybe we see Salametto today. But yeah, that would be kind of cool. That would be a nice little treat. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing Keller, Moretta, some other non-roster guys on the mound today. But those are the 2 main ones.
Yeah,
really
just excited to watch baseball, man. Baseball's back. The mitts are popping next to us right now.
That's the exciting part, honestly. I mean, we've been talking about this trip for how long? Like, I'm just so excited to be here now. I mean, I know they played yesterday. We didn't get to watch any of it because we were traveling. But, like, this is our first taste, the first game in Lakecom. So this is like the spring opener here.
Home opener, yep.
This is great stuff. It's, again, like a beautiful day. We have baseball. You're seeing the Pirates back, right? You see Alex Stump just meandering around here. Like, baseball
Literally.
is back.
He is just meandering. Yeah.
And when Jim and I left yesterday and got on the airplanes, it was snowing where both of us were.
That's true. Like when my plane took off yesterday, there was snow coming from the sky. So yeah, this is refreshing. And for those wondering, it's a sunny day. So I know you're like, Jim, you got to put your sunscreen on. I've already applied 1 layer, and we've got 2 full cans of sunscreen spray that I will be utilizing throughout the day. So we're not going to have a repeat of last year.
Just gonna say I replaced the suntan lotion with other things, just gyms. So I'm making sure it happens.
I don't have any sunscreen on.
Actually, I don't either. Yeah, but yeah, it wasn't 20 degrees or snowing when I left my place. But I'll say I haven't. Unlike last year, I don't have much of a tan going on, so I'm a little bit nervous this time because it's not been. I mean, it's kind of earlier this year that we're here, and it hasn't been that great where I'm at. But regardless, like it's a beautiful day for baseball. We talked about Mitch Keller. Let's also talk a little about the guy who's leading off for this team today, O'Neal Cruz, making his return to the baseball field. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I mean, first time seeing O'Neal Cruz since the injury. Batting practice already. He's been just launching bombs. They're a ball. I mean, we're probably a good 60 feet behind the right field foul pole right now. And a ball landed, 60 feet to our right. So he launched some balls during BP. Definitely looking forward to seeing him today, and against a lefty too, and Cole Irvin for the Orioles.
Yeah, it's just great to see him back. It's really probably the most exciting thing coming into this year is O'Neal Cruz and potentially seeing him for a whole season and seeing what he can really do.
Yeah. Like we know the difference maker O'Neal Cruz can be, right? Like that's one of the things that's super exciting about this season is to find out what he can be. I mean, big expectations when he was, a rookie. He had his struggles at first. You saw some things that started to click to him at the end of the year. Then last year was like, hey, we're going to find out who O'Neal Cruz is. And unfortunately, the big injury that happened early on, you didn't see it. So I think this year is a lot of course, like we still need to find out. But of course, number one is the health, right? Like how healthy is that leg and ankle going to hold up? Which then translates into can he play shortstop, which I think there's a lot of positive signs last year to say that, he probably could. So, knowing if he's healthy this year coming in and then like what type of player he really can be, because we know that guy can be an absolute difference maker. So this is the beginning of the 2024 O'Neal Cruz comeback season.
Plain and simple, he's the most important piece of this team.
There's a lot of most important pieces, but he is a very most important piece.
He's the mostest important. That's it.
When it comes to upside, right? Like he's the guy from like if you're looking like who can be that MVP caliber player, it's him. He's the one most capable of doing that from a talent standpoint.
So like 40 bombs, 50 bombs, 60?
Hey, let's just keep what out of the first ever 60-60 season. Yeah, no.
60-60.
No, but I don't know. Stolen bases wise, I don't know if he'll maybe take a step back from there, but yeah, I mean, the expectation is that O'Neal Cruz, I think, has to perform at a very high level. So, I mean, I'm not going to get into season predictions here, but yeah, you want O'Neal Cruz hitting over 30 home runs this year.
Yeah, that's the other thing, though. We get to see O'Neal Cruz with the new bases.
That's a good point.
We didn't get to see that last year, really.
Get to. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Like, how much free range does he have on the bases after the injury? I mean, he is young. I hope he comes back fully healthy from that. Like, there's no restrictions because, yes, I'm not saying 60-60, right? But like O'Neal Cruz, the power speed combo is fantastic. And right with those large bases, God, he's so fun.
Yeah. So, I mean, the whole lineup in general today, though, I mean, so talking a little bit about Cruz, but the lineup 1 through 9 really is. I mean, these guys are all starters. So, but we've got a guest on. Cody looks like he's found somebody to talk to him. So let's kick it over to Cody. Cody, what's happening?
What's up, guys? Yeah, someone actually wanted to talk to me. I got Hannah Mears here, the new sideline reporter for the Pirates on Sportsnet Pittsburgh. Hannah, what are you excited? Like, this is your first time doing this for the Pirates. What are you excited for this season?
I'm excited for everything. Like you said, it's my first time, so everything's very new, and that's extremely exciting for me. It's been great to get to know all of the staff and the players, and everyone's been so welcoming. I'm from Pittsburgh, so the most exciting part about all of this is getting to work for one of the hometown teams that I grew up cheering for. So there is nothing more special. It's an absolute dream come true, and I'm just so glad for everyone who's been a part of the journey and will continue to be a part of it.
Right. How do you like Bradenton so far? I mean, last year was my first time coming down here. I think it's a beautiful place, easy place to get burnt.
Yeah.
But how are you liking it so far?
It's great. The weather is beautiful. The first day I was down here was a little bit chilly and I was a little bummed. But since then, I mean, I asked for it. It is sunny and 75 today in Bradenton. It's beautiful. I have my sunscreen on. Don't worry, because the sun can get you. That's for sure. I actually burnt my shoulder though with a curling iron beforehand, so that's a great look for TV. But made sure to get some sunscreen on that too.
Not ideal for
Not
the first
ideal.
day,
Not
but
ideal.
we'll fight through it. Guys, make sure you tell everybody to watch the game today on Sportsnet Pittsburgh.
Yeah, tune in.
Watch Hannah do her thing. She's great. I'll see you guys in probably another 10 minutes.
Go Bucks.
Go Bucks.
All right. Thanks, guys. So yeah, so look at that, Cody getting Hannah on, the new sideline reporter for Sportsnet Pittsburgh. She's making her debut today. But yeah, make sure everybody's tuning in today. Game is on TV, first time of the season. Yeah, check out Hannah Mears.
Yeah, so exciting day for her, exciting day for us, exciting day for the Pirates. Getting back, like you mentioned, about the starting lineup. I mean, I got to say that really no complaints. O'Neal Cruz, Brian Reynolds, Brian Hayes, Jackal Sawinski, if you look at our graphic right now, but it actually is Jack Sawinski. Thanks, Cody. Rowdy Tellez, Yasmani Grandal, Connor Joe, Piguero, and Nick Gonzalez, and of course Mitch Keller. So like really good lineup for, again, like your spring opener coming out to see the first Pirates game.
Yeah, can't really complain about that lineup, and that's something we're probably going to see a lot of times this season, is at least 7 of those guys in the lineup. So a good first look at them.
Yeah, that's the good part about being at home, right? Like the away lineups sometimes tend to feature the guys who, maybe not as seasoned, right? The home games are going to have your people who, they don't need to travel. So yeah, this is an excellent lineup for anybody coming here to watch this game, or anybody on, back home watching this on TV. 9 for 9. These are all guys who are either going to be on the team or competing for a spot on this team.
Yeah, very valid point. I mean, absolutely all of them on the 40-man right now currently. And right, you're probably going to see a good dose of all these players at some point. So, like it's spring training, it's game 1. You're not taking much away from this and saying, well, some people might, but like you're not taking much away from this and saying like, okay, O'Neal Cruz is back or this and that. But like, it's good to see the guys that you're going to.
Oh no, if O'Neal Cruz hits a home run, I am going to say O'Neal Cruz is
back.
back.
On the narrative, right? Like if O'Neal Cruz comes out here and starts just mashing balls, it's like he's back. Comeback player of the year, baby.
I mean, actually, I'm not going to lie. When I saw him take grounders from, Alex, I think posted a video on Twitter a couple days ago, him just taking grounders, and I deemed that he's back. So fair enough.
Here's the other thing we get to see today is the beginning of that second base battle. Nick Gonzalez, Piguero, both in the lineup today. Those are 2 guys fighting for that starting spot.
That's a good point. So yesterday we saw both Triolo and Bay. And then today we get Gonzalez and Piguero back to back. Piguero is actually getting the start at second base. Gonzalez, the designated hitter. But yeah, absolutely correct. This that second base battle is one of the key position battles throughout this spring.
Yeah, absolutely. So like you said, you probably want to see a good dose of all those guys too, because I mean they need to find out who's going to, and of course I would like to see some so I can make my decision on who I want to see. But I mean, I think the biggest thing about Piguero and Gonzalez is the bat, right? I mean, does it translate? Nick Gonzalez, we talked about, is he going to translate to like an MLB type of player, right? With his struggles he's had, and Piguero, not so much struggles, but he did get called up last year, did struggle, of course. And I think he has the upper hand, right, on the position and such. But again, like we talk about Cruz, not to that level, but like Piguero does have that power speed combo that is pretty damn sexy. So, if he can improve this year and see what he has, like that could be a big step for him.
I can tell you that I'm going to make my decision probably today on who should start. And I'm going to stick with that the entire year, and that's going to be my narrative.
Well, very good. So Tyler's got. So what else do we want to see today, fellas?
Yeah, I mean, Brian Hayes, we get to see him again. He ended last season just looking so good. I mean, the last 2 months of the year was basically an MVP caliber player. So, does he keep hitting the ball hard? He's typically hit well here in the past, down here in spring training.
Right.
So, but yeah, it's like I said, I think the thing, you just want everybody to get through healthy, right? You want everybody to look good. The results right now don't matter all that much, but it's. I'm just so excited for baseball to be back. Like the pop of the mitt. You've got pitchers over here throwing, warming up. The BP. It's great. I'm just so happy baseball's back.
Yeah, you talk about Cabryan. Let's talk a little bit about him as well. I think this is like a big year for him. I mean, you talk about the most important person on the team, right? Everyone has that to an extent, and I think with Cabryan Hayes, it's kind of like that also. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion, right? We even talked about our last show about his hitting, who he's worked with and such, and you saw how he ended last year. I mean, he was literally on an MVP level. We talk about he is like a 3-WAR as far as a floor goes, like a 3-WAR player, just because of the defense and just whatever you get from the bat. It's not like he just got a bit of a bat last year at the end. It wasn't like he hit fine. He was hitting like an MVP. We're talking about, he was on a 7-WAR pace with that type of production. So are you going to get that, Cabryan? Like you said, it's a little bit skewed because he has hit well in Bradenton in the past, right? So I don't want to take too much away of thinking that's going to be. Oh shit!
Oh, we got a problem with the camera.
Uh-oh.
Cody, we may have to get Cody over
Where's
here to
Cody?
look at this.
Cody to the rescue.
But we can still talk.
Cody's got to fix the camera right now.
Yeah, so we're gonna get Cody to help with this. But yeah, let's keep talking about Cabryan Hayes though, right? He could be a big difference maker. You already have Brian Reynolds, right, who's leading the way, but Cabryan Hayes could be that number 2 guy, even at least, or 3 to Cruz or something. This lineup does have the ability to do some damage.
I mean, we talk about Sawinski. I'm super high on Jack Sawinski this year. So another lefty bat going up against the lefty starter today. How does he look against lefties? Is he going to be more of that everyday player that we want him to be, or is he going to be more of a platoon guy like he has been in years past? Oh, all right, we're back. Here we go.
We're back.
But thank you, Cody. Cody's the MVP here. He's the behind the scenes guy. He's
behind the scees. He's on the field. He's everywhere.
We can't
getting
do that
interviews.
Cody. God, he's awesome. But
speaking of Jackal,
yeah, he messed up the graphic earlier. No, but I mean, Jack Sawinski, another guy I expect to just kind of keep progressing. He took a really big step forward last year. Really, just what you want to see out of him this season is just more consistency. The talent obviously there, the power obviously there, but can he do it on a consistent basis? Because he's been so frustrating, over the past couple of seasons.
Yeah, for sure. I know he's a very polarizing player, and I think all you're asking for is just more consistency. But again, we're talking about guys who finished last year. Jack's September was much different from before. So, is there some legitimacy to that? Can he be a better hitter? Again, you're hoping for the best with Jack. He can be that difference maker. I mean, we know he has 30 home run power. That's just there. But can he simply be that guy who's going to consistently day in and day out give you that, opposed to a really, really strong week and then disappear?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the complete body of work last year. The numbers are good from Jack Sawinski last year. We can criticize him about his stretches of not great baseball. But if you really look at it, if Jack Sawinski can put together another year like he did last year, and you have Cabryan Hayes who hits like he did at the end of the year last year with O'Neal Cruz coming back, there's some building blocks there. Brian Reynolds with it, Kutch here. The lineup can be exciting.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we're ready to bring Cody back on after he fixed our camera. So Cody, you're out there at the practice field behind the right field wall. What are we seeing?
So, yeah, I'm out here. I was able to catch up with Jordan Comedina, the catching coach, and so we're earlier. I was talking to Hannah Mears, right? We're we're relaxed. It's a good time. We're in Florida. Jordan's going a mile a minute, man. He could only talk to me for 2 seconds. He was like, we're going. I'm like, wow, that's awesome. I'm watching these guys. You got the young guys. Bubba Chandler just walked by me. They're all getting warmed up over here practicing. Paul Skeens is at the other end. He was getting warmed up. It's just awesome to see these guys. They're throwing plyo balls. They're getting all this crazy equipment out to warm up. I don't know what any of it's called, but it's awesome to watch these guys perform.
Yeah, so that is quite. I mean, I saw Bubba Chandler just walk by you there. So Bubba Chandler
just walked
in full
by me.
uniform, Salametto in full uniform. Maybe we see them today. That would be really neat.
And guys, I gotta say, controversial take here. I was talking to Jordan. I felt the jersey. The jerseys, they're not that bad.
So I'll say this: looking at the jerseys in person, they like that the yellow on black. it pops. It actually looks a lot
Right.
better in person than it does like on the photos. I will say that.
Right, like the quality of it is actually pretty nice. This is super controversial at the moment, I know, but it seems like the players maybe they got an upgrade. Nobody said anything, but I'm still not going to buy a jersey for $175. That's just ridiculous. Fanatics, figure it out.
All right. Hey, thanks for the update, Cody.
All right, guys, I'll
Appreciate
see
you.
you later.
All right.
I know that the audience can't see us, but there is a line of people out there. They're definitely here to watch us podcast, right? Not the pitchers and catchers right behind
That's
us.
true. There are probably 50 people watching us right now, and
What
it's
did you think?
definitely about us and not the players walking in front of us just back and forth.
Yeah, and again, like I know you can't see the camera is pointing at us, but Cody's right now signing autographs already. Like, and I think he's already signed like 10. He's a man of the people.
Just to touch base on those uniforms again, I do like these hats.
Oh, the hats, absolutely.
The yellow hats look good. Like I said, it's just the yellow and the black. It's popping in the sunlight too.
Just such great team colors. I mean, honestly, like, they really are. They really are. But yeah, looking at the uniforms, I know there's been so much hate about these new uniforms and such. And the uniform itself, like, I get it. But as far as it look like in person, the yellow and the black, yes, absolutely. But I love the hats. I love how they went yellow this year. Just different. Maybe I'm gonna get one. I don't know.
I was thinking about it, and I'm like, I don't know what I'd wear that with.
So I mean, the other yellow hats that they have are the City Connects, right?
Yeah.
And those are nice. I also like but no, these ones are nice. It's just like the pure yellow. I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about them, but yeah, after seeing them in person, the jerseys aren't as bad as I was expecting, and the hats go well with them.
Right. And again, like about the yellow, I mean, yeah, like you know the City Connects are yellow, but there's also on a yellow jersey, right? These being all the black with the yellow hats, yeah, they certainly pop.
OG Minlow, they asked him, do they know Cody's not rowdy to left? That could be Cody, you should just go around and just signing rowdy to left autographs everywhere.
That would be great. So on Wednesday, Cody's going to be in full uniform.
Just a
As
full
well,
on rowdy
signing
Tellez
autographs.
uniform. Yeah.
As Rowdy Tellez.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, so again, like back to the lineup and such too. I want to talk about Grandal a little bit, right? I mean, he was the signing, he is the veteran. You know, there's Henry Davis, who actually had a good day at the plate yesterday, right? 2 for 3, I believe it was. And we know Jason DeLay's here. Grandal brings that veteran presence. We know it's been pretty bad. Let's just be honest, right? Pretty bad the past 2 years for Yasmani Grandal as far as performance. Again, I know he's been Chicago. That was a nightmare of a situation, I feel like, for a lot of players. So like there's hopeful potential that, you know, him coming over to Pittsburgh, knowing his roles, you know, a little bit down here, being more of a leader and such. But I'm not gonna say excited, but like I'm interested to see like what Yasmani Grandal is. You know, like can he replicate somewhat of his previous performance?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it, I think, when we when he was originally signed, but I think there's still something there. Like he's obviously not the player he was in the past. I think he can play at least okay defense, but it's really that walk rate, right? Like that's what made him kind of a different type of hitter in his prime. And last year he took a huge step back, didn't walk as much, and that's when you saw the numbers take a huge fall. I think if he can get that walk rate and just kind of get back to the player that he was in that aspect, like from an approach standpoint, he can at least provide some value to this team. I don't think you'll ever see, you know, the power that he had before, but I think if he can at least get on base at a decent clip and play okay, you know, defensive catcher, then I think he still has some value left in him.
Yeah, and I think if you look at him when he's at his best with that high walk rate, he really does fit into the Andy Haynes approach.
Yeah.
Like he's a good fit for what the Pirates want to do at the plate and just the way they go about everything. You know, it's not a square peg in a round hole.
Right. Yeah. Again, like he's had this weird career in the sense, like he was always a good catcher, right? But like in, I think it was 2021 where like he just turned this like complete like 3 outcome person where it was like a 25% strikeout rate, like a 25% walkout rate, and then he had that power. Again, not expecting him to come back there, but again, like there has been power, right? And like with that, obviously right field, like maybe he can get some out there. And again, he draws some more walks. Like there is that potential he can at least become maybe somewhat close to an average hitting catcher, right? Which doesn't take a whole lot. Yeah. So again, like I'm interested to see like what he presents to this lineup going forward this spring.
Yeah, I mean he's batting right behind Rowdy Tellez. I know we joked about him earlier with the Cody thing, but Rowdy Tellez is another guy who injured last year, fell in hard times, but like you saw what he did in the beginning of the year. I think he had 8 homers in April and like halfway through May. So like the guy has power. He still has power. If he can tap into that again, you know, there's some potential upside there. I'm just looking at this lineup right now too, guys, and there's a lot more power in this lineup than I think what we're used to seeing from Pirates teams in recent years. You know, you've got Cruz, you've got Sawinski, you've got Tellez, you've got Grandal. Reynolds is going to be, you know, a 20+ homer guy just because. But yeah, lots more power in this lineup than what we're seeing. So hopefully that can be something that can be rectified, because that's been a big problem for this offense just for years and years now, is just the complete lack of being able to hit the ball over the fence.
Yeah, I think if you do look at the 1 through 9 this year, there's a pretty decent chance that everyone 1 through 9 could hit 10 to 15 home runs at least.
Yeah, actually.
We haven't had that in a long time.
Well, that was what you saw back when the Pirates were good, right? Like those playoff teams. It was, I forget which year it was, but I think they had 10 guys with double-digit homers in 2015, maybe.
Probably.
But that's what you need to do to win in today's game. You can't just string hits together. It's hard because just of the strikeout rate nowadays. So, like, in order to score a lot of runs, you need to hit the ball over the fence. And I think this is really the first lineup we've seen in a while that has the capability of doing that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, again, we talk about this offseason, right? You want to see a little bit more, but the reason why I see more is because of, you know, there's such the variance of like this ball club, and like getting this offense, you know, it's like there's a lot of upside, right? I mean, there's a lot of risk. Like people like Grandal, Rowdy Tellez, like they could not do this, but like you look at the lineup, like, oh no, Cruz, does he have the possibility to hit 30 home runs? Absolutely. Does Brian Reynolds? Probably 25 at least, right? To Brian Hayes, we're not sure, like, but he could hit 10 to 15, right? You go down here, I mean, Jack Sawinski could hit 30 home runs. Like, you have the potential to have like 3 guys in this team that could hit 30 home runs. And we're talking about a Pittsburgh Pirates team. I mean, when's the last time that has happened? 30 home runs with 3 people, like that's a realistic possibility. Then you add, you know, Rowdy Tellez, like there's a lot of potential pop on this team. Potential keyword.
And I think the other thing is we talked a lot in the past that they need Brian Hayes to turn into that 10 to 15 home run guy. It'd still be great, but they're not as reliant on it at this point. You just want him to be a good hitter.
No, you're right. I mean, if Brian Hayes is the hitter that he was the last 2 months of last season, then it's like, okay, this is pretty cool. But they don't even really need that. They just need him to hit the ball hard, the occasional home run. Like, yeah, if Brian Hayes can be a 15 home run hitter and hit 280, right? Like,
we're cooking.
Then we're like, he's going to be an all-star. So yeah, like I said, a lot of potential in this lineup. Obviously the real question mark is the pitching staff. But again, Keller on the mound today, so you know he's got the opening day start lined up, so he gets that first start. But yeah, this team is really going to be as good as that pitching staff allows it to be.
Yes. So let's go to Cody once again here. Cody is
What's
with
up,
Neil.
guys? Look who I found.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Straggling around here. But anyway, so we're here. It's about noon, so it seems like it's time to get a beer. We're gonna get a beer here soon.
It's beer time.
It's beer time. But first, I want to talk to Neil. Neil, you were watching the pitchers warm up. What did you see? You got to see everybody. That's what I was saying earlier. Everybody's out here warming up. But what did you see? What's your analysis of what you've been seeing?
I mean, I just like seeing the Paul Skeens pitching to Henry Davis. You know, it's clearly got a good relationship going. He's talking with them, asking for advice in between. Like, there's a lot of good conversation going on between them. And I just saw Solomito and Chandler doing Pyro Ball. Wasn't anything too fancy, but I'm hoping to see him pitch today.
Yeah, no, Davis and Skeens seem like they're connected by a 66-foot, 6-inch rope. Like, those guys are always together. I love to see that. What are you looking forward to today with today's game? First game at Lakecom. First time we're really seeing a decent lineup this spring. I mean, it's only the second game, but We're seeing Cruz. We're seeing all these guys. What are you looking forward to?
I want to see good pitches and I want to see hard hit baseballs.
Hell yeah!
Can't take anything away from the game, so I just want to see good. I want to see good performance. So I'm excited.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're gonna get a beer here soon. You guys keep going, and I'll see you in a couple minutes, I guess.
Hey, you know what? Keep a beer cold for us. Once we're done here, we're gonna need a nice cold beer.
Absolutely. We'll see you guys.
All right, see you all.
Cody, the correspondent, the camera battery man, and the beer getter.
Man, he's our Hannah Mears. Like Cody is our Hannah Mears. But no, so Neil mentioned they're Henry Davis and Paul Skeens basically connected at the hip right now, just constantly back and forth with each other, talking with each other, picking each other's brains. That is something where, because those two guys, I mean, those are your 2 first overall picks over the last 3 years. You need those two to have an established relationship with each other. If they feel comfortable with each other, those are two guys who like need to perform for this team to do what we want them to do this year and years going forward.
Yeah, we heard about like basically Henry Davis saying, "What are you guys doing? Because you're coming to Bradenton this year in this offseason, right?" Which again, like we know about the intangibles Henry Davis presents, like that's part of it. I mean, this guy's going to go to work and he's going to make sure everyone goes to work. But yeah, like seeing them two really establish this relationship, awesome stuff.
Yeah, man, he's absolutely another very important piece.
He's
we keep saying it, but like there are a lot of most important pieces on this team.
Right.
There's like a 50-50 split between like 5 different guys. There's like a 250%.
More than that, buddy.
But O'Neal Cruz is 100%.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, guys, I don't know. Is there anything else that you really want to talk about? Or
well, we're going to be talking about a lot this week.
They're clearing off the field right now. We're within the hour now of game time.
Well, let's talk about kind of our plans while we're here. So, I mean, obviously we have today's game. Tomorrow, the Pirates are on the road in Dunedin. It's about an hour drive. We're probably not going to make that trip, but we do plan on our Starbucks is going to be tomorrow morning. Just a normal time for you guys. We're going to be at Pirate City tomorrow is the plan. So we'll get some stuff for you guys there. Tuesday, we've got we're not going to be doing one of these pregame shows. And actually, you know what? Who knows? Maybe we will. Maybe we'll just do it. But we're definitely doing it again on Wednesday. I'm just looking forward to. We've got 4 baseball games while we're down here. 3 here in League Com. We're going to be in Sarasota when the Pirates play the Orioles later in this week. So it's going to be a fun week. I'm excited to see a lot of baseball. I'm not really that excited. I'm 24 hours so far of hanging around DiNardo, and I've almost just bit his head off.
True story.
But
DiNardo is not fun in the morning.
It's driving me crazy, but we'll get through it. I think as long as
there's a 50% chance
there's a
one of us are getting beaten up.
50% chance NS9 just disbands after this week.
Yeah, getting back to the other stuff though, as far as content, we're gonna have all that. Every day expect a wrap up. We'll have a wrap up tonight. Yesterday we just got in, but every day expect a daily wrap up, like how we did the winter meetings. Hopefully get some guys on, some beat writers such to talk with us, and also this little tease, guys. We have maybe another a special bucket around set up. Going to be recorded maybe in a few days, and get out here in a couple weeks.
Yeah, looking forward to it. So. Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, let's go join Cody and Neil with a beer.
Yes, it's time.
It's beer time.
So with that said, I appreciate everyone for watching. As always, go ahead, subscribe, do all that good stuff. If you're not already, we'll be going live and doing a lot of content this week. So we'll see you guys then. And
we'll see you later tonight.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
Peace out,
see you guys.
Hey, you all. Thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
Major League Baseball this year are unveiling some new jerseys. They're new partners at Fanatics. These are made by Nike, and they are receiving quite a bit of criticism. You know those jerseys that you buy like off those shady internet websites from China that are just not good. They're $17 a piece. That's what these new jerseys look like. I feel like the value of those knockoff jerseys, Born Trade, DH Gate, Temu, those types of things, those jerseys, the value through the roof because these things just suck. Who's paying $170 for these things when you can get the exact same thing knockoff for $17? Unbelievable. Fix it, MLB.
All right, it's the Sunday daily recap from Bradenton here. I'm Tyler. With me is Neil. We just got back to the Airbnb from the Pirates Orioles spring training game. A lot of stuff happened today, Neil.
Yeah, it was a really busy day.
Very busy day.
Very jam-packed from like 8 a.m. on. We were at 100% go time.
Yeah. Before we even get into the game, we did do a pregame show from Lecom Park. That was a lot of fun and really cool.
Yeah, no, and like seeing you guys just set up near where all the Pirates
I feel
were
like I'm
warming
just
up.
rubbing it in here to Neil that he wasn't along for the ride, but
I showed up for about like 10 seconds. I was with Cody, but you were by where all the Pirates were warming up, but Cody was running around the stadium, providing his own input. It was great. It was a great time.
Cody was the MVP of today.
Yeah.
We had a little issue with the camera. He came through clutch. He talked to Hannah. He was our on-field correspondent. Like Cody did it all today.
Yeah. I mean, he's always like doing all the great stuff behind the scenes, but now he's able to do everything in front of the camera too. It was great today. He got the air condition he deserved.
He got to live out his dream of being Robbie today.
He even got to give out autographs like Robbie today.
Do we just want to talk about that real quick?
Yeah, let's talk about that real quick.
All I know is that I went to get 2 hot dogs and a beer. I came back and you guys were just signing autographs.
Yeah, we had a fan come up and ask for autographs. We all signed this brand new City Connect hat. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah. That happened today.
This is the first time I've ever been asked for an autograph.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever been asked for an autograph. I'm sure I've signed them before, but it was probably like mandatory or something.
And no one really wanted autographs from Division III cross country runners, so it was nice. I appreciate that.
Hey, you were a D1 athlete at one point.
I was D1 baby, but yeah, I'd get the autograph from the Ohio baseball assistant coach of the year.
Yeah, it's a long acronym. I can't even remember it off the top of my head. But yeah, we got to sign an autograph on a City Connect hat. Did a pregame show.
And then we watched a baseball game.
And we watched a baseball game that Mitch Keller started and O'Neill Cruz played in.
Played it, yeah. It won't show up in the stack, but O'Neill Cruz hit the media building in right field.
Yeah, he probably hit a baseball like 400 feet. Foul.
Oh, like 440 at least. Like it went flying. Like I lost track of it, and I thought it was about to like hit someone in the head.
Oh,
but it flew over us. Like we were on the outfield boardwalk, and it flew over the boardwalk.
Oh yeah, it was a nuke. So O'Neill Cruz is back. We did get to see him play short a little bit today.
Turned a nice double play.
Basically, right off the bat, balls that gets hit to him.
Yeah, no, he was good.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would expect him to look pretty normal right now. The real test is going to be as the season goes on. Is there going to be wear and tear on it? But right now, he looks like he's all the way back.
But again, the speed didn't seem like it was gone either. Like he still had that range where he could go get baseballs,
and
that other people can't get because of how freakishly tall and large he is.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah,
very excited to see him.
And Mitch Keller, big money, Mitch.
Money, Mitch. I tried to ask him for $20. He didn't answer me. Kind of
rude. Like 5 times too.
I know. All I want to do is hold $20.
Yeah.
It's fine, Mitch. We'll get it next time.
Yeah, I mean, he has right now. He has some money to spare. Like he
$20 ain't gonna hurt him. But he does go 2 innings a day, walked 2, struck out 2. What did you think about Mitch? We didn't really get to see the velocity from where we were.
I mean, he looked good. I don't think there was a whole lot of hard contact.
No, I don't think so either.
Like, there wasn't a whole lot of, like, oh, man, they just killed that baseball.
Right.
And, first start, I'm okay with a little control issues. He's feeling it out. I was happy. It was nice to see him pitch again. It's been a while.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing with Mitch Keller and was last year. When he struggled early.
Mm-hmm.
And we did see that with the first batter. Yeah. He walked him. I believe that's when O'Neal Cruz turned to double play immediately after. But
yeah, it was it's nice to it wasn't a hard hit ball,
right?
Like, and I think he did he has some strikeouts too, right?
Yeah, he had 2 strikeouts today.
So again, it's hard to take too many results from spring training, but it was nice to see him pitch. The stuff looked like he was there. Yeah, I'm sure if I looked at Savant, he was still throwing 97, 98 like he normally does.
Yeah, we got to see him up close and personal too, because we were right above the bullpen while he was warming up.
He was zipping stuff in from the bullpen. That was great. That's the stuff I miss. I got to see Paul Skeens throw to Henry Davis. Got to see Mitch Keller. Got to see Solometo and Bubba Chandler do their own throwing. That was probably the coolest part of the day. Yeah. Is seeing them up and close and personal doing their stuff.
Yeah. You really just don't understand how large these guys are until you're next to them.
Yeah.
And I know I'm a little guy, which also got called out when I was signing an autograph. Mm-hmm. But, man, those guys are big.
Yeah. No, they're huge. They're all ripped. They're all jacked. Henry Davis is an imposing man.
Yeah.
He's short. He's a short guy, but he is ripped. It's the opposite of O'Neal Cruz, who looks super tall and skinny. He's short, stocky, and is the biggest man you've ever seen.
Yep. That he is. Aside from that, you have anything else you want to add here, Neil, about today? Anything else that stood out to you?
No, I mean, it was nice to see, we scored 0 runs.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of offense, but, we saw Brian Reynolds give one a drive. Brian Hayes smacked the ball once really hard. It wasn't the most exciting game, but it was nice to see them back and play.
Right. Yeah. We did see a couple guys give the ball a ride, but the Orioles were flashing the leather today.
Oh yeah, I think they had at least 3 or 4 catches at the outfield wall.
Yeah,
which is unfortunate, but
now granted, it's also spring training and windy, and the ball carries. But
yeah,
first time out, can't really complain. I mean, at the end of the day, it's great to be at the ballpark.
It was nice to be at the ballpark. It's been 15 years since I've been at LECOM, so it was a good time.
Well, we'll be back at it again Tuesday and Wednesday, right?
Yes, sir.
So we'll be back at the park. Tomorrow we have Starbucks, and we have a lot of stuff lined up, to be honest with you. We have Starbucks in the morning. We got another recap coming at you tomorrow.
Then we have a pregame on Tuesday at LECOM, and then review of the day after that too.
We got a lot of things coming up here, so just stay tuned.
Oh, of course. And on Tuesday, we have we're interviewing Neil Walker for Bucking Around with our man Cody. This is this big week. He's going to interview Neil Walker on Bucking Around.
Just stay tuned. We got a lot of stuff coming for you. Anything else to add here, Neil?
No, I'm good.
All right. Well, this is the Sunday recap. We'll be back at you here tomorrow. Peace out, Girl Scouts.
I'm Frank, and I'm here to help you have a great day tomorrow. Cal, come on up. Let's go, Kirsten! Oh yeah, he's here. Yeah, right? Yeah. There you go. go, Heston.
That is kind of fast.
Let's get it started, Kirstead.
What position does he profile as? Like, what does he play more? Infield?
He plays some catcher. This is your future. He plays catcher, shortstop, and second.
Okay, so everything. All the important positions except center field. Let's go, Burns! Shot.
Center fielder number 83, Enrique Redfield Jr.
For Vanderbilt, number one thing. Right now, he'll be the fastest player in baseball. Might end up being one of the fastest ever.
Where'd you hear that, Andy? Who told you that?
I don't think he's going to. Maybe September fall. Wish he was that good. I'm still hanging.
The camera doesn't have internet, so if I want to post something, as soon as they do it, I can't do it from here. I have to do it from here. I gave you a... Oh yeah? Yeah, it looked very good. Was it Sony? It looked like a Sony. Okay.
I could have hit He's very, there's not a lot of open swing.
Right fielder number 80, Carter. Yo!
When you were on the Orioles? Yeah, when?
Let's go, Carter. Yeah, that shot looked pretty good. It looked like it was HD. Like, you're pretty good.
He was in the Beatles, too.
After he called the short.
And he got that only 2 things I could have done.
Did you ever go to? Okay. That's quite a process. I'm glad it all happens in here now. Right. Right.
His friends all over the country. Oh yeah, he could pick. He could easily pick one. When you visualize, you know, how to translate the system, it has to be a real time. Then you don't have to have a tape.
Right.
But they would take care of that. Everybody had a lot of videos out there. Called me up and said, hey,
so meta.
Hello, welcome to day 2 spring training recap from Bradenton, Florida for the Pittsburgh Pirates. I'm Cody. This is Neil. We're your North Shore 9 crew for the day. Donardo, Jim, they're in the back making fun of us, but they didn't want to do any more work today. So they woke up early enough to do Starbucks, I guess. Their job's done today.
They let me sleep in, so as far as I'm concerned,
Yeah,
I'm content.
Neil slept in. I woke up probably the earliest other than Jim. But like I said earlier today, Donardo got up at 6:58 to come out here and do Starbucks. So, but anyway, today we went to Pirate City to begin the day. Then we came back here. We had a little bit of a pool day after lunch, and we got to watch the game from the pool, which was great.
Yeah.
But let's start out talking about Pirate City today. It was our first time there today to see all the prospects practice. Neil, what did you take away from that experience?
It was really cool. I've never been to Pirate City before. I know you guys got to go last year. But it's a really big complex. We saw the fabled $8 million weight room. And
from a distance.
Yeah, from a distance. But we got to see some decent names. Like, we saw Mitch Jebb, we saw Lonnie White Jr., we saw anyone else? No,
my favorite prospect, Charles McAdoo.
Of course.
I love that guy. He's built like a brick house, and I love it.
Yeah, so I mean, most of the big time guys were with the team. In Dunedin, but it was cool to see the lesser known guys. There were a lot of players there.
Yeah, they had everybody was there. All the minor league guys were there. It was fun to see them take live BP against each other. Lonnie White Jr. got plunked though. That was a sight to see. Was not expecting it.
Yeah, no, you can tell the guys are a little wild, but no, it was nice, and yeah, you almost wish you could tell who everyone is. We were playing that little game, of see who we can recognize by pulling up the rosters and who looks familiar on the phone. But a lot of new names, and I think Tyler made a new friend.
Yeah, Tyler, he was talking to everybody. The guy who hates everything was making friends. He wore a shirt that just said Ohio on it. That's all it was Ohio in the shape of Ohio, and had one guy who's security or something there talk to him for half hour. Then on our way out, a prospect asked him, "Hey, where are you from in Ohio?" And found out the prospect was from Toledo. I don't know.
If you find out who's from Toledo, drop it in the comments because we could not find him.
Yeah, I could not remember if Tyler found out who that was or not. But yeah, at this point in the season or in the spring training, you got a lot of the prospects there that aren't big name guys that didn't get the invite to the big league camp. But later on, if we were to be here later in the month, you'd see guys, trickle down from major league camp. But yeah, we didn't see too many big prospects, but we had a good time. It was fun. We got some video we're going to put out at some point. But yeah, good time at Pirate City.
Yeah, no, I can't complain. For the first time there, it was kind of cool just to see everything. A lot of tons of fields, a huge complex. We needed to go inside, but that building is huge, so that was fun.
Yeah, the 4 fields, the extra field in the back that nobody's allowed to look at.
Yeah, they were shielding bullpen sessions from us.
Yeah. But other than that, we went to Oak and Stone, I believe it's called, in Bradenton for lunch. Jim's favorite spot because he gets Marriott points there. But that was great lunch. And then we went back here to the pool. You can see it was in use today.
Yeah,
we were back there. We put on the game. It was a beautiful setup we had here to be able to watch the game, just take it in. Wasn't a beautiful game though.
No, it got a little bit more interesting at the end, but the first 5 innings were brutal. It was awesome. It was yesterday, we were kind of running around, you had to get to the park early. Yeah. You had to make sure everything was set up for a show. Everything had to be right. And today we were just able to kind of just take it easy and relax, and that was the best part.
Yeah,
it was relaxing and watching baseball.
Today was super relaxing day to watch baseball, but the game was a little too lax at the beginning there. But I did at the beginning of the game. I was telling you, if Jared Triolo can figure out how to hit, he's going to be on this team for a long time. And you're he's never going to hit. He's so bad. All this, that, the other. Guess what? He went 2 for 2 today.
He did go 2 for 2. Yeah, no, he might just be the BABIP king, and if he is, I'm okay with that. But 400 BABIPs are really, really hard to run.
Right.
So
You would know,
Yeah,
not me.
yes. I couldn't run it on my freshman high school baseball team. So,
But another big highlight from the game before we get to the huge one was Rowanzi Contreras made his debut in spring today. He pitched very well.
Yeah, he did. We got some little hints from like Alex Stumpf on Twitter last night, talking about how like we have 97 reasons to be excited about Rowanzi again today. And it was fun. Like his velocity was back up. He was sitting 95. He was averaging 95. The biggest thing for me is that he got hit so hard last year.
Yeah.
He got, but especially on the fastball. And today, one hard hit, and it was the first batter of the game, and it was All-Star Bo Bichette.
Yeah, I mean, Bo Bichette's gonna hit hard. So.
Yeah, like and everyone like he gave up hits.
Yes, he did.
But it was all really dinky and weak contact, and
Right.
that's the encouraging thing for me. Where his fastball that got pounded, like I think at like a negative 16 run value on Baseball Savant last year, that he can get that soft contact. That's a big step forward. Now the next step is to get the swings and misses, but you like what you see there from a first start, and obviously it's spring training,
Right.
But
that's-
it was encouraging. But
that's the thing is the first start in spring training. You expect a guy to throw maybe 93, 94, try and get into his rhythm.
Yeah,
he was throwing like you're saying 95. He touched 96 at one point.
Yeah,
for him to do that his first time out in spring training we weren't expecting that. We were expecting the normal like get into the groove type of thing, but I think he's out there to prove like I'm going to be here to stay.
Yeah, no, it was real. As we like to say here, it was really intriguing.
Yes, very intriguing.
Yeah. So that was the coolest part of the day for me, honestly, is like seeing him back, because like it is just so huge for the Pirates if he is a part of that rotation. Like he's a useful pitcher, because right now we don't have a whole lot of those.
Right.
And you were thinking after the end of last year, well, this guy is cooked.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see that he's going to be fighting for a rotation spot, and like I think he looked pretty decent today.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big question, right? Is pitching for this team. And it seems like it was never talked about, in the media or anything, but it seems like the team is relying on Rowanzi to take one of those spots in the rotation.
Yeah, and he has to. He's out of options. So this is
Right.
this is his make or break. So I'm excited. Like I was not excited for Rowanzi going into spring training.
Right.
But now like it was a good step forward. He's not there yet. I'm not completely sold, but like for what it was awesome.
Right. And then the rest of the game was pretty boring until about what was that, the fifth, seventh inning?
I think it was like the sixth inning, something like that. Yeah.
And Tamar Johnson arrived. He hit himself two home runs today. The first one was 392, I believe.
Yes.
Second one was like what, 405, 407, maybe 402.
I forget, but something like that. Yeah.
But he hit him hard too.
Yeah, both over 100 miles an hour. Both were home runs in most MLB stadiums.
Yeah.
He killed one off a fastball, one off of a cutter.
Yeah, it was
awesome.
a cutter. Yeah.
Like it wasn't just like off of some like person who was like a non-roster invitee. It
Right.
was off of two major league relievers.
Right.
And that's really fun.
Yeah, I mean, that's a guy who, Jim sent me the video before we started here. When he got drafted, he was like, we're going to be good as long as they have me. And he's trying to prove that right now in spring training.
Yeah.
He's only 19. He's a teenager.
Yep.
We probably won't see him in the majors until either end of season this year or next year.
I would be shocked if he's up this year, but it'd be a nice surprise.
Right. Like, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm taking this from the experience of seeing O'Neal Cruz get that call in September.
That's true.
A
That's
couple
a good
years
point.
ago.
Yeah.
And
that's a good point.
Maybe they reward him that way, but you never know. I mean, they like to control the years, right?
Yes, they do.
So maybe we don't see that, but yeah, Tamar was definitely the bright spot outside. Offensively, he was the bright spot today.
Yes, he was. Like it was another kind of. I think we were at one point talking in the pools like, are we not going to score a run this whole week? Like the Rosati curse is going to give us like no runs this entire week, and then I think like 10 minutes later, Tamar Johnson hits his first.
Yeah, the Rosati curse was cooking early. I'll say that. But Tamar decided to break that. We did score 3 runs because of him.
Yeah.
So that was great.
3 of the 4 runs scored from Tamar Johnson.
I think. Wait, we had 4 runs.
We did.
I thought it was 8-3.
8.
Who scored the other one?
It was Chain. Chain scored.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Shows how much I was paying attention to the game in the
pool. we were all a little zoned out by that point. I was like,
yeah.
and then Tamar Johnson woke us up back.
Yeah, Tamar woke us up. We were like, all right, this game's over. Let's start thinking about what we're going to talk about. Then boom, he arrived. So anything to leave the people with from day 2 here?
No, it's just been a good time.
It has been a good time.
Today was
a great
great.
time. Well, thank you for checking out the recap. We'll be here all week. I think all of us leave Friday. Neil, unfortunately, is leaving us early.
I'm leaving tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's a little sad.
I'm sad too. I wish you could stay the whole week.
I
But
do too. But
we loved having him
duty
here.
calls.
We loved having him here, and maybe you see him tomorrow on the pregame that we're doing from Lakecom Park.
Yeah, it should be fun. I'm excited.
Yeah. So we'll see you guys there. Have a good one.
Peace out.
So, I mean, clearly Luis Ortiz, Rowan C. Contreras. I mean, Chapman's Cuban, clearly not him. You know I'm bad with names also, but the outfielder that's got from Kansas City. No. Damn it. I was going to go there. Okay. Peguero, Endy Rodriguez, and then O'Neal Cruz. No one else from the bullpen. Jose Hernandez.
And there's actually, Endy doesn't count because he's not on the 40-man anymore.
Oh, he's not on the 40-man. You're right. So, son of a bitch. Why could you ask me this yesterday? But wait. So if he's not, who was just signed? I mean, Fleming, obviously. And then who did they? Oh. Y'all, no, Grandal's not Dominican. What am I talking about? Moretta, Big Bank. Oh, son of a bitch. It was another bullpen guy. All right. I'm not too proud of myself, but I'm not.
What position does he profile as? Like, what does he play more? Infield?
He's a placement catcher. This is your future. He's played one of those catchers, shortstop, and second.
Okay, so everything. All the important positions except center field. Let's go, Burns! Shot!
Center fielder number 83, Enrique Redfield Jr.
For Vanderbilt, our number one pick. Right now, he'll be the fastest player in baseball. Might end up being one of the fastest ever.
Where'd you hear that, Andy? Who told you that?
I don't think he's going to. Maybe September fall. What you was that good? Yeah, I'm still hanging. What do you do with sales on?
The camera doesn't have internet, so if I want to post something, as soon as they do it, I can't do it from here. I have to do it from here. I gave you Oh yeah? Yeah, it looked very good. Was it Sony? It looked like a Sony. Okay.
There's not a lot of open and swing.
Right fielder number 80, Carter Yo.
When you were on the Orioles? Yeah, when?
Let's go, Carter. Yeah, that shot looked pretty good. It looked like it was HD. Like, you're pretty good.
He was in the Beatles too.
After he called the score.
And he got that money. Two things I could have done.
Did you ever go to? Okay. That's quite a process. I'm glad it all happens in here now. Right.
His friends all over the country. Oh yeah, he would pick. He could easily pick one. When the digital, had to translate the it has to be a real time. Then you don't have to have a tape.
Right.
So they would clear up. Everybody had a lot of videos.
That's so meta.
This one's going to be tough, and there aren't many guys that come from Ohio. Goodness gracious. Henry Davis did not. Let me go around the diamond here. Rowdy Tellez did not. Triolo did not. Shortstop, no. Third base, no. Jack Sawinski, I don't believe, did no. Oh, God. Mitch Keller didn't. Did Ryan Barucki play in Ohio? For some reason, I feel like he has some sort of Ohio connection.
Ryan Bruckey was Illinois.
Ryan Reynolds didn't. Marco Gonzalez, no. Martin Perez, no. David Bednar's from Pennsylvania. Did Colin Horman from Ohio?
Illinois.
What is up with the Pirates in Midwest? I don't think I'm going to get a single one of these. Colin Selby?
Virginia.
Kyle Nicholas went to Massillon. Yeah, he's from Jackson. I'm running out of time. I know it. I honestly don't know. Why can't I think of any? I got no clue.
Jackson Wolf.
Oh, I forgot that guy exists.
JT Brubaker.
Brubaker is from Ohio. That is almost impossible, Jim.
Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to Fort Friday. I'm your host, Anthony Bernardo. With me, we have, of course, the Fort, Michael McHenry. What's up?
What's up? I love that intro. You do such a good job.
It does get me a little excited here.
Yeah, it's like it gets a little bit louder. Maybe that's just me playing it in my head, and I'm not real sure. But yeah. That was great. And I still want a hot dog. I don't need a hot dog. I look like a hot dog, but I don't need it. I'm trying to, do things right, but I want a hot dog still from our last show.
You can always eat a hot dog. It doesn't matter. It's just
I feel like it's a man. Right? It's weirdly a manly food. It probably shouldn't be. It's awkwardly shaped, but
right.
That's a whole other story. But it is. It's like a manly food. It's like a wing and a hot dog and a beer. It's just USA manly. Yeah.
And you can always eat a wing. Even if you're trying to watch what you eat. I mean, you can eat a wing. You can eat a hot dog. It doesn't matter. It's just a hot dog, right? That's why you can eat 37 of them during a race. or whatever it was.
37. So many hot dogs. Like, seriously. Yeah, there's 4th of July. There's a contest. Go give your shot. Let's go.
Right.
I have a question for you. So last night, didn't eat healthy. I had a Nashville hot chicken sandwich at Coupe de Ville, downtown Pittsburgh. Very, very good. I'm pretty sure there's bits and pieces of the devil in it. It was so hot. But with that being said, I'm from Tennessee.
Yes.
Everybody's like, oh, Nashville hot, Nashville guy. Well, I'm like, it wasn't born here. They didn't create hot chicken. They stole it from Memphis. So I wanted to ask you, where'd you hear about Nashville hot chicken and where did that come from? I don't get it.
Like me personally, where I heard it?
Yeah, Nashville.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's what it's known for. Now I'll say, I've never been to Memphis. This is my first time for the winter meetings while I was in Nashville, and I had Nashville hot chicken there from Hattie B's, which, by the way, little promo here. That video will
Where'd
be
Hattie
out.
B's come from?
I don't know. But ironically, I had my first Nashville hot chicken in Jacksonville, Florida, from some restaurant that claimed to have Nashville hot
Why
chicken.
not? Why is it not Jacksonville hot chicken? It's hot down there. You're in Jacksonville, and it's their chicken.
So let us know. Tell us. You're the Tennessee guy. So
I
it was
don't
just
know.
hijacked from Memphis then, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think Hattie B's was, stolen and came to Nashville. It's like us saying, yeah, welcome to Tennessee In-N-Out Burger, right? Like that's not what it is.
Yeah.
They were going on and on about it, and I was just like, listen, when you name something Nashville hot, when you go somewhere else and have it, it should taste the same. I had a hot chicken sandwich that had a little bit of death and barbecued devil in it. It was so hot. I was crying. I've had a lot of Nashville hot chicken. I've never had one that hot. It's not the same, right? So, usually when you go get a chicken and waffle, it may not be as good, but it's a chicken and waffle.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to figure that out. It's an argument that I often, partake in because I'm like, it's not their chicken. It's not. Nashville's got everything else. They don't need the chicken too.
Yeah.
And the hot chicken at that. They get the hot chicken, not the, overweight, not pretty chicken. They get the, whatever. They don't just get a giant thigh. They get the best part of the chicken too. Come on. They can't have it all.
You know what? Why not?
That's true. Why not? Take
Why
it all,
not?
Nashville. Just
Who's
take it all.
stopping them? Who's stopping them?
United States of Nashville. That's
You know
what
what?
we are now.
Stop them. We need to make a stand.
Yeah. I'm going to hold that piece of chicken. Nobody
There
can
it
have
is.
it. It's ours. And I'll
I
be
will
eating a
say,
hot
though,
dog.
It was some damn good chicken. So we went there again. We went to Hattie B's and I tried it, and oh my god, it was good. And
It's
so what
so
we
good.
did is we had we had every sauce. So 6 strips, right? They had 6 sauces. We ate them each down the line. I made it to the very end. It was good. It was tasty. I'll say that. That's the one thing. Like when it comes to spice, I like spicy food. I don't mind it, but a lot of times when I go out to eat somewhere, I won't get hot because I just feel like people just make things hot for no reason. It's not tasty. It just tastes terrible and it's just hot. And I'll say I was very impressed with the chicken there because it was good.
And that
It
is
was hot.
true, like Memphis, Nashville, Birmingham, whether it's barbecue or that hot chicken or whatever it is. Even when I was a kid, like that's what it was. It was the spice and the taste. It made you almost salivate. It didn't make you cry. And now
Speaking of salivating, that's kind of what I'm doing right now.
I know I'm so hungry. I shouldn't be doing that's why I'm doing this. I haven't eaten dinner. I'm trying to, eat better. It's the new year. The bike over there staring at me, and it almost killed me yesterday because I picked a program that said happy trails, bro. Happy trails. Right. That seems like cool. I'm gonna go ride in the woods and be happy.
A breeze.
Well, yeah. And then once again, I don't know what happened. It got possessed, and I'm drenched. I mean, drenched 30 minutes in, and I love to bike. It was miserable. It was happy death trails. Come to find out. Like,
But
if
see,
you want to be happy until you die because you can't take the smile off your face because you're trying not to cry, please come ride this trail.
There you go. But that's the thing. If it said happy death trails, you would never even attempt it.
I probably would have.
Well, you're a psycho.
If I'm in a good place, I usually pick the hard things. I think it's
Yeah.
fun. I wouldn't pick
No.
37 hot dogs though. I can't let it go. I just can't let it go.
We're just gonna be a hot dog review show from now on. That's it.
Yeah,
Every it's Fort Friday, it's just a hot dog review. Send in your hot dogs, we're gonna eat them. Hopefully you go with the 37 one time.
Yep. Which is going to happen, by the way. Stay tuned. Somebody's offered us hot dogs, and we are going to taste test them and review them. They better be beef franks.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
All
Stay
beef.
tuned.
Yep.
But let's talk a little bit of baseball here. Some baseball, some whatever. I guess we'll start with the big news. Let's talk Pirates Fest because that's coming up this weekend.
It's not the signing we just had? Come on.
This.
Go ahead and announce it. You're going to talk about it later, so go ahead and announce it. Tease it out.
I don't even remember the guy's name. I'm so sorry.
It's hard to pronounce. That's what it is.
I know it was Michael Plasmeyer.
Oh,
yeah.
You could have played Michael Loren Plasmeyer. Oh, look, we just signed Trevor nobody.
You know who it's not? It's not Martin Perez. That's still not a thing yet. But yeah,
he hasn't signed his contract yet.
No, it's still not official.
Pirates Fest. They're gonna fly him in Pirates Fest. That's my guess.
All right, I'll hold you to it. But,
don't hold me to it.
No, we're holding you to it. Or no hot dogs.
To it. Okay.
All
Fair
right.
enough.
But Pirates Fest, I mean, it's finally back. A lot of fans were excited. Seemed like a really good turnout. And I don't know if you saw what happened the other day on Twitter, but a lot of people were very upset about the autographs, the limitations on autographs. So what turned to be a very, very happy thing is now made everyone pissed off because, well, we're Pirates fans. The only way to live is be pissed off and irritated.
So I have zero clue what you're talking about. So fill me in a little bit. Pretend like I just don't know anything because I'll be in Florida at fantasy camp with a bunch of Pirates.
Oh, you mean they didn't not double book that?
Unless we have a B team. Yeah.
Anyways, yeah. So I'll put it this way. I didn't have any intentions. I'm not going. First off, if I wasn't seeking autographs. So I didn't really know the whole setup, but I guess to open up, right, to get like your ticket, right, to be in the autograph line, to get autographs, whatever, open up at 12, and more or less it limited to like season ticket holders. Very finite amount of them. So a lot of people were kind of irritated that they didn't get their opportunity to have a ticket to go get an autograph from Kutch, right, or others, right? So I mean, again, like it was, and of course, Twitter's not real, right? I mean, everyone at Pirates Fest is probably very happy. It's gonna be great, but on Twitter, it seemed like everyone was. I mean, I joke. Everyone was bringing torches and pitchforks to
Twitter
to
matters.
Pirates Fest.
It matters. Listen, it matters.
It matters, but it's also not real life per se. But
Nope.
but yeah, a lot of people were very, very angry at the Pirates on that day. So again, as always, what was a good thing turns into like this negative thing. But I don't know. I kind of just want to talk about Pirates Fest in general.
So let me get this straight. You have to be a season ticket holder to get an autograph.
I think it was like, I think they were like first dibs on it, like that first opportunity.
Okay.
Which I kind of get. I'll put it this way.
You mean the person
mind
that's paying more and has
right
tickets to the game already this year? Many of them.
That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I can get the outrage if, okay, I'll put it this way. The communication of that wasn't great. People weren't aware of that being a thing. So they kind of went into this
that
blindly
makes more sense to me.
And then found out afterwards. So that part I get. The fact that season ticket holders had the opportunity first to do this, I don't mind at all because I'm with you. I mean, this first off, that's how the world operates, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, you're investing your money into us, right? You're have a season ticket, for how much or whatever. Like, I'm going to give you some perks, and this seemed to be one of the perks, and I'm fine with that. But yeah, the communication, which by the way, seems to be one of the things the Pirates have an issue with, right? Communication of that didn't seem to be very well thought out.
Yes. Bad communication. Once again, I'll be in Florida with a lot of Pirates, some Hall of Famers, Steve Blass, Teak, Al Oliver.
So they won't be a Pirates
Doug
Fest either.
Drabeck, Matt Capps, Garrett Jones, Jack Wilson, myself, Mike LaValliere. It just, I mean, it's one of those things. Like, there's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of hirings. There's a lot of people that have gone on to different places. They're doing a lot of things well, but communication, I think, top to bottom. And I can speak from real experience right now and listening to some people that are really worried about what's next when it comes to their job, whether with the Pirates or with, Sportsnet. It's bad. And I don't necessarily know why. I don't think their intentions is that. I just think they maybe have a lot of new people doing things they've never done before. And instead of being simple or even maybe overkill of information, it's been the opposite. They want to get it right. And sometimes getting it right, that time that's allotted there is not probably the good thing to do, especially with sports fans. I'd rather cannonball in and then try to figure it out than, put my toe in and run away, put my toe in and then never really get in and then be like, oh, it's winter. It's cold. I can't swim now.
Well, Mr. Happy Death Trails, we understand how you want.
I'd cold plunge. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
right.
No doubt.
Now, I guess I'll say this. I mean, that kind of makes sense. And also, now, granted, it's their own fault because they should have never not had Pirates Fest. But I guess this would be the first time this whole new regime has had Pirate Fest in the convention center as well. Because they had the one time, but it was at PNC that was kind of very light and whatever. So I guess maybe I can understand, like, hey, this is the first time a lot of people are doing this. But again, it's not really to excuse it.
Well, I mean, it's just marketing 101. I mean, you're branding the players, branding the team, and you want to make everybody excited about what's to come. And if they're not really excited about it, and if it's not something that's just gung-ho and the players are excited about it, I mean, the fans are going to find something to put energy into. And obviously it wasn't, trying to get autographs, right? So
Yeah.
it's wild. It really is. I often say you have to be prepared to win at all times, even if you don't see it, because that win could be right around the corner. If you're not ready, you can't take that turn, and you just keep going straight and you missed your opportunity. And I think too often in any big business and in sports, especially, there's so many smart people, they outsmart themselves. I'm not saying that's what the Pirates are doing, but you know, I would say oftentimes when I get to know enough, I'm like, man, I think we just outsmarted ourselves. You know?
Now, luckily, we never outsmart ourselves. We don't have that problem.
No, I'm like a monkey. I'm fine. I'm not gonna outsmart myself.
There
Give
you
me a
go.
hot dog.
See, Fourth Friday, never outsmarting ourselves.
Yeah. You
New
may.
slogan.
You may. I mean, you had a sick intro, but me,
Nah.
nah. I got hit in the head a lot.
Well, yeah. I mean, you did.
It did a lot of foul tips.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, I kind of get that, but I'm just happy also and thankful. And I think now that it's calmed
Me
down a
too.
little bit,
Yeah.
like Pirates Fest is back. And like what a great opportunity, what a great event. Finally it's here. I wish there was maybe this big move that people have talked about after Kutch. I wish that was happening.
And maybe
'cause
you
Kutch
don't know.
himself is big. So like having something else on top of it would just, I feel like David Lawrence Convention Center would just implode. But so far, nothing. So far, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I heard Tupac's gonna perform, so just be ready. Yeah, it's gonna.
Well,
be
he's
good.
actually
He's still alive. He's
he
still
is.
alive. Him and
Not the
Elvis will
holiday.
be there. No, I loved Pirate Fest. I loved Rockies Fest. I thought the Rockies did some things that were really, really cool that I wish the Pirates would maybe embrace. But yeah, it's so rewarding. And I think my real favorite part was Caravan.
Yeah.
Going around the towns, because you get to know these people. And I still have a heart for Johnstown when I went there. And
Okay.
I go every single year. I was just there recently with the Mill Rats ownership group. And they're just great people, man. And I played at that ballpark when I was a kid. I was 18, really first time I was away from home. And we played the championship series there. I can't think of the tournament, but then you go back and look. Doug Flutie played in it. The laundry list of major league guys and professional athletes that played in Johnstown, PA, is unreal. But like, you know, you don't realize the impact you make on people's lives just to talk to them for 15 minutes about baseball or give them a tip about their kid, or they had a moment, which is really cool now that it's been a little over a decade since I was first a Pirate, hearing stories of like mom and son or dad and son or daughter and son coming, whatever it is, coming in to the game. Something happened that they fell in love with the Pirates, and I just happened to be there or happened to be a part of it. And they're like, that's when I became a Pirates fan. And a lot of times, you know, they've lost their dad or their mom or whoever took them, his grandpa. And dude, you talk about humbling. But I heard a lot of those stories, you know, when I was out in those communities, not at Caravan, but when I went and I'd go speak or do a faith night or something like that, and you'd hear a story. And that's what it's all about. I think the world in general is losing that, you know, the human element and how important it is. Like, you're right. Like, those fans pay the way. Somebody did a breakdown with the Dodgers, and, you know, they can pay for their entire roster because of the ticket sales. So everything after that is profit, and obviously making sure that everything's up and going. But like, their player salary is literally done with ticket sales. So, I mean, you should always try to give back, but I wish they'd bring back Caravan. I'm not going to be there. I know I'm joking around. I would 100% rather be on the baseball field, but I wish I could do both. And I know a lot of those guys down there wish they could do both, even if it was just for, you know, a couple hours, do your thing and we all bounce. I mean, Rock's out of the country. I know he'd love to be here. It's probably the first one he's ever missed.
Okay.
Even as a kid.
Actually, yeah, right.
Yeah. Literally, he's maybe one of the first ones he's ever missed. I was thinking about that last night.
Interesting. So I kind of like want to know that experience and like the player's point of view, you know, because as a fan, it's a great time. you see all the people, you meet, players face to face, talk about that chat. But like as a player, like what's Pirates Fest like to you? And also like, was there a moment that stands out at Pirates Fest that you remember?
Yeah, there's a couple moments, but I think some of the like intimate moments, like I was just talking about, and then just being able to be around the guys. You're not around most of those guys often in the off season. And then you do like family feuds and all this stuff. And we get really into it because it's so competitive. In Rockies Fest, we had ping pong and PlayStations and all that stuff. And we're playing the show against fans. And of course they're all way better because they play more often. So they're just punching tickets. I'll never forget. I was in Tulo's group and kid punches him out and he goes, "You got nothing on me, Tulo. You got nothing on me." And he got so into it. I don't think he came with me. And when I came back 2 hours later, they were still going, I believe. I really believe it was about 2 hours. Yeah, and that's what it is.
But think about that. I mean, that's the only way
that little kid will never
do it. But
forget
that kid struck out Tulowitzki
on the show.
That's not how the story goes.
Yeah.
I struck out Tulowitzki.
Yeah.
That's where it stops.
Each year it gets a little bit better. Yeah. Gets a little bit better. Yeah. I heard
Right.
a funny the other day. Actually, Bob Walk told me the story. This guy was like, "Hey, remember me? Played against you in high school." On and on. Couldn't have known it was Bob Walk. He goes, "You remember blah, blah, blah." Elaborate story, 10 minutes in. And Walkie goes, "Oh, where'd you go to high school?" He goes, "Oh, somewhere out in Mars, PA." He goes, "Okay, I grew up in California." And the guy was like, so funny.
That's hilarious.
I've had that happen too, and I've heard that so many times because it gets exaggerated and you think something and it's not.
Yeah.
It's so funny. It's so funny.
And,
You go
let's
back.
be honest. How many times he's told that story in his life now to how many people?
Yeah. He's looking at him on TV saying that and
Yeah.
has to think he's somebody else or thinks he literally played against Bob Walk. I didn't get that part and Bob didn't ask, he left, but I just think about that. Like, how funny is that? And some of my favorites is I'll be listening to a story and they'll be talking about, let's just say Josh Harrison. "Oh yeah, I know Jay." They have no clue who I am. And they're going on and on. I'm like, "Oh, okay." And I remember one time, I can't remember who it was, but whoever they were talking about, they called me while I was in that conversation. I was like, oh. Dude, here. And
that's crazy.
Yeah. Face got red, everything else. "Oh, I gotta go." It's so I didn't think twice about it. I just thought they were telling me the truth. And then come to find out how often that happens, just the cool points, I guess. Priceless. Or when they're talking bad about somebody, like, "Oh yeah, that's me. By the way, that's me. We're talking about me." Yep. That backup catcher you didn't like, that's me. Yep. Yeah, it's fun.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So, and you brought it up, Family Feud. I want to know what is going on in this picture. I mean, you talked about there's some competitiveness going on right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's who we are. If you ever see us do anything, we're gonna do it with all of our might, and it's gonna be competitive. We've played ping pong for a good, I would venture to say, about 5.5 hours, 6 hours straight.
Really?
Yep. We were at his bachelor party downtown Nashville. Okay. Everybody's so tired. We had such a crazy schedule. Of course, give me an opportunity to have fun. I'm gonna take every bit of it. So I mean, we're doing tactical stuff, all this stuff in the morning, and so we're all exhausted. But all of a sudden, in this bar, a light comes down from above, and there's a ping pong table. Oh yeah, it's 11 o'clock. We shut down that bar that night playing ping pong, and people wrapped around us. No one knows who we are, right? Because we're in Nashville. Kutch has a cowboy hat on. He has his dreads. Everybody thinks he's Fitzgerald and forgets that Fitzgerald's like 6'5", and we're just going for about 3 hours, out at the bar.
Now, Fort, and again, mind you, first time there only, but I've now been to Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen those bars. Mm-hmm. They're not empty.
No, it was not empty.
They're far
we had a
from
group
empty.
of guys. We had a group of guys that kind of made, and then it became kind of a show. I mean, I don't think you understand what I'm talking about. Go back to the picture, look at the face. He's got the smirk,
Yes.
and I've got that like I may eat your hair.
I am going to wreck
Yes.
you.
Yes. And that doesn't change whether it is flip cup or it doesn't matter what it is. That's how we go. Period. And
Love it.
I dove in that bar that night to make a save. That's just what happens. He's so good with defense, and I like to slam power. And for a long
Shocking,
time,
once
yeah,
again.
yeah, go in, go all, or go out, right? So, but over the years, I've started to go a little bit more defense. I got to play him. I think he's scared. He hasn't taken me up on my challenge. We've talked about pickleball, which I think could be pretty interesting.
You know what I bet Kutch can't do?
Fly?
Eat 37 hot dogs.
Oh, no chance. No chance.
You might got him. You might get him there.
I can't eat 37 hot dogs.
Well, I bet you could eat more.
Right now, yes, I probably could. I'm definitely not in the shape he is. So I probably can put down some hot dogs. Not
please,
37 though.
Don't attempt to eat 37 hot dogs right now. Pirates kind of need you this season. I don't. Let's not.
Please, yeah. No.
Yeah. Let's not do that.
Yeah. Not a
But-
good idea.
No.
So
But at
yeah,
any rate,
that was one of those. That was Family Feud, I believe, that we played. But that was fun. And then, I would say hindsight, I wish I could go back, and I've got to do this with some things, is go back and hear what they said. Like what Hurdle said, what Neil Huntington said, and whether it was a fly on the wall or being in a panel, because they let fans ask questions and they were pretty like open about what they could ask. Like, hey, just ask. And I love that. I think during the off season, I would love once a month for one of the color analysts and or broadcast group, and either Joe Block, Greg Brown, or just two players or a front office staff go somewhere. They lock and key the door and they go live. You have to pay to get in, and they can ask anything they want.
didn't they kind of do that last year?
No,
I believe.
Nope. Mm-mm.
No.
I'm saying, like, why do you not do this? Like, let's say that they want to ask the Bob Nutting question, right? And we
Yeah.
give the best answer we possibly give. And I spoke at a country club and I answered that question, and these dudes were loaded, right? So like they had no regard, I thought, to what I would say, but I explained it in a way that they all were like, never thought about it like that. And I'm like, yeah, when you look at it differently and you think about what he's doing, it may be a little bit different, because there's a lot of questions you don't want to ask and you don't know to ask. And there's a lot of questions he doesn't know to ask because nobody's telling him, because he's the boss. And all these dudes are the boss. I'm like, do you think anybody's telling him, like, hey, Bob, listen, like, you got all this money? No one over there that has any influence is telling him to spend money. If he asks me, sure, I'll tell him, go sign Trevor Bauer. Pretty simple. Multi-year deal. He'll be fine. And your whole team will be better, especially pitching wise. And if you want to double down, just hire him as an extra pitching coach too. And then sign Kutch to a lifetime deal. Done. Like, if you ask, I'll say, but there's not many people in this game that want to do that, or in like life, right? Because you don't want to overstep, but I always believe you always can sleep better at night when you just are honest. You don't want to have that regret, and if they're asking, it's not like you forced it. You're not shoving it down their throat. And I think that's the biggest thing, is like, he gets it from one end or the other. And that's why I think it'd be cool to do that. And the people that come, I think, will be silent, fans that are sitting in the back that really want to know. They'll never ask a question. And then the like flamboyance, we got it figured out, and then just ask them, like, okay, what would you do different? That's one of my favorite questions to fans. Like, okay, cool. Like, where would you spend your money?
I like to throw it back at them.
Good exercise, by the
great
way.
for anything in life.
Yeah. My last one was Hoskins. I did that to somebody.
Okay.
I was like, okay, what's he worth? Rough estimate. It was just kind of rough estimate. I was like, okay, so who's the last right-handed bat that had success at PNC? Go. I'll wait. Power bat that got better.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Who's the one that everybody talks about? Jason Bay.
Yeah.
So go sign Jason Bay again.
That was how many years now?
Right? There's a reason. Until they bring that fence in, one, there's no way you couldn't pay him $180 million, over 10 years. He would not come here because, like, you also care about your numbers and all those things. Like, they have to look at it like that. Like, you just have to look at it from so many different aspects. And it's like, is that where the money should be spent? Like, if you knew how much money you had, is that where you'd want to spend it anyways?
Right.
Especially when Carlos Santana's out there. And I mean, we got a great first baseman, I think. So I think you just have to look at it as like, is that where, like, I think I'd rather spend $20 million on a catcher right now. Like, that's a problem,
Yeah. Or a pitcher.
Yeah. Yeah. Or two.
Or yeah, that too. No, for sure. Cool. Well,
you don't
what
know
do
where
you
to
think's
go
happening with the Pirates? Like,
you can,
I don't know how to phrase this.
No, just,
because-
you know me, dude. Like, you can ask what you want to ask. And when I use that pushback with the Hoskins thing, like, we've done that off air. We've done that on air. Jim will do it with me in a heartbeat, and he's never going to leave his stance most of the time. And I love that.
But he's dumb.
Well, we all are. We just established that.
Yeah.
We just talked. See,
We're never
you already
gonna-
forgot.
yeah.
You already forgot.
See? Yeah.
Yeah.
But Jim's special. Like, he's never right. That he's always wrong.
Mm.
That's why he's cursed.
He is cursed. We're looking for someone. If you are out there and you happen to have a spell or a potion or a way to take off whatever Jim has done to the Pirates every time he shows up, please call the number that we will show you at the end of the show. Please. 'Cause we need help.
412-626-7479.
Yeah,
You can
Jim
break
needs
the
help.
spell of Jim. You know what's funny? And like,
It's the hot dogs. He's got to eat 37 hot dogs. That's how it ends. If you believe that out there, you're listening. Does Jim need to eat 37 hot dogs and train to get those hot dogs down and keep them down, Jim? Keep them down to get it to go away. I think if he does that, we have a chance to go to the World Series this year.
We got to try. We have to try.
Yeah, we got to do our part. And Jim,
Right.
you got to do your part,
Unless he hates the Pirates.
which we've kind of established with the curse. It's kind of showing.
Right. You know what's funny though? He said this, and now that we're talking about it again, like, it's absolutely 100% true. And I apologize to a degree.
No,
but he's
you're
like, every time I'm not on a show, you guys end up trashing me, and I don't know why. And I guess it is. Somehow Jim's name gets brought up, and we just trash him.
Yeah, I mean,
But it's kind of warranted, right?
well, somebody's got to do it.
Yeah.
You almost got to think about it this way. It's like, just feel good that we're talking about you. You know,
There it
we
is.
care enough about you to just kind of, take some digs.
Right.
So,
But no, I mean, the Pirates right now, there's a lot of people that are kind of unsure of like what's going on. We had Jason Mackey on I guess we're watching this 2 nights ago. We kind of talked about it, and I don't know, but kind of your take, your input on this, looking at it. I mean, what's going on with this 2024 roster?
loaded question. So, like, what's something specific that you're like?
I guess, okay, my worry, and I think a lot of people's, is the action that's not being taken. And again, so far, I know honestly, it just turned 2024. You can still look and say there's a lot of free agents available and the moves can be made and such, right? But like when you look out there and you see the Reds, who were better last year, doing things. You look and see the St. Louis Cardinals, who weren't better last year, doing things, right? Now, I'll say this: I expected the Cubs to do a lot more than they are. They haven't done anything. So
I'm gonna spoil that
it.
cereal.
Spoil
They are loud in the baseball community right now. Loud.
Okay.
So I don't know who they're gonna. I haven't even cared to ask, but they are going after some of the best minds in baseball. Not on field, off field.
Gotcha. So it's
they are plucking, pulling, and prying some of the best minds, and they're putting them in positions that are right. And when that happens, Lord, you know something cool's happening with that team. LA Dodgers is a great example. Whatever they did on the free agent front, their greatest signing was Nelson Cruz and Chris Archer. You know why? That showed what they're trying to do. That added more guys in their network of community chop it up and argue with the smartest dudes on the planet because they've already poached guys. Because the best teams have a group of men that don't agree.
So I can get on board with that, right? I get on board with that, and I get the
I'm not saying
minds-
those two guys. I'm not saying I'm not saying Chris Archer is a baseball savant. I'm not saying Nelson Cruz is. I'm saying Nelson Cruz is an oddity in what he did. Chris Archer is a different cat. Like they're bringing in different dudes. Chris Archer wasn't a Dodger. P.S. Nelson
Right.
Cruz didn't play long for the Dodgers. And that's what I'm saying. I got called on the Dodgers twice since I've retired. I wasn't a Dodger. You know, it's because they call and they ask. The Braves do the same thing. And they ask a lot of people. It's wild, man. You can see things like that. The Braves have had a tremendous offseason. Like they are
Well,
way better. And they're
as the
going to
standard
be
goes.
Yeah, I mean, just go get Chris Sale. No big deal.
And then extend them.
Mhm,
And have
of
Boston
course.
pay for it.
Yeah. I still think we have that in the piggy bank. And I think they're working hard. I wouldn't even be surprised if his name was around Sherrington's mouth.
Okay.
Because like that, those moves can change. I mean, we know we got Liriano, we got AJ Burnett. Those moves are big for teams like us, and we still need a presence like that. Like Chris Sale is a Pirate. Like he's a Pirate, right? That's why I want Trevor Bauer. I don't care what you think about him personally. I literally could care less. I believe in forgiveness. It's been 2 years. He was exonerated from all charges, and he went and dominated in Japan.
Yeah.
And he got, I remind you, $80 million taken away from him. And he paid lawyer fees. And he didn't complain about it. He went and did his thing, came back, and he's working his tail off. And every single person that's been around that man has gotten better, even if they didn't like him, because they learned from him.
But like, let me ask you this, okay? Because you talk about baseball minds, and granted, like, I mean, that needs. I mean, it's almost like the whole analytics first eye test thing, right? Like, you kind of need both, right? Like, you need the minds around there. You need people to make good decisions, put people in the best situations, like you're talking about. But like, you also need talent, right? And I guess that's where I'm at. So I get what you're saying, but I can definitely argue with you that Shohei Ohtani was probably the best move the Dodgers made. You know, and like I guess where I'm coming from. So, you know, you're talking to minds, and that's great. Now, part of me says, why did it take this long to get there? But if you're getting there, fine. But then the other part of it is this team, to me, I felt is like it's gotten worse than last year. Naturally, because of the loss of the injuries, right? Like you expected N to be here, you expected Johan to be there. They're not now, so that's taken away from you. But I'm just seeing teams like the Reds make moves to improve. The Cardinals make moves to improve. The Brewers, I'm not so sure what they're doing. You know, I think a lot of people felt like there's at least a retool, maybe not a full rebuild, but a retool coming. And so far to date, Corbin Burns is still there. Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of action of them wanting to get rid of him. So maybe they're looking, hang on, see what they can do 1 year. So like you're seeing the NL Central pretty much improving, and the Pirates kind of chilling.
So the Brewers are the highest ranked team when
Right.
it comes to rankings. They're going to be fine. But yeah, I honestly, I wish I could give you a solid answer of like what's happening. And I think they're trying to play chess, and they've been dealt, you know, tinker toys. There's no way they're not trying to trade for a pitcher or a catcher. But the catching, there's a huge epidemic of no catchers of what they're looking for. I don't know if they're trying to get a unicorn, but like they're not there. Like Tucker Barnhart's there, go get him. Like it may be the best you do, but like I wanted Tom Murphy. I thought it was great. He could be a starter. He can hit. He's more of an oppo guy. He's not going to pull all his home runs, and he's really smart, and he receives well, blocks well, throws pretty well, gets hurt. So I thought, man, we could probably get him for a couple $1 million, you know, and he may end up being our starter with Indigon. And I think him and Henry Davis, and I'll tell you right now, it would have been a gift for Henry Davis because same personality. That was the knock.
Gotcha.
It wasn't because he couldn't catch. It's because he didn't deal well with people. And I think that's the Henry problem. We'll get in the weeds because I had a huge argument last night with some Pirates people about, like, everybody says he can't catch. Prove to me how that it makes any sense. Give me 100 games with any human being on the planet in the minor leagues and make it make sense. Where's the proof? I can't find proof even from some of the best baseball minds. They cannot tell me that this guy was a bad catcher. He was bad in minor leagues in 100 games. That's not a whole season, dude.
Okay. So,
right. So, but hold on. I'm going to go
funny.
real quick. I'm going to go back to saying, like, it's a weird market too. Like, it's a real, I mean, JT Martinez is still out there and there's guys asking for the moon. And sometimes until they fall, like, I didn't see Jack Flaherty getting as much money as he did. And I'm glad we didn't sign him for that much. You know, I thought we could grab him for 2 years. And that's what I'd really like to see. I want to see a commitment. And I think the fans do too. You know, I think if we go out and even if, like, I wanted Kiermaier, go out and sign someone that maybe couldn't get a 2 or 3 year deal and give him a 2 or 3 year deal because they're like Ohtani. Ohtani's not just the best player on the planet. The dude is playing on a different level when it comes to, like, what he wants to do. He has his game plan. He's going to do it, period. So he's taking way less money so they can do a lot more. He got his best buddy to come over and sign for way more money, knowing that he probably needed it, but they're playing a whole different world. They give him a signing bonus of $70 million and Ohtani's making $2 million a year. No signing bonus.
Yeah.
Like, we can do weird stuff. We can defer money because you know what they do with that? Did we talk about this before? You can put that in some investment.
Right.
Right. All those dudes are rich. Put it in an investment. And by the time they pay him that $658 million, it's really like $400 million because of inflation. And they've made it all through interest.
Yep.
Off of him. It's brilliant. And he didn't have to pay taxes. I mean, it's just like win, 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 win. But we don't do that. Like, and that's something that I think isn't talked about a lot, is like the Steelers do an incredible job of picking the right guys. They may not pick the best talent, but you see them every year start to win. And I feel like, and I just kept up with it this year, but like you watch them and it's like, dude, those dudes are coming together in a different way this year and they may have a shot, you know, like, and that's really cool. Like, that's what you want to do. That's how you win in today's game.
Right.
In a different mindset. But when the Braves are doing it with the ability to spend $280 million if they wanted to, it's hard to win if you don't do it too. And because they have both.
Yeah, I know. I guess, again, there's some impatience here and it's kind of warranted. It's not as if the Pirates have been on the forefront of.
I hate rebuilding. So I'm with you. I hate that. Like, we have not been rebuilding. They never say it. If they did, they'd say, this is our 5-year plan. Right.
Right. And that's part of it. And you know, I just feel like this year is a huge, huge year for this rebuild. And it's one of those things too. It's like, you know, if you're not really going in this year to try to compete, then you're waiting another year. And like, it's a whole other year of not having Brian Reynolds in his prime. Like, how many years is he going to be a Pirate and never see a winning season?
But I will argue with you about if they're going to be worse or better. Right. Because you'd have to assume that Oviedo gets better. You'd have to assume that Indy Rodriguez gets way better. Right. There's a lot of assumptions. So now take those guys out. Okay. Same numbers behind the plate. Delay's better defender. That other guy's supposed to be a better defender than Indy.
Yeah.
Right. Now Henry Davis hits 280 with 20. Right. I think Piguero is probably the best young player outside of O'Neal Cruz. Right. So he's our second baseman. He takes off. I see Hanley Ramirez when I look at him. That's how talented I think
you did talk about that. Yep. Yeah. I forgot about that.
He's fallen in love with Acuna and he's kind of mimicked some of the game behind that, but he's a dude that could steal 50 bases this year if they give him the freedom and he feels free. If Kutch comes out, plays some right field and is a plus right fielder, we have 3 guys in the outfield to be plus outfielders. And that dude we got from Kansas City, holy steal. I mean, he's an upgrade in every single way in our outfield. So we've done okay. We've done okay. It's going to be interesting to see if they toy around. And I didn't even mention the superhuman. because we didn't have him. So
Right.
he's in the lineup. They get some pitching because you can argue all day long that the two lefties we got are better than Rich Hill, right?
Yeah.
And then we didn't have Velasquez. We didn't have JT Brubaker. We're going to have JT Brubaker at some point. So I do think looking at it, we're better to start the year, but we want more. I think
Right.
that's what I said last night with some colleagues. I said, yeah, we want more is the problem because we saw 11, 12. Everybody's saying 11. I was like, I don't know. It feels like 12. And then Neil said it too. He's like, yeah, it just feels more like 12. Like the depth is already there. They can sign. They're signing really good strategic minor league free agents, which is something that Sherrington's known for when he thinks winning's happening. So I'm interested, but I do have question marks because they still have a lot of money. They have a lot of money to spend. No, they really do. If you look at the numbers and what they've kind of been doing, if they've been saving it, they're brilliant. But even if they didn't, they have money.
And again, I guess that's just where like a lot of this comes from, and we talked and touched a little bit on this before. I talked about being risk adverse, right? Just like there's always question marks. So like fill yourself some insurance. And I feel like that's just like what they haven't touched on. When you have this money, you can kind of pay for that insurance and they're not doing it. So it's like when you're seeing the Reds go out there who have a lot of prospects too, and they all hit basically last year. But you can have your sophomore slump and not hit. Some aren't going to maintain that level. So it's like what the Reds are doing is they're supplementing that with, hey, here's a guy. We're going to give him money, right? To ensure that we have that. Like look at the moves they've made, right? And that's why I feel like
they made one really, really
missing.
bad move though. And it's
What's
going to
that?
come back. The Canadian.
The Canadian?
Yeah.
But not bringing him back?
Don't take the option and bring that man back.
Yeah.
It's going to be a huge mistake because those kids have never had him, not had him. He was dad. He was dad, and he's a real dad. Like he really poured into those guys. So I think that was a mistake because I don't think people realize the value of guys like him. Like he for me is like Michael Kadire. I played with Kadire for 2 years, and he was on the field. Maybe half of it. He had more impact in that clubhouse than anyone else, including our GM. Anybody in the state of Colorado didn't have as much impact as Justin Morneau and Michael Kadire, period. And if we had a better team and we were healthy, we could pitch, we would have won. Because if you look at the infield and you look at the dudes that came out of that team that I was with, Nolan Arenado at third base, Tulo, shortstop, DJ, right? DJ's at second,
Crazy.
Charlie Blackman's in the outfield, Carlos Gonzalez. Like it was a great team. We just had no pitching. They were all hurt. Everybody was hurt. And big part of it is all those dudes, every single one of them, including Tulo, got better. It was mind-boggling. Even me, I had 314 that first year with those guys. It was because of those guys. Like I talked every single day with Morneau in the cold tub, just like I did when he was a Pirate, about the game. We broke it down, what we could have done better. He asked me why I called this pitch, dude. And same thing with Tulo. Tulo would break it down, and that's what it takes. Those guys want to win, and that's the culture we have to build, and that's what Votto has.
I mean, I love Votto, by the way.
Yeah, I wanted to sign him personally.
We kind of debated that behind the scenes a little bit, like a Votto to Pittsburgh, if that would be cool or not. I love the guy.
I would sign Votto and Cueto. I told you that. Votto and Cueto. Just go get him.
Ooh, Cueto. I love me some Cueto, even though I shouldn't, but
yeah. But it's okay. I mean, but he's got what, like a 0 here ERA, except the blackout game. If you just talk about really just regular season games, dude never got hit.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'll say this, like it is kind of cool hearing the, especially guys who went through that time frame to look at this and say it looks more like 2012-ish. And like I'm not poo-pooing the same, like it can't be by any means. I'm just worried because I feel like this is a year to push. Like this is the year to do it. You're looking at NL. The other thing too, the NL Central was tough. It was tough as hell back then. I mean, that was one of the best divisions in baseball. I mean, you had 3 teams in the playoffs. I mean, like it was a tough ass division. And I feel like this is why it's not that tough, but it's about to be. It is about to be. So like push.
And it's not going to change.
You have the funds
for a while.
And
get
there, like capitalize on this. And I just feel like that's what they're missing out on. And that's what's kind of disappointing. But
Yeah.
at any rate.
And I'm not taking any sides, but like these big, like Blake Snell not signing is hurting us. Because if he signs with Seattle, we may have a trade there for pitching. And that's the one thing is like and I think that's where he wants to go. He's wanted to play there his entire life. And I think he's just trying to get to a number that doesn't make the MLBPA cringe, because I think he would take a lot less. And I think he should if he wants to. But I think that's the biggest problem is like they're trying to grab guys. They've grabbed some guys, but it's like, how do we get the dudes we want in a trade when they're not going to trade anybody until they make that one move they need to make? That's kind of how free agency works. So yeah, and I'm really interested to see if like some things happen really fast. But yeah, we have a roster issue. So they're going to have to do something, especially up the middle, man. We have way too many players. And then once again, like I'm interested to see what they do behind the plate.
Yeah, same. I'm interested to see what they do everywhere, because like everywhere, I'm just like they could do like 13 different things in each position, and except for maybe third. And that's the biggest that, in my opinion, that's their biggest problem. Yeah, like if Nick Gonzalez knows, hey, you're not going to make the big leagues, just like they told him last year. We want you to go down, dominate. You're going to be a super utility guy, and you're going to hit homers as a little guy, and you're going to stay healthy. Let him go do it. Let him figure it out. Shoot, make him a catcher. I bet he could figure it out. Like whatever, like, but just fully commit. And I feel like that's, when I hear people talk, not you guys as much, but like, especially baseball minded people, I think they just don't look at it and say, I don't think we have talent problem. I think we have commitment problem. Like last year we went in and Oviedo's not going to make team, but he's not going to go to bullpen. Then he's going to go to the bullpen. Oh, he can't throw his fastball. Now he can't throw his fastball. And it's like, I think they know. They're just not as transparent as they should be. And if they would be, I think it would really help. Like if everybody knew that we were going to do what Kansas City did, we would be on the edge of our seats waiting for big signs, because we have that type of ability. Yep. And Kansas City's going to be a lot better. They got what they needed, but it's because they have a generational player. We do too. But we do too. In the making, Key Brian Hayes, not O'Neal Cruz, because Key Brian Hayes, if he does what he did offensively for 4 months instead of 2 or 3 or whatever it is, he's an all-star. He has a chance. Exactly. And I don't think people see that. And Jack Sawinski is not far behind from being that type of caliber player too. Because if he takes a step forward that I think he could take, we have 2 MVPs in the race, because there's that thing that they love, the analytics, and they're analytic babies. And Jack Sawinski's average could go way up because he did some things at the end of the year. All those singles to right field, that was a commitment. And that was a 7-month commitment. And last guy that had that type of commitment from a team was Mitch Keller. And he was an all-star. Yep. And I think they've made some really good moves there. I'll say this and some foreshadowing. I definitely want to talk to you about those players in upcoming shows. Yeah. We'll definitely want to pick your brain and break them down kind of closer to the season. Yeah. And I'll be doing. I know you like yourself some Jack Sawinski as well. So I was definitely we'll go down that passage soon. Yeah, and I like him as a human, man. Yeah. Like when you go around the city and like common names get brought up, and he's one of them. Obviously, Bednar, Kutch, and him. That was me, right? I was named with a lot of guys that shouldn't have been, because I was nice and I worked my tail off. That's Jack Sawinski for me. Nobody ever asked me about Brian Reynolds, but you need your Brian Reynolds. He's going to be a great player every year. You know what you're going to get, and he's quiet. You don't hear Key Brian Hayes ever. No. Same thing. But Jack Sawinski is the dude that's going to speak at churches. He's at schools in Chicago. That's cool. So's Ohtani. You know what I mean? Like that's guys you say, well, shoot, yeah, here's more money because you do everything else, personally. And like it. One last thing, and then we'll go on, is going back to that Nelson Cruz thing. Okay. Everybody looks at me like I'm crazy. Okay. Now I want you to put this in perspective. Chris Archer's AJ Burnett. Okay. Now, no, whoa. Now, right? That's one.
right? Now, Nelson Cruz is Michael Kadire. How much better we just get?
Listen, I would take those two into this organization all day long. And I think, and you actually kind of touched on this, I think the last show, that's something that the Pirates miss out on doing. And I get it.
I got a homework.
But where I'm saying, but what I also, my counterpoint is we also need AJ Burnett, the player, to be on the field too. And I think we're missing out on that.
Who was the only human being he was tied to?
What do you mean?
Who was the only human being he was tied to on our team?
Mitch?
Enough said. Jeff Locke.
Yeah.
Mitch Keller is Jeff Locke. One kid. He just needs one kid. Michael Kadire needs one kid. That's two kids. Give me one. Give Neil one. You have four. Boom. There's no way that Neil Walker isn't around Henry Davis and I'm not around Henry Davis all the time. Because what did Neil Walker do? First rounder, catcher, move positions.
Yeah. Yeah. You did.
Yeah. I went from being a defensive guru to I'm in the big leagues and I can't throw because I have a torn labrum and I obviously can't catch. And that's all I heard because Rod Barajas couldn't catch. You know, and I could help him with that mentally and get past that because I got to flip the script. And that's the difference, man. It's not so much, and we both do it for free. And that's what I think the Pirates. But no. But that's the difference that I don't think because of COVID, people that like Pirate Fest hasn't happened. It may change some things. I thought the blackout game last year when Kutch came back would blow their minds. And it kind of did, but it kind of didn't. But Pirate Fest may get them because they're going to see an animal they've never seen before. And I hope it does. But if they went on Caravan, I'm telling you right now, it would change because they're going to see that there's something different here. And they should by our numbers every year on TV.
Well, let's hope they do.
I hope so, man. I can't knock them either way. I mean, I really can't. Like, I can't say they're doing it right. I can't say they're doing it wrong, but I can say I don't think they know some of the things because it's hard to know. But they'll show up. You win, they'll show up, and they'll fall in love with guys. Don't miss that part.
They've certainly showed it. And again, like we talked about, I mean, it sounds as if this is a huge turnout for Pirates Fest. And this is after how many years of, let's be honest, piss poor baseball. It's not as if like this is a team coming off the World Championship. And it's like, hey, let's go Pirates. Right? Like it's a team that finally got to 5th place last year in the division. So, with this type of a turnout where they're at right now, I mean, like they're talking about, like it speaks. So, and you saw when they were good, what happened. I mean, everyone talks about the game. So, maybe this new regime can start seeing that.
Yeah, be interested.
Yeah,
be interested.
Cool. Well, let's do this. We'll wrap the show up. As always, we talk about, we have the voicemail. Call it. Give us your question, comment, whatever you want to do. 412-626-7479. We got something from Kyle once again. This is kind of interesting. So we'll play a little game here for it, but I'll play the question. Well,
Kyle, I'm buying your jersey.
Going on, Fort and DiNardo. It's Kyle again, and I have a pretty fun question for you guys today. Now, DiNardo is already privy to this, so he should have a tier list ready. But my question is, or I guess it's more of a request. I want to see the Fort rank all of the bobbleheads of his former teammates that were given out at Pirates games. Now, this consists of a long list of players. We've got Paul Maholm, Ryan Domit, Andrew McCutchen at 3 different times, Neil Walker, Joel Hanrahan, AJ Burnett, Starling Marte, Pedro Alvarez, and Josh Harrison. Now, I provided all the pictures to Nardo, so I'm excited to see you guys haggle this out and see what your S tier bobbleheads are and which ones are more so at the bottom of the barrel. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to seeing this new episode.
So let's do it. So I have everything ready. So I have I shouldn't say he sent me all the pictures. I have everything here ready to display and such. So we'll go down through all the bobbleheads. We'll rank them. But here's what we're going to do for it. We kind of talked about this. We're going to open up for everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll share this, make this public. Everyone go ahead and give us what your rankings are on these bobbleheads, right? But we're gonna do it here as well. We're gonna have you go ahead and rank them. And I think I have some opinions on these as well too.
Yeah, I want to hear it. And is this teammate bobblehead, coolness of bobblehead? Like he didn't specify here. There's some things here because like if he didn't pick Bob Walk, like I consider him a teammate. I mean that chair is maybe besides the Renegade one of the best bobbleheads ever made.
That might, like I'm not ever made of bobbleheads of bobbleheads. If you go to Marlins Park, right, and you see the bobblehead thing there, that should just be on the top of its own case.
Yeah, it should be enshrined in maybe even the Hall of Fame. Honestly.
The Baseball Hall of Fame, absolutely.
Yeah. With
That's
Kyle
like
and
the
a hot
most
dog.
iconic moment of Pirates baseball.
Yeah.
Forget the Cueto game. It's Bob Walk falling out of his chair.
And then the thumb coming up like this.
Right.
Yeah, so good. So good.
But you make a good point. I don't know. How do you want to rank it?
I want to go just on the bobblehead itself.
Okay.
You know,
that's kind of where I was going.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to go. You know, if you want to do teammates, Kyle, just let us know. You know, I'll tell you, you know, I'll put it all together. We'll go full package.
Cool. Sounds like a plan. So here's what we'll do. We'll bring this up here. So of course we have our tier ranking over here. Here is all the bobbleheads over here. So we'll go just down the list right here. So first one is AJ Burnett. So like when you look at this bobblehead,
looks rushed. Looks rushed. I'm sorry, whoever did this. If there's an elf out there somewhere that you know worked on this in the toy shop, I'm sorry, but I will say the stance is good. You know, he turned his glove in because he didn't want the second base to see, and they should have put him in the black jersey, not the camo. You put Batman in the black, man. I think the black jersey would have maybe moved him up the list, but right now he's at the bottom. Not as AJ Burnett, but as his bobblehead, and I think he would say so.
So you're going to give him D level then, D tier, the very bottom.
Yeah, as of right now, he's at the bottom, and you have to agree with me. You know you do. Go ahead and say.
So I'll say this, right. So like looking at I'm also looking at how they look, and that looks like AJ. So I'll give him that. Like this looks like AJ.
He's way better looking than that, man.
Granted, yes, but
and it's an older bobblehead, but come on,
terrible. Like these are free bobbleheads, right? They're usually pretty bad. So of bobblehead standards on Friday night when you're going to the baseball game, getting for free, right? For the first 10,000 or 20,000, not too bad. But I'm with you. The black, that would have made it. Like you have to go black.
You got to go black.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. So you're giving D tier for AJ Burnett.
As of right now, I mean, that could change. If something gets worse,
yeah.
Honestly, I'd be surprised.
Well then.
Because that's my guy. It should be better.
Right. Let's move on. Your boy Kutch. So there's 3 Kutches in here.
You picked okay. Please.
We'll start with the first one, right? We'll start with this first one.
It's like Little Penny. Remember that commercial?
Yeah, that's a good call. This is very Little Penny-ish.
Yeah. It looks like he may talk, but like it looks like they molded him together. It doesn't even look like him. It's like I would say it's Lutch. You know, his little brother, Lutch, little bobblehead brother. And 2, by the way, do you see his shoes?
So thank you. Okay, thank you. Like this.
How do you miss that? Yeah, I mean, he could get in trouble for that.
Now I'll say the Kutch.
You put him in Mizuno's. That's so
batting gloves. I like, but yeah, this is like even the jersey's kind of it's okay.
And what year is that?
See, I don't know.
Okay.
But I'm with you. Like when I said AJ, this doesn't really look like Kutch.
That may be like 11 Kutch, you know, because the dreads aren't very long. He doesn't have swag on. And like they don't even have him in action shot. It's like, I'm here, man. Whatever.
Just chilling.
Yeah, like he wasn't the MVP and whatnot. It's crazy. So it has to be like 11 early on. That's my guess. And he's got Mizuno's on. Unbelievable.
So what's your ranking here?
For my man, he's got more. He's below AJ.
Ooh, so are you moving AJ up then?
I would want him. I would want him, and I'm gonna try to find him. And he's gonna be my little sidekick, like Little Penny this year. I'm gonna ask him questions. Yeah, I'm gonna. Hey, Lutch, what you got, Lutch?
So where you put him? You put him You're gonna move AJ up then because of this one?
No, just keep them right there. They're
Keep
at
him
the
at D.
Yeah, we can do better.
All right. So we'll do second touch. Now this one looked a little better. Now what I'll say here is, so you got the little goatee going on. It looks, I think we're getting closer to Kutch. Now, like the detail, look at the veins, right?
He does have the veins. Yeah.
You go down, the uniform's still kind of, it's okay. But hey, we got the gold glove here. So I don't know what's your take on this one.
Well, one, you don't hit with your glove in the box. Two, look at his back foot. Right? It's pointed the wrong way. And is he, I don't know, maybe he's on deck. Maybe it's a pickup game.
Maybe.
I don't know. Does he have it looks like he has Fikes on now, not Mizuno's. But yeah, and like he works so hard on his posture and you got his head tilted the wrong way. The one thing he never wants to do, you made sure to do it. So yep, that's still way down. I'm gonna say that I like that one even less than the other one. Like Lutch moves up.
So okay, so D, and you're gonna put Lutch up to C?
Yeah, Lutch, and the other one's Dutch.
Lutch and Dutch.
Yeah, Lutch and Dutch.
All
Now,
right.
now let's go to Kutch.
Let's do it. So here is the third and final Kutch of the series. We got MVP Kutch. Now, we can still kind of discuss this, right? The face. But
He's in a suit and tie. Give my man a new bobblehead this year.
So you hate all the Kutches.
I like that. I mean, he's a good friend of mine, man. I'm going to be, hard on things that I, care about, and I care about him, and that's terrible. I mean, he's not even that swaggy. Like, at least put him in some nice J's. He wouldn't be wearing a tie. Like, he probably had to wear a tie. It's tie event. He's got it untucked, but come on. If you're going to do that, put him next to his wife. Because that's how that picture was probably taken.
Okay.
We have
a couple. We can have a couple's bobblehead.
Yeah, and we would both say our wives are the MVP. So, boom.
There it is. All right.
Yeah, it's
so
not
where's this one?
it's not bad, but yeah, I still like Lutch is my favorite now.
Okay. So
even though he's wearing Mizuno's, I like Lutch. It's my favorite.
Mizuno's. So we putting him on D ranking also?
No, you can go ahead and put him up and move Lutch up a little bit higher. I like Lutch. I don't know why. I'm gonna
give him some love. He's
go
gone
move
all
him
to
up
D.
one more.
Hey.
Yeah, right there.
All right.
I like Lutch.
Okay, so let's
are you with me so far?
I'll stay quiet. For
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Okay, I'll say it. Yeah, I am. I am, but I think I'll explain later.
Yeah, and those are two of your favorite players too, right?
Yeah.
Besides me, of course.
Michael McHenry.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. I know you sleep with my jersey on your ceiling. I get it.
Yeah. Okay. But no, so here is Joel Hanrahan coming to you at Pirates Fest. All right. So what do you think about Joel? I think the face is.
So pull it back out and tell me you knew that was Joel without looking.
No.
I thought maybe Brian Morris, Brad Lincoln.
Okay.
And you dropped to Joel Hanrahan. That's below AJ. But hey, he's in good shape right there.
He is in pretty good shape.
I mean, no, that's didn't even get the body type right. He should have been a large human, like a bigger bobblehead.
He just looked like I'm with you.
Like I
feel on the body. He first off, this looks like the most unathletic human I've seen.
You know who that is?
One of them more. Who?
It's Kyle Hendricks.
Speaking of unathletic, this is Kyle Hendricks.
Right. That's Kyle Hendricks with a little bit of Joel Hanrahan face.
Okay.
It's their love child, and he got all of Hendricks's genetics.
There it is. So definitely not a flamethrower either. Sorry, Joel.
Yeah. Yep.
So Joel at D as well?
Yeah. We'll say Joel Kendricks.
Joel Kendricks.
Yeah, we got to name him.
Kendricks hand. All right. Well, then your boy, Jay Hay.
What?
So again, we'll start with the face here.
Swaggy.
Here's Jay Hay's face.
The face isn't even close, but I will give him some props. They got the necklace on and they got
Yeah.
him tapping his cleats.
Oh, okay.
Every
Okay.
time he comes out of the box,
Yeah.
tap, 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 tap. They got the swag on. What shoes are those?
That's a good question. I don't know. They look very like custom-ish.
So I
I
like
don't know
that
if it's just
too.
bad paint job or like it's
I like that too. I think the J Hay name could have had a brand. They should have ran with it. So I like that too. He's moving up. Put him next to Lutch. Actually,
the baggy
put him
pants,
below.
the socks.
Yep. Put him
I
below.
do like this one. And also it's kind of low. I like the detail on the helmet on this also, if that makes any.
Yeah, it looks like that old MTV cartoon when they were like clay. Remember back in the day? You had to
Celebrity Deathmatch.
Yeah, Celebrity Death. That's what it looks like. But I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know who that man is in the face.
No.
He got reconstructive
I'm with you.
surgery. Yeah.
So the face, no, but I do like this one. Just like how you said before, just seeing this is J.A.
Yeah. Whoever that is, that actually is, that's a great J Hay costume.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Great. So we'll keep him right in the middle because it's not
So-
really J Hay, but man, they nailed the costume.
So B tier for J.A.
Okay. B. I like B.
Okay. Cool. Next up, our boy Neil Walker. Fort. So remember I said I'll hold it a little bit?
That's Sean Casey.
Do you know where I went with this?
Where'd you go?
Does that not look John Travolta?
Yes, it does. It does. The
Like
chin
as
does
soon as
it.
I opened
The
this
chin
up,
does
I
it.
was like,
Yeah.
why is John Travolta wearing a Pirates helmet? That is
So-
not Neil Walker. That might be the worst face I've seen.
I mean, the one guy that's from Pittsburgh and it's that bad. They couldn't get him the grand slam or the walk-off homer where he's like this.
He doesn't even
Something
seem
just
renegade.
cool. Man, that's so bad. At least I got the two-tone bat. I don't know what cleats he's wearing, but they don't look like Under Armour.
No.
Yep. So I'm that's a low grade. He did do the white batting gloves often, and I do see him in the Pittsburgh white. You could have thrown him in the old school Grays uniform though, and a bit sick.
Ooh.
Or the old black and yellow pinstripe just for fun. But no, they just. I feel like that's a little racist. We need to move on. I'm getting frustrated.
All right. So
They
what?
they made him like the typical, suburban white kid. It's so
So we
bad.
giving Neil Walker a D?
He's an F. Neil, you deserve better.
We don't even have an F, but we might need to make one just for Neil.
Mm-hmm. Poor Neil.
Okay. Paul Maholm.
You can't mess this one up.
So what do you think about Paul?
Let's go in on the face some.
All right.
The stance isn't terrible. Face isn't too bad. But it doesn't look like Paul. It still doesn't look like Paul.
Now I'll say something too, because again, I was a big
He
shooter.
was an Adidas guy.
I wondered he was an Adidas guy.
He was, wasn't he?
He went to Mizuno, I think, most of his career, but I think early on it was Adidas. Because I saw others and it was Mizuno. I went to Pirates. I'm looking, and I saw Adidas. I was like, all right, you nailed it.
And I'm pretty sure it's because Mississippi State was Adidas, and he just carried it
okay.
over. And
That
they made
makes sense.
really good cleats back in the day, and then they kind of fell off, came back. It's hard to mess him up. So we'll give him a C. He looks more like our lefty that comes out of the bullpen now. Baraki looks way more like Baraki, who needs to be.
I see it.
Don't you? It looks just like.
Oh
Baraki.
my God, that is Ryan Barucki. They're going to repurpose this.
They should.
I
It should be
guarantee
Paul
you they
Baraki.
have some left over. It's
Yep.
going to be Ryan Barucki this year.
Yep, I need to get one of those and give it to Kutch so he can change the name and put it up.
Nice.
There. It looks just like Baraki.
It looks more like Barucki. Yeah, it
Even
does.
the motion.
Wow.
Right? Yeah. This is fun. Thanks. I like this.
This is crazy, actually.
Yeah, it's wild. I'll be
All right.
interested to see what the guys say about that one.
So where's Paul going?
Just because he looks like Baraki, we gotta put him in the C category.
Okay.
And like I said, how do you mess up Paul Maholm? Like he probably had 4 things in his locker. You know, he was like Greg Maddux, 1 pair of cleats, glove, scout report, and go. Like,
nice.
Yeah. Like, did you see how generic everything was?
Oh yeah,
That's him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
And that's Barucki now.
Oh my God. All right. So next one up, 3 more. Pedro Alvarez.
Ooh, that one's
now
good.
Again, little kudos to
good.
Silver Bat, Silver Slugger here.
Yeah, that's like a little drop in too. That's good.
Yeah.
And the bat looks really small.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that one. That's my favorite
Nike
so
cleats.
far. Yeah, Nike cleats, pants down. He's got it over. A little bit of the black showing. Yep, that's my favorite so far. By far.
When I look at that, that's Pedro. Like it looks like him.
And I'm thinking about the time he hit the ball in the river.
Yeah.
And he's got
this is Pedro.
Yeah, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
So where are you ranking him?
He's top. Number 1. Right,
So we
right.
It's
Lutch.
hit S tier.
Yep. Lutch, and that is actually the bull. That's the bull right
Toro.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. Okay. Second to last one left. Our boy Ryan Domit.
All right. Sending a text because I'm writing these down. Okay. Ryan Domit.
What do you think?
I don't know who that is.
It's apparently Ryan Domit with a
No,
41 on his hat.
It's not Ryan Domit. Black jerseys, close. Jack forearms. They should have made his eyes super, super black. And whatever catching glove he has on.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what this is. I'm
that's
sorry,
the worst.
but
That's worst one.
yeah.
That may be worse. That's worse than Neil Walker. And 2, make him a hitter.
Yeah. This wasn't what he was known for. Sorry. But I'm with you.
Like he should have been scary looking. Like
this isn't Ryan
if you
Domit.
pull up to Domit in a bar, he's drinking a beer. Like it's a guy you think a couple times before you say anything disrespectful because like he has a little bit of serial killer in him. And they didn't portray that at all. Like that guy looks like he's gonna go, teach math in the off season at a nice prep school. That's just not Domit at all.
Yeah, and my biggest thing here too is just like this mitt, like
that's not a mitt.
I don't know what any of this is.
That's maybe an oven mitt. Maybe
this is just terrible. Is this the oven mitt that Oliver Perez was using to take out the heat?
Yeah, that's it right there. Yep. Yeah, that's bad.
Okay,
That's
so where are we
bad.
ranking this one?
Last.
I'm with you.
I mean, it's a shame what they did to Neil Walker, but like Domit has features you could play with. That's bad. That's bad.
All right, last one up then. Starling Marte. So we'll start with the face here.
Wow, face is pretty good.
I'm with you.
When you get a little close, it's not quite. That's really good, actually. Like celebrity death match, you think he wins. Beautiful beard, semi smile, yellow batting gloves. Got to put him in the black. He should be way more jacked. Way more jacked. Some more veins. Other than that, I'm in. I'm in.
We got the New Balances.
Oh, they even nailed the New Balances?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Obviously, pre-Gold Glove. Batting stance is awful. He would have been, the chain. It would have been he had a really good finish in his swing. Or they could have done the tilt with his barrel. That would have looked cool.
Yeah.
So we'll give him a B.
Okay.
I don't want to
that.
put him above J-Hay though.
So in line with J-Hay?
I want to put him below J-Hay. I do. Even though the helmet's nice. It's matte too. Wow. No, he's below J-Hay. Sorry.
Okay, so putting Marte in the C category.
Yep.
Okay.
No, B.
B.
Sorry, B, yeah. So with J-Hay, I guess.
Okay. So there it is. But I'm with you on, I guess, yeah. I'm with you. Like this, for, again, bobblehead standards, to me, that's not a bad face. Like I look at that and say, okay, that could be Starling Marte. I also do, again, I kind of appreciate like the detail in the jersey on this one too.
True.
This is a really
True.
good jersey.
Looks like it has a little bit of wrinkle. Like,
Yeah.
that's true. That's true. I like the paint look.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really do.
So I like that one.
But now, if you can, pull up either Bednar's or O'Neill Cruz's and look how much better these things have gotten.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I wasn't prepared for this for it.
I know. That's okay. I wasn't prepared to text why I was talking. I hate doing that, but it happens. We just adapt. You know what I mean? That's what we do.
Of course. All right, here we go. So let me try to get back to you now. Yeah, there's.
Now they did miss on the face.
The face is, yeah, it's not.
When you get
it's not the
closer, though, look
best.
at that detail, though.
But right, the detail is like you're talking about the jersey. I mean, the jersey stands out. The glove.
I think it's the dark beard that's getting me. Like he just used just for men.
Yes.
Right? Isn't that weird?
But like even I don't know, just the face. Like he's either smiling or he wants to also murder you.
Right?
This is just kind of very mundane.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a two-seamer. So that was that was a miss.
The detail.
It's a detail. I see a lot of these because they bring them over to the
White
office.
shoes, the white on white, like everything else is pretty legit.
Yep. And they should have put the holes behind the Mrs. T's because that's where the Renegade plays. Which because they did that, you got to go way up on that one. I mean, it would have been in the A category.
Did you know that it plays Renegade?
Yeah, we played it on air. I kept pushing the button. They got mad at me. Yeah, it's outstanding. Yeah. Hat's a little different too. It looks like a woman's leather biking hat. You know, like a motorcycle hat. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, it's exactly what it looks like.
Oh my god, it does. Now you say that.
Yeah, just need to dye that.
If it has like a little
beard.
shorter of a brim almost.
Yeah. The O'Neill Cruz one is probably the best one I've seen in a while, and you could take the bat out of his hand.
Oh.
Which I thought was cool.
Oh, you know what? I have that one actually.
It's good.
It's still at my parents'.
Yeah, it's good. And I don't know how you can miss a superhuman, you know, like it's like making a normal figurine, you know, like it can't be hard to make Otani, you know, it's like making, you know, Captain Japan,
right?
You know, Trout, they're already superhuman.
Well, there it is. So there is the Fort's official rankings. Oh, actually, did you want to change anything now?
The automatic winner is Bob Walk, but
obviously,
no. But if Jim eats 37 hot dogs, there's a promise I will make right now. We will make sure that Jim has those hot dog wrappers on that ground and his own bobblehead, but it's going to be the belly. We got to get the belly bobblehead. No, we'll get the bobblehead of Jim if he can get down those 37 hot dogs and change this curse.
Is this a promise, Fort?
Done.
So
I don't know where you order bobbleheads.
Very hard training for this. We're going to train Jim.
Yep.
To make sure this happens.
Yes.
All right.
We'll go live and do it.
Fair enough. Well, with that said, so again, we'll have this out for everyone. You go ahead and submit your rankings as well. And the next time we're on, we'll talk and discuss, and maybe we'll pick out the best ones. Give us a little feedback. Give us a reason why you said, or of course, even in the comments. If you disagree, like whatever we said, let us know. But Fort, once again, loved having you on, talking some baseball and everything. Anything else you want to discuss?
No, but I am going to get you a special guest for this bobblehead talk. Alex Presley, one of my best friends, collects bobbleheads.
Oh,
So
does he?
I feel like he just needs to. Yeah, I cleaned out the office this year, a whole box full of bobbleheads for him. I didn't know this, and I walked downstairs, and he just has all these bobbleheads. I was like, didn't see this, but cool, you know.
Okay.
So yeah, I think we got to make sure he comes on so you can
I would like
ask
to pick
him
his brain on like
Yeah.
what he thinks a good bobblehead is.
Yeah, because he'll give you some like depth. Like he's a deep thinker. So yeah. And if you want, I'll come on and just listen in. But yeah, I think that'd be good for you. I think
Nice.
it'd be good. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, then, with that said, we'll see you again sometime when we're back. Bye-bye, everyone.
Hey, you all. Thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
A lot of the Orioles minor leaguers.
Don't feel bad.
Yeah, those guys are pitchers, and one of them has been hurt for a little while, so I don't want to ask about his health or his status, but that's where they'll be. They open up tomorrow out there. Where? With Street Home Park? Okay. I ride my bike out there when they're not practicing. Pretty good bike riding when it's not like traffic time. That's a little bit of room. You can make a practice area for yourself. Okay. Who's he play for? Okay. So some of those tournaments that he plays in, they're at Twin Lakes. Good for him.
We've had these 4 seats right here.
Okay. Is that your gentlemanly way of saying I'm in your seat? Okay. But tell them thank you very much. I'm happy to support them. Where's he go to school, the 14-year-old? Oh yeah, I remember him. How does anybody not? I don't want to sound like Seinfeld's mom, but how does anyone not like me? Really? That's the whole sport right there. His swing's unreal. Okay. Pretty good team. Pretty good nucleus. Oh. Jackson Bowmeister, the pitcher.
Oh, yeah, Baumeister.
Yeah. The other guy, what did you say? The other guy?
That's the guy. He was in
Oh. Really? He went with that. Good for him. And not with the Orioles. I guess. I've been supporting them for 45 years. Justin Hill? Doesn't ring a bell. What a beautiful jersey.
And it does have his name.
Who?
Yeah.
They had 30 home runs last year.
Oh, here we go. Finally got the box. All right.
Yeah, who's the shortstop and second baseman when you get a chance? And outfielders. The Orioles.
Oh, for the Orioles. Okay, yeah. I thought you asked. So we,
That would be tough.
Earl Roberts is short.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, those things are late field, so it's late field.
Okay. Second base is like right field.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the North Shore 9 Daily Recap. It is Tuesday, February 27th. I'm Jim. With me is Neil. Neil, the Pirates just won their first spring training game of the season against the Atlanta Braves. Final score
13-4.
13-4.
13-4. Yeah.
Some offense today.
Yeah. It was a complete opposite of the first three games.
Yeah. I mean, four Pirates home runs. The scoring really got going with Ke'Bryan Hayes hitting the grand slam to break things open. Tyler on the pregame show, he calling a Ke'Bryan Hayes homer.
Can I make a prediction?
Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Ke'Bryan Hayes is going deep today. The offense will be back. We watched BP from Ke'Bryan Hayes pulling the baseball, pulling it hard. He was hitting nukes. Off a lefty today, I feel it in my bones. I'm telling you.
The eyes in August, second most among all third basemen in the majors. He lifts this one high in the air to left center field. Just what we're talking about. Grand slam onto the boardwalk for Ke'Bryan Hayes. Granny time. What an at-bat. What an at-bat. It's just spring training, but how good was that?
Yeah, buddy, I tell you what, Cody, that's exactly what you want to see from Ke'Bryan Hayes.
We watched him in batting practice. He looked good.
Yeah.
He hits the homer today. Grand slam. That was the first Pirates home run by an actual starter.
Yeah, Termar Johnson was the only one else who's homered today, so it was good to see not only Hayes but also Reynolds hit a moonshot.
Hayes, Hayes, and then Reynolds also with the home run. He hit it over the batter's eye here in center field. Absolutely crushed it.
It was incredible. Like, it was something like as soon as you heard it off the bat, you knew that was gone. You knew that was no chance whatsoever.
Yeah, that ball.
You can tell with the wind behind us that the Bradenton wind certainly helped it a bit, but I think that would have been gone no matter what the day was.
That's true. Like, the wind is blowing out. The wind has been blowing out all day.
Yeah.
But again, the wind was blowing out for both teams, right?
Was,
I mean, you could say that, and the Pirates took advantage of it. 4 home runs, and really a lot of the Pirates home runs were gone.
They were
regardless.
moonshots. Yeah, one of them, I think, I forget which one it did. Like, he hit the top of this bar here.
Like
the balls are flying.
There were some jacks.
Yeah.
So again, the offense finally getting on track. Their first big game of the spring. But let's talk about the pitching. Marco Gonzalez got his first start of spring training today. He goes 2 innings. He gave up 2 runs. But what did you see from Marco Gonzalez today?
Nothing out of the ordinary. I saw a guy. He's been hurt all of last year. He came off a pretty nasty nerve surgery. So it was clear he was trying to find some control. He had some control issues. Wasn't really hitting the plate all that often, but it was fine. Like he was hitting 89.5 on average, which is high for him.
Yeah, he got to 90, averaging 89.5 today. He actually gives up 3 runs in an inning and 2/3. He fails to even get out of that second inning. He needed some help there. 6 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts from Gonzalez. I kind of agree with you. Like it wasn't a disaster of a start.
Yeah,
the velocity looked good. A lot of the contact was somewhat weaker contact. you would like to see him at least get through those innings.
Yeah, but I liked his changeup today. His changeup was getting some swings and misses. It looked like he was locating that well. It looked like it was like his fastball cutter that was getting hit.
Yeah, the changeup did look good today.
But that's always been his money pitch, so hopefully that continues.
That's true. So Gonzalez, his first outing of the spring, again, not an ideal outing, but he'll get a whole month to kind of get better from there and tune up. On top of that, Luis Ortiz gets his first action of the spring. 2 innings, 1 hit, 1 unearned run. He strikes out 2, walks 1. The velocity, though, was there for Ortiz today.
And I think the big thing, too, was, like, he was the weak contact. So, like, like Contreras last year, Ortiz got hit hard. And I think a lot of the hits that he gave up weren't entirely his fault. Like, he gave, like, a dinky hit that went, like, 8 into center field. I think Cruz botched a throw on an infield grounder. He got some strikeouts. I thought he pitched pretty well today.
No, I actually liked what I saw out of Ortiz. Again, the run was unearned. The stuff looked good. The fastball velocity was exactly where you want to see it. High 98s, touching 99 at times. If you're looking for something to like build off of for this spring, it was a good first outing for Luis Ortiz.
But yeah, it's a big thing too. Where like these are talking about 2 guys who really struggled last year, who came up blazing in the majors when they first got here. A lot of hype around Contreras and Ortiz in 2023. Yeah. So and then they kind of faltered. Like they were really bad last year. So it's something that you can hope to see grow as the spring goes on.
Yeah. On top of that, like I said, Gonzalez and Ortiz, the 2 guys who are gunning for a rotation spot, they pitched today. Jose Hernandez with a scoreless inning, Hunter Stratton with a scoreless inning, Kyle Nicholas rebounding from his outing the other day with a scoreless inning. So good job by the bullpen.
Yeah, very good job. Really clean up the game. Now it was against like the Braves, like not the best Braves lineup you're ever going to see, but it was nice to see them still get those outs.
Yeah, not the toughest Braves lineup today.
Yeah.
But yeah, you saw the bullpen do what you wanted to see them do. And yeah, like I said, Gonzalez, Ortiz, there was nothing there that like overly concerns me.
Yeah, neither of them were getting shelled or like hit around the park. And that's been the nice thing about the pitch. Like you haven't really seen them get destroyed.
Yep.
And even though these games are meaningless, it's something that like even as fans, it's meaningless, but like it's something you can like hang your hat on and have some hope.
Yeah. Outside of the homers on offense, I do want to touch on O'Neal Cruz.
Yeah.
3 plate appearances today. 0 for 1, but with 2 walks.
2 walks.
And he scored twice. So he, like getting on base, good approach. And like I said, being driven in by I believe home runs both times.
Yeah, it was nice to see the walk. He walked off a lefty too, so it wasn't off a righty first. I mean, he struck out against Chris Sale, but Chris Sale was disgusting today.
Chris Sale looked pretty good.
Chris
today
Sale looked like the ace Chris Sale that you want to see.
Yeah.
So no, it was very nice to see Cruz walk twice. Peguero's glove again.
So Peguero started off a little rough, like with that pop up. Right?
You thought you thought he had a knee injury.
Yeah, there was a pop up issue. Let it drop early on in the game, but on the grounders, looked good at second base.
Yeah. Like when he obviously there's no broadcast, but I wonder if it's on Pirates Twitter where he flips the ball. He didn't out of his glove to Cruz for the force out. He almost turns a double play with his glove.
That's true.
That was a very impressive play.
Peguero and Cruz did almost turn an amazing double play today. Cruz almost caught him at first, but it was just a little bit too slow moving. But yeah, Peguero looking comfortable at second. Cruz looking comfortable out in the field as well.
Yeah, he had that one botched throw. But yeah, I mean he does look comfortable. He's moving well.
Yeah,
and we always know the throws are going to be a little errant with Cruz, but the range seems there.
Yep.
Like we haven't seen too much of his speed yet, but
it
looks like the range is back, and that's pretty big.
I agree. Like I said, so the homers by Hayes, homer by Sawinski, homer by Reynolds. Sawinski almost hit a homer.
Oh yeah, Sawinski barreled up. Yeah, he gave one a drive too.
Yeah, Sawinski hits one hard to right center field off the wall. I think he hit it 109 miles per hour. But his first real hard hit of the season. But yeah, you wanted to see the starters perform better offensively, and they did it today.
Yeah, like you got to see. Yesterday was the Termar show. Now it's nice to see the starters do their offensive due, because it was a struggle to get through some of those games before.
Yep. From the sub standpoint, Abraham Gutierrez launched a ball
over the balcony and
deep to left field. Like there's stands here with a canopy over top, and he hit it over that, like crushed the ball.
That was like, I think it was legitimately out of the stadium.
Yeah, he killed it. And then also Jackson Glenn getting in the action opposite field.
Jackson
home
Glenn
run.
hit it off this bar.
Yeah, Jackson, like I said, the hitting it off the bar, probably a little bit more wind aided. But
it would have been
yeah,
gone no matter
he
what.
got a hold
So,
of it.
Yeah,
he got a hold
it was
of it.
awesome to see.
So
fun day to decide. Fun day.
It was a fun day. Good baseball, beautiful weather. This is from an offensive standpoint, you wanted to see them kind of bust out, and they did that today.
Yeah.
Neil, this is your last day here.
It's my last day. It's kind of sad. I felt like we got here yesterday.
Yeah,
it really flew by.
It's flying by. Neil's got to leave us, head back home. But the rest of us, we are here for a few more days. So tomorrow, another pregame show. So be tuned in. 11:30 a.m. We'll have another pregame show for tomorrow's game. It's not being telecast anywhere. So, and you know your on-air Pirates coverage. It's NS9, right? And then Thursday, we got some news today too. Paul Skeens will be making his first start of the spring in Sarasota against the Orioles. We'll be in attendance for that. I'm not sure what we'll have going on there because it's an away game, so it's gonna be a little bit different.
You'll have NS9 live Thursday night.
We'll have NS9 live Thursday night to discuss it as well. But yeah, looking forward to seeing Skeens on Thursday for sure.
Yeah, no, Skeens is gonna be fun. It's been a while since we've seen him. I want to see him throw his 100-mile-an-hour fastballs again.
Absolutely. So, all right. Again, Pirates win their first game of the spring, 13-4 over the Atlanta Braves. I'm Jim. This is Neil. NS9 recap. We're out. We'll see you guys.
Yo. Welcome to WNS9 Plus. I'm your host, Anthony DiNardo. With me, we have, of course, Jim. We have Tyler. We got ourselves a special guest tonight from The Athletic, Stephen J. Nesbitt. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, thanks for coming on. It's been a pretty busy day for you, I suppose.
A little bit busy. Yeah. Jim was in my DMs being like, can you join the show tonight? I was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's stay up late, get the kids at bedtime. So we're here. Let's talk about it.
We appreciate you coming on. Kind of dropped a bombshell on Pirates Twitter today and across the fan base. So yeah, I wanted to have you on. Very timely, good timing. So we can kind of dissect this article that you put out today, along with Ken Rosenthal at The Athletic. Comfortable being mediocre, why the Pirates keep losing. So quite a title there to get people real.
Yeah. I had no say in the title nor the header photo, which used the photo of Nutting. That's pretty much like the meme in Pirates Twitter. Like I didn't have a say in that one. But whatever. So I mean, you use the word bombshell, and to be honest, I didn't know what to expect from this because if you're a Pirates fan who's watched the team over the last decade, I don't think there was a whole lot in this story that you didn't think was the truth. What I felt we were able to do was provide some depth of detail that hadn't previously been reported. So I was covering the team in 2015 when they unveiled the new Performance Center, which is a super impressive big building at Parrot City. I was there when they unveiled the expanded, like doubled in size clubhouse at McKechnie Field at the time. Looked super nice, new offices, new everything, new media room, thankfully. All that was great, and it was like highly touted by the Pirates. They really enjoyed showing it around everybody. At one point, it was in Bob Nutting's official bio that they built those buildings and done all that work. It was an impressive thing. But when we were doing the reporting process in here, and we discovered from three sources that money, well, the story, if you haven't read it, it's the lead. You can get that part for free. It was that Neil Huntington had gotten the plans for this. They had taken this to the Pirates ownership and said, hey, we'd love to get additional funds to cover this. And they were told from Nutting that they had the the money they needed in baseball operations budget. They just needed to decide how to spend it. And so they had opportunities. They could have chosen to not pull it out of payroll, but that would mean it's coming out of scouting or tech or one of these areas that like taking $8 million out of would have absolutely decimated that area. And when you were the Pirates, and at that point in time, you could believe that maybe you could get by with drawing $8 million out of payroll to pay for something else. So, so I think that makes some sense. And but to me, I was like, I know that's new information that hasn't been reported. I didn't have that information back then when I was covering the team. Would have loved to. It would have helped explain some of the things we were seeing moving forward, where the Pirates go down from a record high $99 million payroll starting 2016 to getting rid of Liriano, getting rid of, I guess, prior to that record payroll, they're getting rid of Charlie Morton. They were flipping Neil Walker. Just a bunch of departures that offseason that set them up for 2016 that started the descent in a lot of ways, payroll and production. And so to me, that was an anecdote that said a lot and sort of set the stage for what the story was going to be.
Yeah, and I'll jump in here just because I mean, yeah, that's the lead in of the story, right? And I think there were a lot of people on Pirates Twitter who kind of agreed with you, kind of what you originally said there. The overall premise of this article isn't anything new, right? This is the general idea here are things that Pirates fans have known for a long time. So I guess my question to you is, some of them are like, why even write this article? Why now? Why do this? So I mean, that's my question to you. What's the point? Why write this article right now?
Sure. I've seen a lot of that feedback today. I would say like 95% of people are saying like, thank you for saying this in a national area. And the other 5% are like, I already knew this, which I don't disagree with. I think a lot of this is, again, if you're watching day in and day out, you're following Mackey and Gorman and Stumpf and all these beat writers, like, the ins and outs even better than we laid it out. We did not get into a bunch of player names here. We did not get into a ton of detail. It's more of an overarching view. And the Athletic has done this in the past with other organizations, the Rockies, the Padres, sort of the what's gone wrong here, so that the reader who's flipping through the Athletic will look at having no experience with the Pirates or no background. Maybe they, remember that there were some playoff seasons relatively recently, but haven't really tracked where things have gone since there. And that person can read it and be like, oh, that does seem like a pretty bad spot. And so my aim in that from the start was, so Ken reached out to me a few weeks back and just said, like, I think it might be time to just write something about the Pirates, sort of get a feel for like, what's the state of the franchise in 2024? They are entering year 5 with Cherington. Like, how do we get here? What's going on? And so that's when we started our conversations. And for me, the premise was this quote we used in here that you probably all remember. It was Travis Williams saying they needed to crack the code, which was when they hired Cherington, said we needed someone to crack the code to win in Pittsburgh, paraphrasing, like in this era of baseball. Which, if you're reading between the lines, it's saying we in Pittsburgh, in like this, the way baseball works today, how it's unfair to smaller markets, you need to be smarter if you're going to win, right? And they bring in a guy in Cherington who I think had a ton of ideas about how to do it, how to bring them up to speed in analytics, bring them up to speed in the coaching, and all things we get into. Now we have some critiques about that from people. But if you're trying to crack the code, the basis for that, though, is you need to crack the code because we're not going to spend like upper echelon clubs, right? They've accepted that. However, we do need to address in that same story, if we're going to say that you're working with a bottom 5 budget, that's the backbone of the problems, as most people see it. They don't have margin for error when you operate like that. You still need to address the fact that other organizations have made it work under similar constraints, right? We've seen the Guardians make it work. We've seen Tampa, of course, is like the gold standard. That's probably like ruining baseball for everybody else because everyone wants to do it. We just saw the Twins owners, the new owner, saying that, well, we got to try to be a little bit like the Orioles and the Rays. Like, yeah, everyone wants to do that. You know what the Orioles did? They put their fan base through a horrible stretch, a terrible stretch after some good years. And the Rays have managed to not do that. They've just won since 2009 or whatever it was. And so we wanted to at least investigate, okay, if we've accepted that these are the constraints under which the Pirates choose to operate, let's investigate, like, what are the issues that have prevented that from happening under Huntington first and then Cherington now. So that's sort of what we set out to do.
So I guess my question here would be, I know we talked about the $8 million that had to be spent to build a new facility. Is that at all a common practice? Because I know we like jokingly make fun of the Cubs and their Wrigleyville and how they were broke, just making fun of them. But is that something that happens across baseball a little bit, where things like that come out of baseball operations, or are these owners putting their own money towards things like that?
In checking around, we were given no indication that this is common practice. This is a real estate investment, right? This is something where if they sold it, they could say, we have a fully refurbished, state-of-the-art performance center at Pirate City. Whoever's buying the team, you're going to pay us for that. So in my mind, that's like a capital investment that they're making. And so I don't know why it would come out of baseball operations. People I've talked to, no one has like things that have been flagged in the story that people might disagree with. No one so far has disagreed with us pointing that out as a strange factor. And the sources we talked to said, yeah, it impacted the way that front office had to operate.
Interesting. And I just want to add in something here too, because like going back to Jim's point, what I think a lot of people are missing is, I mean, nationally, people probably don't realize all this stuff, right? Locally, when you're, dealing with the Pirates, a lot of people understand the opportunities that the Pirates present, right? And how they could probably spend more, and you call them whatever you want, right? But what I do want to say is, like, I know you said it was like kind of broad, but you do mention and highlight some very particular things that, again, like this weight room thing we're talking about. Like, yeah, a lot of people can say the Pirates are cheap, right? But like no one knew this. There's a lot of stuff in here that I think, even if you had the idea that the Pirates don't spend money and there's opportunity there, that like there's a lot of things that are pretty eye-opening, and not just that either, but just the way they operate. And again, you're getting like actual former players, current, people of the Pirates or whatnot, like their perspective on this. I think that's pretty eye-opening to get that information here.
Yeah, I mean, we tried to give a little bit of everything. I wanted the Pirates fan who's been following day in, day out to get something out of this.
Right.
A lot of Pirates fans just want to feel heard, to be honest. Like, I know when I was in Pittsburgh, like people didn't take national looks at Pittsburgh, and that was kind of fine because then I don't have to like compete with those perspectives. But because I am in a national role now, and I also have the background of having covered the team on a daily basis for 3 years and been around the team for 3 more, I just think it's easier for me to be able to look back and say, I remember in 2017 when Bob Nutting said that while all these other teams go through cycles, rebuilding cycles of winning and losing, we haven't done that. And so it's important for us to develop because we don't want to do that. And I had pulled this at some point. I'll read it to you. What we need to do is get into the playoffs when everyone hits the reset button and goes forward. That's part of why it's so important that we're able to have sustained success and not embrace the wild rebuilding cycles that some teams have. We may be proven wrong at some point. That was the team's mindset. There was a lot of pride. And this is like something that deserves to be said. And it was in one draft of the story and didn't make it because we had to cut because it was way too long. A Nesbitt special combined with the Rosenthal special there are some executives that we talked to and others we didn't talk to, I've heard this from in the past, that take a lot of pride in trying to win the Pirates way. They like welcome the challenge of doing it this way. The people aren't out here trying to just like take shots left and right at Bob Nutting. We know what we signed up for when we went to Pittsburgh, and it's to try to win with a smaller payroll, all through development, acquiring guys through trades in a smart manner, amateur acquisition, all those things. So it's not like every employee who's with the Pirates is complaining about Bob Nutting spending. So I'm looking at this here in essence and saying it might be up to us or people like us to point out they're choosing to operate this way, and it does handcuff them. They may not be out here complaining, and we have a quote from Charrington saying we have all the resources we need. Well, you also have the second lowest payroll in baseball. And so like, would things be different if it were the 17th or the 20th or the 21st? What would change? So I remember a quote like that, right, from 2017, where he's saying, we don't do the rebuilding thing. And he's proud of it. They've tried to be a playoff team every year, an 84, 85 win team, right on the cusp. You hit the playoffs and it resets. And then in 2019, 2 years later, he fires Huntington, hires Charrington, and he had a quote at the same time saying, we can't shoot to be an 84 win team. And so we don't want to be a 65 or 69. I don't remember exactly what it was. So he's changing course. He's changing his mind at that point. He was proven wrong, as he said in the previous quote. So because I have that background, I remember things like that. So Ken might not remember because it's buried in like 3,000 pages of internet. But it helps to have that background to be able to pull and surface some of the stuff. Even if we didn't use it, it just helps for perspective on where they've come from.
I think an interesting part of the article was like you mentioned, you were wanting to kind of take what happened under the Huntington years, what's now happening under the Charrington years, and almost just compare the two. I think one thing that is a big issue, and you mentioned, would it be different if the payroll was more, right? If it was the 17th highest payroll, would it be more? When you decide to have a payroll like you have of the Pirates, and it's $80 million, it's the 29th largest payroll in the league. You mentioned the margin for error just being a lot smaller, right? And you actually highlighted one of my tweets in here about the international signings. You highlighted the draft, which since 2012, only 4 players the Pirates have drafted in the top 5 rounds. 4 since 2012 have produced at least 1 WAR. And it's just, you look at numbers like that and you almost are like, kind of like, how are we even in a position now this year where there are fans like we're somewhat optimistic about this season. And it's kind of crazy that they've failed so much in a lot of different ways that like they needed to succeed. Yet we're still here, and we're not talking about the Rockies in 2024. We're not talking about the A's in 2024. Like, we're talking about a team that has the potential of competing for a wild card. But I mean,
it could be worse. It could absolutely be worse. It could be worse. I was making a whole list of all the trades that happened before and after, and we didn't end up getting into this a whole lot. Because like what takes all the attention is the trade of Cole leaving and Chris Archer coming. But there are so many other ones, and there's some impact today's team a lot, right? Oh no, I just threw a thumbs up there accidentally. Yeah. Where if you I had this list, maybe I can pull it up here. There are some, like, you could forgive the Pirates if they were too spooked to trade after what happened with Chris Archer. And they weren't. I mean, to be fair, like they decided when they brought Charrington they were going to rebuild even if they didn't tell anybody. And so for all their arguments that I got this quote a lot from Bob and we didn't use it, but they're totally clear and transparent about their process. No, you weren't. You didn't tell fans that you were going to be terrible for 5 years. You didn't tell fans that you were going to trade every player whose jersey your kids had. You didn't say any of that. You just said, like, we're going to find a way to build. We need to get better every day. That's all you said.
Yeah,
that's fine. That's fine. That's like that's messaging, but don't tell me you were transparent. But when you look at that afterward, so they traded everybody of value, right? Marte, Bell, Musgrove, Tyone, Frazier, Holmes, and then Anderson, Rodriguez, Stallings, on and on, whatever. But they end up, getting valuable pieces that you'd like to have some of those guys still, but they'd be gone by now. So if you're going to be bad, you're going to rebuild, and sure, they weren't going to help you in the end. So Peguero, Bednar, Rodriguez, Sawinski, Holderman, Oviedo, like there are some wins there. You'd love to be able to develop those guys internally so you don't have to go get them. But as your tweet mentioned, and I included in the story, like 0 from the international market. The way I think I wrote it in the story was like an impact everyday player. Last one was Starling Marte. I at one point had like a parentheses that said Gregory Polanco was
intermittently
impactful. And then I guess Harold Ramirez has been pretty good for the Rays, but certainly nothing for the Pirates. And then the draft numbers, I have a whole spreadsheet here. So it's crazy how little they've gotten out of the draft. I don't know how you're here today with that little from the draft. It's Kip Ryan, and that's it. I mean, Meadows was a 6 WAR guy, but it was somewhere else, and also his career has gone a different way because of off-field anxiety issues and things he's dealt with. But beyond that, man, it's to tangent real quick. Like, the way they need to win is winning trades, which I'm saying that they've actually done a decent job of it. Not poorly enough to be like criticized, I think. Even if there's some trades that you didn't get enough for. But they need to extend guys. You have to. And so they were able to do that with two guys. And you know, you want to give them credit for a club record, 2 club record extensions, small as they might be compared to the rest of the league. But at the same time, it took one guy demanding a trade and the other guy secretly going behind the back, which we'll get to, of your major league staff to work with a double A coach. Not a great look, you know, like those 2 things. And they need to be able to do with other guys. I don't know that you're going to be able to extend Mitch Keller because he developed too late. He's too close to free agency. Like, you have to have these guys hit soon enough that you can go to them after their first or second year and say, hey, Kutch, hey, you know, young guy, we want to give you a ton of money now, so you'll stay for 8 years. And they just haven't done that. So that when you're failing in free agency, you're failing in drafting, that's what you're hurting yourself with, as you can't find those young guys to extend. And the numbers here are just crazy. When like Kevin Newman is like your 3rd most valuable guy that you've drafted in that time. Like, Kevin Newman he was a 3 WAR over his whole time with the Pirates guy. 1st rounder.
3rd best draft pick in the last 11 years.
And it's tough. And part of what you were saying too is like, I think a fair criticism of the article, if you want to, is that I focus too much on an organizational problem, which I'm considering that's Huntington and Cherington. If people want to read this and say you're blaming Cherington, it's like, okay, there are certain things that we pointed out about things that have gone poorly according to people we talked to in the coaching ranks and development. Drafting stuff, this is a long-term problem. We're talking about cracking the code. Like, they cracked the code in 2011 when they spent $1,005 to get every good player in the draft. That's great. That's cracking the code. You found the rules and you figured out how to get around it. Since 2012, and like that was taken away from them, you've done incredibly poorly. And there's like really nothing more that needs to be said about that. I'm trying to read.
I guess like.
And they just moved the guy who had been drafting for them, Joe Delacari.
Yep. Well, I guess that was going to be my next question. There was, I know you just talked about it being an organizational problem between Huntington and Cherington, and you mentioned in the article about the guy from the Netherlands or wherever he was from that
Bart
stayed on staff with Ben Cherington. Did you get a sense that there might be a problem where the team was continuing to employ guys that, let's be honest, the development failed for a very long period of time, and they stayed on staff under Cherington as well, and nothing really in that department changed?
The sense I got was that Cherington's regime was really interested in promoting newer voices, which is happening across the game. I talked to players in other organizations now. They're like, yeah, it happened here too. And they don't really see a problem with that. So that wasn't really the specific gripe. It was more that experienced people were getting pushed out. And there was a quote I had from a pitcher that we didn't include in here. Is too long, but the gist of it was what's lost when guys like I don't remember who he named. I think Scott Ellerton is still there, but it was another former big leaguer who left. What you lose when guys like that is leave the organization is I don't have that guy who I can go talk to when it's August and I've had my B stuff for 3 straight outings and I need to figure out how to gut through it. And I've lost velocity, I've lost everything. I just need to figure out how to gut through it and get some outs on the major league level, or else I'm gonna get sent down. I need someone to talk to other than a pitching coach who's gonna come over to me and say, listen, we just got to get 2 more inches of run on your slider. That's what we're really shooting for. He's like, that's a conversation I cannot hear at that point in time. I need to hear it from someone, not someone who's done it necessarily, but someone who can coach me through how to actually perform to keep my job in that moment. And so when you are elevating the voices of new people, you're going to have a problem potentially on the players' side where you're not getting enough variety of the voices they're hearing. Or the messaging is poor, right? The message could be good. The messaging could be poor. The messenger could be delivering it incorrectly. And then you also have the complaint from the coaching side of these former big leaguers, these pro guys, is saying like, I'm being now like led by someone who didn't do this, who's never been to a full spring training, and they don't know how to lead almost more than like the complaint was more like the leading more than the instructing at times. It wasn't like they're changing everything, they're thinking analytics or whatever. A lot of times there's like they were put in high profile positions and leading a team or leading a group of coaches, and they just had no experience doing it. And it felt like they didn't have enough support from the organization. Like the organization put them in these higher roles and didn't give them the support they needed to be able to be effective leaders of coaches.
That problem you're pointing out kind of more once the Charrington regime took over.
Yes. And I think in a lot of ways, the Huntington regime was old school, right?
Mhm.
I don't think they wanted to change a whole lot, to their detriment, right? We can all look at the end times there, and it was not pretty, right? I pointed out that, you know, the farm system was not good. They were failing to transition guys to the majors, like easy examples to pick out. And they've done nothing internationally. So like a lot of these problems, again, I'm saying are organizational problems where if you want to, you know, if you want to criticize how I wrote that is probably like that I didn't like pick blame on somebody. I just said, this is an organizational problem. You have not drafted well since 12. You have not signed an international free agent that's been an impact player since 07. So, so that's fair. Charrington, to his, I guess to his credit, like it is still too early to figure some of this stuff out and to assign blame. Their draft picks may work out great. Yes, he has the benefit of drafting high every single year. That's what happens when you rebuild. Maybe Huntington would draft a little bit better if he was drafting 1-1, but Henry Davis could still be a dude, right? He could still, if he can catch every day, I think his bat's going to pick up at least. So if he has to be a right fielder, I'm more concerned. But if he can catch passably, okay, cool. I'm not like throwing that guy out right now. He's not even 25 yet. Paul Skeens could be an absolute stud. So that changes the whole complexion of your rotation if you have that guy, and if you're able to keep Keller or develop one of these other guys. Oviedo comes back healthy next year. So things could work out okay. But there are still like, you know, fissures and cracks in the program. And to win under these financial constraints, everything just needs to go so smoothly and so well. And so there are problems we felt were worth pointing out.
Steven, I'm sorry, but they had like a guy that was just like a yogi teaching them how to hit. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean it was
some hippie telling them how to hit. What are we doing?
It was certainly interesting. I listened to a podcast with Bart Honegraaff, who they're talking about. And I don't know. I felt like the perspective that I got from a lot of people was like, "There's a place for that guy." We had a quote to that effect. Sure. There's a place for that guy. It's just like, should he be like directing the hitting program?
No.
I would argue that the feedback based on the statistics of the organization are that something's wrong, whether that's your major league hitting coach or your director of methodology or whatever. Ideas are great, right? I mean, you send it was Cole Tucker, Kevin Kramer, Jared Oliva. You send them to do some working out, and we didn't write this part, but like there was something they did right during spring training. A guy would go 0 for 3 or something, and they would Tyler, stop interrupting with your head nods. It was something. It was something where they would unplug a guy for a day and send him to hitting school, which I don't think is crazy weird. I think it just needs to be messaged well. Tell the players what you're doing. Tell the media what you're doing. Why should it be weird? I remember covering it that time, and I remember, okay, Cole Tucker's still in Bradenton. Got it. Okay. Okay. And he comes back, and you're like, so what happened? And it's kind of like, oh, just working out, just kind of taking swings. And then you hear about it now, and it's like, okay, it was like twists and turns and aqua bag workouts, and this stuff could work. I think it just needs to be one tool in the toolkit, and it just seems like to this day they're not quite putting it all together in their hitting program.
Well, I do want to bring
Speaking
some sense up.
Go ahead.
But
Yeah, go ahead,
I mean,
Denard.
before I do, I just want to ask something, because I just want to point this out. You did use one tweet and one tweet only in your article, and it had to be Jim. Now, Steven, why? Why? We already have a problem. I don't know if you're aware. We already have a problem. I mean, Jim's already has a big head.
Jim
And
actually
now
knows
you
the
make
answer to this.
him the only person in this article, as far as a tweet, I'm disappointed. But
hey, Ethan. Ethan, I'll read that in a second and answer it. But that's great. So Jim knows the reason. It was that I can't, like, those are no longer available. All the lists of their amateur signings used to be on Pirates Prospects, and it's not up right now. So I wasn't able to go track that down myself. So that was the reason I had to use, because he picked it before. It just
when this article came out, and I saw my tweet in there, I was like, oh, that's why he was asking me about that question.
Okay, Ethan's asking, I have to go, but someone asked why. I think it says, why can no one agree on Nunley Hayes?
This is going to be my next
That's what
question,
I wanted to get
right?
into.
Sure.
So speaking of hitting and hitting coaches, right? The Nunley situation this past season was a topic for, for a solid couple of days. Jason Mackey kind of broke the news that Ke'Bryan Hayes was, going behind the organization's back and hitting with the Altoona hitting coach, John Nunley. So once that happened, reports were like that the Pirates didn't really like that too much. Nunley was let go at the end of the season. We also had some kind of conflicting reports on that too, because we then had Jared Pruger on from the Altoona Mirror, and he basically was like, it really wasn't that big of a deal. They exchanged some texts. They didn't really do a whole lot. So, like, I guess you obviously spoke to Ke'Bryan Hayes, with this article. So I guess, can you elaborate just what happened there?
Yeah, that was Kenny.
Kind of set things straight. Yeah,
that was Kenny who talked to those two guys. But yeah, they were both on the record as saying the same thing. It was so Ke'Bryan, to take it all the way back for those who haven't followed, was that Ke'Bryan had worked with Nunley starting in 2020, alternate site. He came up and tore the cover off the ball, right? Scalded it, 1. OPS, rookie of the month in September. I started tweeting Ke'Bryan Hayes was homered and did it like 10 times that month.
That's
and then
right. I forgot about
things have really slowed down, but it's still going. The bit is still alive. And so he didn't work with him for the next 2 years. And then last spring, he asked that Nunley work with him in spring training. And so the Pirates had him come over from minor league side to the major league side, work with him. And about halfway through camp, it sounds like, from what we gathered, Nunley went back. And Ke'Bryan had a great spring, did really, really well. But then he said toward the end of camp, it just like started to feel like something was off. But by that point, Nunley was back on the minor league side and couldn't really come back and forth the whole time. So Ke'Bryan struggles the first half of the season. I'm seeing Eno Saris talking about, like, he was a little skeptical, I think, of the impact of Nunley because some of like the fly ball rates and things like that were climbing in the first half.
I saw that earlier today too.
Yeah. So I haven't talked to, I'll fight him. No, I think that could be a lot of reasons for that. I mean, all the Pirates coaches could have been saying that. We all also could have told Ke'Bryan to do that. But he did work not only in spring training, if that, if you want to look at that as a potential factor. So he has a bad first half. He gets hurt, his back injury in July. He's sitting out, and he said, as he was sitting out, he just decided, like, I need to do something about not being a good hitter. I'm better than this. This is a guy who, like, would go home, work with his dad in the offseason and take 300 swings every day. And he just puts a ton of work into his hitting and has not shown up in the last couple of years. And so he decides to call John Nunley and see if they could work together. So Nunley has Mondays off in the minors. He's in Altoona. And so every week, according to what both of these guys said, every week that was like possible. I think it was in Pittsburgh, it was in Philly once, may have been one other road city. They got together, and then I guess the season ended in September. So it wasn't like the Monday thing was the problem. But they said they met weekly, and in that time, of course, Ke'Bryan Hayes takes off. He hits like a near MVP, and so. There's actually their first meeting was August 7th. We took this line out, but it is August 7th. And if you go look at the stats, it was an off day. And August 8th, he homered. August 9th, he homered. And then he had I think a 7-hit series against the Braves coming right off of it. So immediately pays dividends. Now, how much one session can actually do, I don't know, but does it work for a narrative? So we, yes. It sure does. So they get to the end of the season. The Pirates decide to let Nunley go. Nunley thinks this because they found out about it. Now, how do they find out about it? My guess is from Jason's story. Jason Mackey's story. He wrote at the end of August that some headline was something like Brian Hayes' breakout coming from with like a surprising help or something like that. You can find it.
Yeah.
And it mentioned we didn't go into all of this in the story, but it mentioned that they were working together, and I don't think it said they met. I think it was more they at least had conversations, and he was advising him. And then it broke into a quote from someone close to Brian saying that they felt Nunnally should be the big league hitting coach, like 100% or something like that. And if I had to personally give opinion on what may have gotten the man fired, it may have been sentiments like that when they decided to retain Andy Haynes as major league hitting coach, and having someone close to your starting fielder say things like that. Probably not something the Pirates are interested in. However, the Pirates
someone close. Wonder who that is.
We're not going to take
anybody.
any guesses
Not like
here.
anybody in the Hayes family.
So anyway, I can imagine that kind of heightening tensions there. But anyway, the Pirates, we asked Sherrington about it, and he declined to comment on any personnel decisions or whatever. Nunnally thinks it is exactly that reason that he gets fired, and so the question is like, why did they need to do that, right? And so we asked both of them, and they just felt like they were going, like no one needed to know. They felt like, and no harm, no foul was one thing that Bryant said, and not only I think probably understood the stakes of it a little bit better. I can talk to him, so I don't have the answer for that one exactly. I think I understood there were probably like some more staff politics going on that you should probably just keep it quiet and help out the player you're being asked to help out. And so you can read this and I think pretty clearly come to the conclusion that like not a surprise that this guy got fired because of like these internal politics. We don't know for sure that's why he got fired. But right. It's not hard to read that and be like, okay, I get why that didn't work out. But the greater question, the reason I kind of urge Ken, like we should like try to make this stress this is like there's something clearly messed up in your organization's process. If your star, potentially all-star, Gold Glove third baseman believes his best path forward is to secretly work out with a AA hitting coach, and they need to not let it get out because bad things can happen and feelings can be hurt, and whatever the route looks like, it doesn't look like a guy who believes that everyone has his best interest at heart and everyone has his development at heart. And so people could disagree with that, but you just look at that story and look at the anecdote, which we have backed up with on the record quotes. And that tells me that there's something happening in your organization that isn't perfectly aligned. Right?
Yeah. And I'm actually surprised that Hayes is on record saying this stuff, to be honest. Like, the Hayes that we've kind of known the last few years, super quiet, kind of just keeps to himself, doesn't say a whole lot. And, he's kind of stepping up here and putting things out there that I don't think any of us would have expected to come out of his mouth.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, first off, if Ken Rosenthal calls you, maybe you answer like the bow tie power.
The bow tie gets it done. Yeah,
but I don't know because the alternative is we ask him to talk and he says no, and so we just have Nunnally, where his side of it's just not involved, and so I think from his explanation, it's not really I think you could like find yourself in a place where you think that's a plausible explanation. Where you're just like, no one needed to know. I felt like I needed to take my career into my hands, and this was a point where I needed to get some help. I needed to go to someone I like knew had helped me in the past. And so the way he explained it was like, I'd worked with him in the past. He was in the organization. I didn't think it should be a problem, and I think that's a pretty actually reasonable way to do it. Now, doing it secretly might not be the way to do it. Maybe you should talk to, I don't know, the coaching staff, talk to the GM and say, hey, I need to find my way out of this. I think Nuns would be my best path. Can I work with them? And you think they could figure something out? So this may just be a communication problem, but clearly like that anecdote, it was kind of old news to people, but I think was a fuller telling of what happened. That to me raised some questions because I don't think it's something you can just sweep under the rug and be like, that was a weird one-off event. It's your best. It's
Yeah.
like your best. It's your best player. It's your most
Yeah,
valuable player.
it's one of your most important players. And the other interesting piece here is like he continued to work with them this offseason, and he plans to continue to work with them going forward.
Yeah, that's what Nunnally
He
told.
says there's multiple players too, right? Is there
Yeah, I
multiple
don't-
he's working with?
I don't know if it's multiple Pirates players.
Oh,
So
okay.
again, that part was Kenny as well, and he had confirmed that Nunnally had gotten an offer from the Nationals, and Nunnally turned that down. And so he's just going to work privately with guys. But yeah, I don't know exactly what his plans are. You'd imagine the Pirates wouldn't stand in the way of it. They have other guys work at drive. Right? Henry Davis is at Driveline this offseason. Palacios was over there too. Like this happens. Mitch Keller's at
And that's
Tread.
what I find interesting in this.
It's just
because,
like it's the internal
it's the Pirates
aspect of it.
MO. Like think about the pitchers, how many that are going to Tread. I mean, we had last time we had you on is about Mitch Keller.
Yeah.
And we talked about the relationship with Tread and how all three parties work together. So yeah, that's why I find this whole thing very, very interesting. Because
let me ask you this.
Kind of their MO.
Yeah, as Gary points out, do you guys think it could be that it has nothing to do with Kip Bryant? Like, could it just be that his AA hitters were not performing? I mean, he didn't have a lot to work with, but
so we did discuss that. I mean, it is kind of when you look at the performances, it's not like he was doing well for his guys in AA. There was a lot of struggles there too. I don't know. I think ultimately, my point of view, it just became a distraction. Like it got to here because of the situation, and like this was the only thing they really could do. Because if you're Andy Haynes at this point, like that's got to be uncomfortable.
Sure.
And like I said, like Gary kind of points out there. Sorry, Tyler.
No, you're fine.
Like people get outside hitting instruction all the time. This isn't anything new. It happens in every organization every year, and it's been happening for a very long time. I think where this one got weird, and yeah, could this have just been a pure lack of performance issue? Absolutely. We've seen a lot of players take that jump from Greensboro to Altoona and just stop hitting. Now, is that because Greensboro is a very high hitting environment and Altoona is not? Maybe, but it could have some sort of disconnect there in the development. That's definitely a plausible thing that happened here. But I think you mentioned earlier, like once you have people basically saying Andy Haynes isn't the right guy, it should be Nunnally. Like at that point, if you're an organization, you got to pick your dude. Like I don't think you can.
Yeah.
I don't think you can just let that simmer, and the organization picked Andy Haynes.
It had also been coming not just from whoever said that close to Brian. Like players that we talked to, we didn't get too much into it because we didn't need to spend like graphs talking about how much players like not only, but the bottom line is they did. We kept a quote or two in there, but there's another quote that like when you're working with him, you feel like you're the best hitter in the world. He just knew how to build your confidence. Everyone was asking to get over into his cage to work with nuns. I don't think that suggests that nobody likes to be in the cage of a guy who's great on analytics. Great. I think talking to guys, they're just like, there are sometimes you just want to be built up, and you go to Nunn's cage, you're going to do that. And he also was better than anybody they knew at working through reading pitchers, getting tips, getting a read on not only pitches and pitch breaks, but also tells. That's valuable stuff to have in an organization, right? And so they had been arguing over the years for him to get promoted is part of this. Players had been arguing for that. They thought he should get more opportunities at higher levels, and that hadn't really happened. He sort of stayed there at AA. And so it may have just been a culmination of this adding up and adding up and adding up. And then you get this anonymous quote that festers, and then you find out that he's sort of been working in secret, and that might be the last straw. Or maybe they just looked at the stats at AA and said, yeah, Jack Sawinski did well and Kip Bryant did well, but we're not seeing enough development. Who knows?
I guess my thing here would be, it seems like it's a complete organizational failure here where you aren't at a point where a guy can go to a guy at a lower level and be able to get whatever they need to get from them. If you're the GM, let's just put Steven here on what's the P word I'm thinking of? We'll just put you up there right now and
pedestal.
Thank you. Big word.
Wow.
God. brain's not working.
P word.
But let's just say you're there and you want to get help from someone else. That's basically like the Athletics saying, no, you can't go get help from him. This entire organization is essentially telling you, you can't go lower than our major league staff. To me, that's an organizational failure.
Yeah. And whether or not that was accurate, whether actually they would have gotten mad at him, the bottom line is they treated it as if the player and the coach treated it as if they needed to go that way. And that's an issue.
Yeah, it's a very bad look at the very least.
Yeah.
Where a guy at the major league level cannot go to a guy at a lower level anymore because there's a fear that they might get fired for it.
Yeah.
I think just the fact that they didn't feel comfortable to be open about it. Like that's an organizational problem. Like and that's just like across business, right? Like if you were in your place of work and it's like, you know what, I'm going to go ask so-and-so for some help just because, you know, he seems to be really good at this one thing. That's not really something you kind of go around people's back on. It's like, hey, you know what? I could really use some help on here. Yeah. He's really good at it. I'm going to go talk to him. That's something that's typically encouraged like in a workplace environment.
The fact that Cabrera Hayes felt like he had to hide it is a problem in itself.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know exactly where they go from here. They're set up in a position where they could have a fine season. And I think if they do, like, we'll get dunked on. It wasn't really like the intent of us to say like they don't have a shot here. I don't believe they don't have a shot. I think this division is eminently winnable. The Cubs could go like add a couple of these free agents and maybe make it a different conversation. But the Pirates are in a position where, like I can talk myself into some of these free agents working out pretty nicely. They have a pretty good bullpen. Now the rotation is a mess, but Marco Gonzalez has had some good years. What if you get 2022 Martin Perez? The first half or whatever. Like that's a guy. So it's interesting because we mentioned all the drafting problems they've had, the development problems they've had. They're still in position to be all right. It's just that I don't foresee a future where ownership says we're going to push the go button now in advance of when we think we're going to be good. We've seen like the Tigers. Maybe they jumped a little too early, but the teams like that, they start spending a year or two. The Cubs started spending on Stroman and these other guys before they're going to win. And guess what that does? That speeds up a rebuild so that it's not 5 years. It's 2 years or like 2.5 years. I don't know. Something short. Yep. Something short and does not make your fan base miserable. They'll still be pissed, but it's not something that puts your it's horrible what the Pirates have put the fan base through. You saw the excitement of 2013, 14, 15. You saw that, you experienced it, you lived through it. You like had a full ballpark every homestand. I was there for that. 98 wins. And then you start dismantling that because you realize you've for whatever reason you've capped off on the payroll. So Neil needs to go, Neil Walker, and then Liriano needs to go. And then Kutch maybe he needs to go. Oh, we'll hold on to him again. Pedro's gone though. We can't afford him at that production. And then Garrett's got to go. I'm not thumbs upping that on purpose, but Garrett's got to go 2 years before free agency, and we're going to sell low on him. And then Kutch is gone, and so many decisions happening after that fact that, like, it cannot be overstated, man. That they went from 99 million in 2016, declined every single year down to 45 million in 2021. Every single year they declined. There was no second wave. There was no extension being handed out in that next core of players, right? Bell, Tyone, Frazier, Williams, Cool. Yeah, Musgrove, Musgrove. Any of those guys that like were theoretically options, they didn't happen. They were like headed in a different direction. And you have this massive gap now of disappointment leading to rebuild. And now what have you done to fans? You haven't won anything since 2015, which makes it 9 years or whatever, 9 seasons. That's brutal. That's brutal what you're doing in a fan base. I'm not a Pirates fan. I'm not emotional about this. I'm a Tigers fan at heart. They've done horrible things to me in my childhood. I wrote about that last year with their 119 loss season. But it's one thing to lose because your team is just horrible. It's another thing to be doing it in a way that your fan base is just pleading you to spend more money. And for the love of God, even if you're not going to spend as much as everybody else, don't give your front office less to pay players with because you need them to pay for 2 buildings.
So I want to bring this up. And again, speaking of Pirate fans, probably know the answer to this, right? But something I kind of forgot about when he brought up that, like the Charrington quotes when he came on, Travis Williams quotes, about like doing things differently. That it kind of resonated and went back in my memory bank here. And like when Neil Huntington was fired, right? It seemed like Bob Nutting was pretty pissed. It almost felt like this was a new Bob Nutting in a sense, right? And obviously, like we've been saying, and I think many people like, show me it. Words don't mean anything. Show me it, right? But it almost felt like maybe something happened up here. And it's like, okay, I gotta do better. And he talked about it. And like this new regime, he's talked about it that, when the time comes, we will spend. When the time comes, we'll do this. We're gonna do things differently. I'm sick of seeing players go. Like, I want them to stay here, that type of stuff. So, in all of this, did you pick up on any of that? Like, has it felt like maybe with this new regime, things are a little bit different than before?
Yeah, I think they're certainly trying different things. If you accept that people are coming to this front office understanding what the job is, what the constraints are, then you can look at what they're doing and look at what Huntington's regime did and say, yeah, they're trying things differently. I mean, something as small as like the culture things, that you could read that as a good move, you could read that as a bad move, up to you. But they are loosening some of these rules: hair, facial hair, jewelry, whatever. We had someone talk about walking out and seeing players do like a guns out BP in the minors, whatever. Like they're just having some more fun. And then you can hear other people say there were issues with the team being upset that low A guys were not working out in the same as rigorously as they wanted. And this person's perspective was, well, you stopped giving them an assigned schedule to follow, and you're expecting these children to be rigorous in their workouts. If you just paid them a lot of money, they're not going to do it. And so one quote they're using there was someone saying like, basically, like, it wasn't very enjoyable to go through the Nutting regime, but it made us pros. And there's an argument there. There's also an argument they went way overboard in like very publicized way, and in ways that just kind of went under the rug. It just didn't. Probably that stuff didn't ultimately impact whether you were a good major leaguer, but at least the Pirates are trying something different. The messaging, one player said, was like, the messaging we got when I would sort of push back, I'm like, is no facial hair in like 2-day scruff really gonna like make me a better baseball player? Was, listen, we've tried a lot of things over the years as a Pirates organization. We need to do things differently, and this is what we're trying to do: is like be strict and like sort of, I hate to use militaristic because of the Hoka stuff, but like sort of militaristic, right? Of like, this is what we're going to try. We're going to have standards. This can be very clear what the expectations are. And they've changed that. And a lot of that is just personality, right? Shelton has a different personality at the major league level. Charrington, I think, has a different personality. It's more laid back. I don't personally think that's like a problem. Is there an issue with how that's being taught to players? Is there an issue with players holding each other accountable? The bigger issue, probably not having veterans in the clubhouse for a handful of years, or maybe having the guy who you just signed for like, $2 million, who you're hoping is going to lead your team. Like, he just got here and you also gave him $2 million for 1 year. He's gone in a couple months if he plays well. So I don't think you can count on that guy to like lead your team. Like, you didn't pay him enough to do that. So you should probably just like have more guys around. So there's that. The actual ways they're going through the development process. They have much better tech today. We saw that almost immediately. I mean, really immediately. Yeah. Starting in 2020, there was tech galore. There were people I'm thinking of Aaron Razum, who was like suddenly really, really visible out there every day working with pitchers. I think that's all good stuff. I didn't have anybody who we talked to who thought that was bad to have those people involved, and that tech, all that's good stuff. It felt like it's more the phrase that Charrington brought up a ton early on, you probably remember it, is like, we're going to have a player-centered culture. And I think they're making attempts to do that. And it's just a matter of like, is that going to work out? Is that going to work out? And then is it truly player-centered to the point where you're telling a guy, just do what you do best? Or are you like tailoring things to make him the best possible player he can be? Are you letting him work out with the guys he needs to work out? Are you giving him all the support that he needs from a coaching and instruction basis, all the tech he needs? So a lot of that we don't see, a lot of that we don't know. And so if you like look at our story, I think you can assign blame however you want, at front office and ownership, whatever. But I think I may have written this to Jim today. We were talking that the ownership stuff is really, it's facts. Like, I don't think anyone we didn't put people in there who just taking pot shots at Bob. Right. It was pretty much facts. Like, here's where they are in free agency. Here's where they are on payroll. And here's an anecdote that has facts in it that Bob did not dispute about the $8 million that went to buildings. And the part about player development is much more just perspectives we gathered. And I think a front office person with the Pirates today could absolutely read that and be like, disagree. We think we're doing great. And you might be. We'll find out in 4 or 5 years and see if you guys are still around. You could be. That's us looking for ways to explain some of why the Pirates have not gotten to the promised land, where like the Rays have and other teams have. But it could happen. It certainly could. It's just that's more the perspectives of people who we think are smart and had a really good view of the organization.
Just over your reporting here, what do you think the main difference is between the Pirates and the Rays? Because I know everybody wants to be the Rays, and truthfully, I would probably lose my mind if I was a Rays fan because I don't like the way they wheel and deal everybody. But culturally, there is a difference there, and coaching wise, there's a difference. Development wise, there's a difference. They have an idea of what they're doing.
There's a lot, man. Part of it is you have the system built out so perfectly now that as long as you have smart people running it, you can keep this perpetual motion going. Where the Pirates, when's the last time it felt like they were in that position, right? Maybe the 2015-ish era. You at least looked at AA, and you're like, these guys all talk about it, right? I remember I've talked over the years to Glass on Williams and Cool and Tyone about they would sit at AA and be like, we're going to do it. We're going to be the next core. We're all going to come up and win a World Series together. Whatever. They all believe that. And they had a great core and they had a good farm system, all that good stuff. And then things fell apart in a very rapid manner. And so the Rays have built this extremely stable situation. They have cutting edge people throughout the organization, as far as instructors and front office executives. But the other part of it is guys will go to Tampa. Free agents will sign there because
Robert Stevenson just got an $11 million a year deal and we traded him for nothing.
Guys will go there because
that's why
the weather's nice, but you go there knowing the Rays will make you better. So Travis Sutter just posted an excerpt from his book that was about Garrett Cole and how he went to Houston, had one conversation that opened his mind and he became Garrett Cole. And people will say it's the sticky stuff, but Garrett, when they had that one conversation, that's what happens with the Rays. Tyler Glasnow goes there and they have a conversation. They say, throw your best pitch right down the middle and we're going to make that work. And guess what? He turns into a pitcher they flip for 2 really good players. That could be great for them for a long time. And so if you're the Pirates, you cannot afford to not do that. You need to be the place that people come, you have a conversation with them about why we've sought you, why we wanted to get you for 2 years. Chris Archer, they wanted him for a long time. Chris Archer, we wanted you for a long time. Come in here. Here's how we turn things around. They didn't turn anything around with Chris Archer. Everything just continued in the trend it already was going. And so that's the biggest difference I see, Tyler, is people go to the Rays because they know they're about to get better. And the Pirates right now do not have that reputation among players or in the across the business. Even if people like Charrington, people like Huntington, people like Bob as a person, it's just not the reputation they have today, where they had a reputation 10 years ago, right? They were the framing, sinker, shifting, and
everything's going right.
and the reclamation place, right? They had that reputation, and then you lose it over 10 years because you sort of whiffed on whatever the next trend was in baseball, and now you need to reclaim it somehow. And I don't think today that they're at the forefront of whatever today's revolution is.
Let's be honest. If Neil Huntington stuck around, the forefront was what Neil Huntington was doing 10 years ago.
Right.
Throw a sinker.
Right.
Sinker, get ground balls and put the ball in play.
while you're thinking of like where to assign blame, like that regime is absolutely not blameless, right? I wrote about this a lot. I went back and reread everything I wrote back then. I was writing 3 weeks before he got fired. Was writing about just the embarrassment of the Garrett Cole versus Tyler Glasnow Game 5 of the DS. Complete embarrassment. They had so many guys in that playoffs that they had just not unlocked anything with these guys, and that regime was to blame. And then you're to blame for the actual product or the actual value you got in return. And so that, like, you can't have this conversation and just blame Charrington. Now, you can say that Charrington has failed to crack the code so far. I think to me, that's fair. We'll see if that works in the next couple of years. But that whatever switches they needed to make to be at the forefront, by the end of Huntington's time, they were not at the forefront. Not close.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair.
Yeah. Well, before we kind of wrap this up, do we want to do our announcement while we have everybody here, Donardo? Yeah. Go ahead and do the announcement.
All right. So we've been kind of hyping this up a little bit, saying we have an announcement, but like nothing is like, all the details weren't confirmed and official yet. So it is official. We'll play the video to make it. So here you go, guys. So there it is. So as you know, next week we'll be in Bradenton, right? We will have official pregame shows inside Lecon Park. That's Sunday, and 28th is Wednesday, right? Yeah, Wednesday. We'll be doing pregame shows in there. So if you're at the games, come see us. Where we'll be at exactly, I'm not sure. We'll have a table. You'll see us though. Just look for the dummies with a microphone,
or the dummy with a beer.
I can't wait to see this $8 million batting cage at Pirate City.
Yeah. So there's that. So yeah, cool stuff. I'm excited about it.
That should be fun.
Yeah, very excited.
I'm trying to keep up with the comments over here.
Oh, yeah.
Bucko Mike's posting in here. That's the one you need to pay attention to.
Yeah, or not. Deductions, Bucko Mike.
No, Bucko Mike's my guy. Yeah,
anyway,
great article.
I love the article, and I think
actually, Steven, I woke up this morning to a group text from my family, just screenshot after screenshot of that article, trashing the Pirates. So great wake up to me.
I'm sorry to have done that to all of you.
I woke up to it. I had a couple group chats too, and they were like, they screenshotted and they were like, Jim, you made an athletic article. I was like, yeah.
You did it. Yeah.
And again,
you've been mentioned before.
I made it.
I swear I've mentioned you before. Neil Lucas was asking about top 5 spending and development. So that's something we asked about. So I asked Nutting about, and he said that they are still like among the top spenders. Something he's claimed. Back in 2019, he was claiming it. There's no way to like prove that. Teams don't publish like what they're spending in development. People said, like we talked to, said that's plausible. That's where the focus is. Like that's where talking about like return for dollar, like that's where you get it. It's in extensions and it's in acquisition at the amateur level. So that's good. You just need to like turn that into like it's extremely cheap to just say like we spend a ton in that area. It's like, well, then you need to do something with it. You need to show results. You can't just be like, we spend a ton internationally and then not have anybody since Marte, right? Like that's your fault too. That's also your fault. And so if it's ownership just being like, ownership just being like, look, we're trying, then it's like, well, then you have the wrong people in place. If that's truly like all the conversation takes, that you're doing everything you have to do, then you need to fix your process. But my offer would be do a little bit of both. Conversation on Twitter today is like, you could prove the Athletic wrong today by going to sign Blake Snell or somebody else.
Said that, yeah.
Yeah, you can do all sorts of things to prove the Athletic wrong that you have not done a multi-year deal since Daniel Hudson and Sean Jasto. You can prove the Athletic wrong by giving out a guarantee larger than 17 million. You can when I ask you if you would authorize Bob Nutting a free agent deal in the range of 15 to 20 million, you could, instead of responding that the Key Brian Hayes and Brian Reynolds extensions, which were not in that range, neither of them, they are examples of you're committed, you're like, you will welcome long-term commitments. That is not, I think, the right answer. The right answer would be, if the right deal comes along, we will sign it. There are ways, I think, to turn this around and say we can spend in development, we can be among the top 5 or whatever, and we can also have a 25th, 23rd ranked payroll, because we can do a little bit of both. And not everybody's going to be signed. Like a third of this roster is 1-year deals right now. That might get him across the line. Who knows this year? But what's going to happen for next year? Like, you're gearing up to give somebody 30 million? No. But that's not even what people are asking. It's like, will you give someone 30 million total? It's not in 1 year. It's just like,
can we just get that 1 year $15 million?
Like, if I were to give you a list on,
Right.
I made this. I'm just going to make you guys run long here. So I made a list yesterday of like every team's record, every team's record high free agent deal, and the Pirates, of course, were the top. Pirates started at the bottom with the Russell Martin. But a lot of these you'd look at and you'd be like, that's a terrible deal. Prince Fielder, Jason Hayward, Johnny Cueto with the Giants, George Springer, like all these, a lot of them don't work out. But it's like, those are all 100 plus. We're not asking the Pirates to do like 100+ million guarantees. It's like the Nick Castellanos 4 for 64. Edwin Encarnacion 3 for 60. That's a record for the Guardians. That's not a lot of money. Zach Eflin 3 for 40. Guess who looked good in a Bucco uniform right now? Zach Eflin, pitching next to Mitch Keller and Edward Cabrera.
Another guy the Rays just taught how to be awesome too, though.
Yeah, true. But the Rays, I don't know what their previous record signing was, but like they had the cojones to say this guy was like pretty good, but like 6th starter in Philly, and we can figure it out to where he's going to be worth a 13.3 AAV to us, which is like the Pirates record. I think that's pretty much
Didn't they sign Charlie Moore to like a 2-year $40 million deal?
May have been a re-signing.
Guys, according to Steven's reporting today, this team waited a day or so to trade someone to save $30,000.
Not a good look.
Yeah, that
we
one was
we just glossed over that whole part, which should have been just the entire premise of this show. They waited to trade someone to save $30,000, which I completely believe, because we've seen them wait and wait and wait and wait to do anything, and it always seemed like it was to save a buck.
There's a completely unconfirmed, so I'm going to leave out the specifics. But I heard a handful of years ago that there was like major bruit, as we say in French, a lot of noise in the front office one day in like the business side, because they had failed to put someone, I think, on the injured list. I think it may have been disabled list at that point in time, on like one day earlier, and they lost a bunch of money because of like insurance, like an insurance thing.
And the thing is, like, I completely,
and it really mattered.
I really do believe that part of the article, because there have been way too many times over the years that we've done the show where we will talk about, why is this guy not on the IL? Why is this guy not DFA'd yet? Why did we not do this? It all adds up.
And you're not talking about like staying under the luxury tax. It's like,
no, we're talking about making a minimum wage salary.
Save a little bit of coin. So anyway, my point was, like, if you look at this list I have here of like, you look at all the like the top signings, like there are so many bad ones. Like you can easily look at that and be like, wow, free agent is like not a good way to spend your money. But you're not asking for that. It's like there are a lot of good signings in like the 50 million and under range. That it would still be record for the Pirates. Go ahead.
I don't know what I was talking about now.
No one before we're gonna keep hitting this.
Noah.
No one wants to. When he wants something, give us an optimistic end to the Pirates. I need to end my day with a positive note.
Cuban buys them.
I mean, there's still plenty to be optimistic about. Like there are all these pitchers. Some of them got to work out right. I mean, some of them will be like Nick Kingham, who we all thought of as like a really good pitcher who had a chance to be in the majors, and then they get there and they just don't have major league stuff. So that might happen to some of them, but I mean, they have, I mean, the upside on Skeens is so high that you could be
They
like,
will ruin.
you could be having a blast watching that guy every fifth day. That's awesome. Now they need to fill out the lineup, and maybe you go find a couple of bats in free agency next year or something. It's like a lot of the question is like, when do you actually plan to start winning? Because I don't think these signings they made this offseason say they're like something has changed this offseason, right? Something has changed where they're like going to get 7 guys instead of going to get 2 guys who they want to flip. And maybe that, honestly, maybe it's that because they just need to flip. They need to fill out the rotation. Like that could be as simple as that.
Yeah.
And they haven't had a first baseman in the past decade except Josh Bell. But it seems like something is changing. Like it feels like there's pressure mounting. There's some level of urgency happening because if Charrington doesn't show a step forward, like that happened, we put in the story, like Huntington almost got fired after collapsing in year 5. Like Bob's not going to have unlimited patience. Even if he like authorized this rebuild teardown. So you think, sorry, this is supposed to be positive. I think they're incentivized. I think it was. I think they're incentivized to start winning soon. I don't know what that's going to look like, but they have minor leaguers in place who I think if they transition to the majors better than Pirates historically have transitioned guys to the majors in recent years, could be exciting. Paul Skeens is awesome. Should be fun. Now, you could
Steven,
argue
you wrote about how many guys lost velocity through this organization. And we're talking about the one guy that maybe had like 8 innings last year. And we're just praying he doesn't stay in that.
For what it's worth, he threw today, and he was at like 100, 101 all day.
Well, then get him the hell out of there.
No, I'm so sorry. I tried Noah, and that's just the vibes are not.
I'll agree with you. I'll agree with
Bad
you.
vibes, Tyler.
There are exciting pitchers in this system between Paul Skeens, Bubba Chandler.
I'm 30 damn years old, and I've seen 4 winning seasons. I'm allowed to have bad vibes about this team.
Oh, absolutely, it's fully warranted.
I'm excited. I'm legit excited to see Henry Davis every day this year. I think we're gonna go. It's like a big step toward figuring out what he is.
I think he's like the main storyline for this team this year. Like if he's good, then I think the team has a potential to be good.
And then also, like, is O'Neal Cruz the guy that we think he is, or is he a guy who's going to have a 30% strikeout rate? Like he and Sawinski are who's going to have like a 4-WAR season. Was that 4-WAR? I think it was
to Jim's credit, he only said 3.
3, okay. No, I mean these guys both could hit 30+ homers, and it's just a question of like how much on base will they get. So if you look at this roster, I'm at roster research right now. It's like the next good Pirates team. Like I could see Cruz, Reynolds, Hayes, Sawinski being part of it. Everyone else kind of like 1-year dealy kind of. Peguero, I'm not sure exactly what they're going to get from him, but there are some pieces. I don't know. I made this comment earlier on a different show. I'm sorry, guys. I went on a different show. Was that like if you want to draw like the inviting parallel between Cole and Skeens when they were coming up, like Cole was coming up to a team that had, I think, a much more established core where you had Kutch, Marte, Walker, Alvarez.
And you even had like Martin on that team.
And then you had free agency free agency brought in, but already like kind of turned around Liriano, Burnett, Martin, and then, the bullpen, Grilly, Watson, whatever.
Jones.
Yeah. So that was, I feel like, a much more established team ready to win. Whereas the team you come up with now, I'm naming 2 regulars I feel good about, Hayes and Reynolds. Cruz as like a total wild card. Sawinski as like a guy I think really could have a significant amount of upside. And then like you have to really squint at that rotation to feel good about any of it, right? But
Perez and
Gonzalez, like Mitch needs to be who he became in the last year and a half, and Perez and Gonzalez need to be like valuable pitchers. And so I don't think I can't look at that team and be like, oh yeah, I could see them. I just can't see this team winning a division, which is what they say they plan to do this year, with the contend for the division. So it's tough. It's tough because they just need so much more depth. They need to fill up the roster with guys better than, who's at the back end of that roster.
I just can't look at that rotation and think this team's going to make a playoff run. I can't. They have one starting pitcher and a bunch of question marks. And I know we talk about 2013 and like there were question marks. If you go back and look into like 2012 to 2013, there were definitely question marks, but you had AJ. Liriano, definitely a question mark. Locke, definitely a question mark. Morton, a question mark. Can't remember who the other guy was, but they all worked out. That doesn't happen.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of like who's the AJ Burnett out there today. Like maybe it's like Michael Waka, and maybe those guys just get paid too much for the Pirates to bring them in, to turn them around. I mean, he's not been bad. But like those reclamation projects don't really happen in the same way anymore. So I don't know. Gonzalez could be. I feel better about Gonzalez than I actually do about Perez, but it's more of an innings question with him because of the injury. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm just gonna keep this rolling. Chapman. Why go get Chapman? Because if this is a flip him move, I mean, beyond the questions about off field stuff and McCutcheon headhunting stuff, if this is a flip him move, that's way too much money to pay him. The Royals just did that at $3 million last year and succeeded and got a really good young pitcher. But I don't think you pay him $10.5 million thinking that you're going to pay 7 of that and then get a decent prospect. That's a lot for the Pirates. Like, to me, that signing said like the Pirates think they're going to start winning. Did you agree, or do you think this is?
I think the Pirates have the full. I think it is their full intention to win this year. I think a lot of things have to go right for it to happen, and I kind of believe Sherrington. His quote on it last week was, they made a play for some starting pitchers. They just didn't land any of them. They decided to go elsewhere, and it wasn't necessarily that the Pirates couldn't offer what the other teams were offering. It's just they decided to go elsewhere. And I think it just had to do with they didn't land any of those starting pitchers that they wanted. And so they were like, okay, let's pivot and let's get like a lockdown bullpen arm to just shorten that game, because the rotation's now going to be an obvious weakness. And I think their plan really is just like, let's get to the 6th. Because if they can get to the 6th, then you're talking about Holderman, Chapman, Bednar, 7, 8, 9. And you've got a pretty good middle relief core too, with like Moretta and Barucki. So I think if this team can get through 5, like I think if they can get through 5. Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
I
did.
Shush.
Say Majinski. Say Majinski.
Majinski, Moretta.
Thank you.
Barucki, whatever you want to say.
No,
they all have.
leave
I think
Barucki
they're
out
all
of it.
pretty good. No, I'm leaving Barucki in. The dude's awesome.
Nope.
But I think if they can
Those
get to
his cat.
5, yeah, Dobby. Yeah, that was a nice little story today. We needed a little pick me up on Pirates Twitter. That was a good one. But
Steven.
If the Pirates can get through 5 innings, they'll have at least a chance to win some games. And I think that's kind of where they pivoted.
Yeah. The comment over here, Charrington signed Chapman because it's on the wrong screen. Because Bob Nutting had told Jason Mackey that he wants the front office to spend money, basically put his GM on the spot and responded. All that's interesting because like we don't have a lot about the sort of interplay between Nutting and Charrington. I don't get the sense that Charrington feels very like there's a sense of urgency, like that he has 1 year to win. But just common sense would tell you that, like, I mean, track record with Huntington in the 5th year, kind of almost getting fired, tells you that like at some point you need to show W's. And so regardless of like how much money you're being given, it's like at some point you need to win. And to me, like these signings do smack of like a guy who knows he needs to start winning. Whether or not these are the guys he'd like to sign, I think there's a reason he's not signing them long term is, well, beyond they haven't signed anybody long term. These are guys who might be able to help you this year and will at least bring up the replacement value of the roster. So they're stronger than they were, but still I think a ton needs to go right for them to be, in the conversation in this division. Because listen, no one's like falling back. Even the Brewers, who have a great farm system, I think they're number 2. Am I wrong there? Keith Law's rankings. Then even they traded off their best player, and they still I think are going to be okay. So I don't know. It'd be easier to look at the Pirates and feel a lot better about them if the division were in a place where the Reds still stunk, or the Cubs were falling back, or the Cardinals were like they were last year. But everybody else is trying. And so you need to like really do something. And that do something for the Pirates does not mean spend money in like a comparative way.
Steve,
Right.
you just want to be a co-host on this show? Like,
No, it's after my bedtime. You guys do too late.
I feel like you're just saying everything.
We have a
we've already
Starbucks.
said.
Do that one.
There we go.
Morning
There
show.
we go.
I don't know. A lot of this, I don't know how much the fan base actually agrees. With like I'm watching from afar now. Like I don't know. I can tell you how good Leo Peguero is.
It's funny.
But
It's not been that long since you've been there. I mean, it's still a civil war.
Yeah.
You have a lot of fan base that like you should be the most optimistic about this team. They shouldn't make signings because you have all these pitchers in the system. And then you have others that just think, like they should do more. Like then that's where we're at. Like everything you talk about with this team, I think is fair. We've said this too. Like there's reason to be excited about individuals. Like I want to see Henry Davis. I think he'll be fine, right? But there's just a lot of what ifs. There's just too many what ifs going into a season that you should be competing. So if you have a lot of what ifs, it sounds like you should probably surround yourself with some talent to, bump up that floor. And it's like what they did is they added a bunch more of what ifs. So it's a whole team of who knows what the hell is going to happen. Let's just find out.
Yeah. But man, you just want to get to a point where you see butts and seats again. Like PNC Park,
which winning will do.
Right. PNC Park is awesome, but PNC Park, like mostly empty, sucks. Like any ballpark does. Also go and have a great time. And take the kids and whatever. But like you just like you want to look at ownership and be like, how can you be doing anything except trying as hard as you can to make that happen again? And I'm not sure what the path forward is, because if everything goes right, yes, you can see this team doing what it did last year, which is like, okay, midsummer, you're like, wait, could they, might they? But the whole time, I mean, we all knew that was like fool's gold, right? Like they went 20-8 in April.
Even Ben Sherrington, when they asked him, he was like, well,
yeah, that doesn't just happen. And so you'd be happy, but like, what if this team falls back and like basically plays like the team this year that it was from May 1st on? You like, sorry, Ryan. And you fall back and you're more of a 70-win team. Does that get Charrington in trouble? Like how much improvement is Bob expecting? Because he said to Mackey and to us, like, I expect another step forward. And what he said, we believe to Mackey, he said we expect to be the minimum expectation is to be in contention throughout the season. And he said to us slightly different, but like we collectively believe we can be in contention throughout the season. But like, listen, what if they aren't? What if this actually goes as it looks like it's going to go, and an injury happens, or Kutch isn't that great? Jack and O'Neill strike out 33% of the time. Rowdy Tellez is just fine. Yasmani Grandal is bad, and the Mitch is the only decent pitcher. Like if that happens, then like, what are you actually going to hold Charrington and his team to that expectation or not? We'll see.
Right. Yes.
And then everyone can dunk on the Athletic when the team wins 90 games and are playing the playoffs, and Mitch is starting game 1 of the wild card.
just remove my tweet from your article if that happens.
I had nothing to do with this.
Just sending a cease and desist.
I'll just delete the tweet. It'll just be an embedded deleted tweet.
Oh, thank God that edit button's only good for 60 minutes. Yeah, but no. I mean, floor is yours still. Anything else you want to add?
No, I like it. Frank says everyone else is trying could have been the alternate title of your piece. Yeah, I think that's like the broader context that people need to consider when you're looking at this. Is you need the division, you need to be better than the rest of your division, and the Reds are extremely exciting, and they're not quite at like as high as they're going to get, but they're really exciting. They're full of young talent and the position player talent, and they play in a ballpark where like guys will hit rockets everywhere. And so it's a matter of putting a rotation together. The Cardinals, I just don't believe in them ever being like rebuild terrible. I think they're going to do enough to stay away from that. The Cubs, dude, they're about to spend a bunch of money, I think. Whether that's Bellinger or whether that's two of these guys. The Cubs are they didn't just pay their managers $10 million to like take the middle road. And the Brewers, I think, they're smart, they're effective, they're ahead of the curve on a lot of things, and they're spending a little bit of money. Whether or not you like think Rhys Hoskins should get $30 million over a couple years, they're doing it. So they have an upgrade at first base. So that's a team that's at least shown that's willing to go out and help here and there. Even if, for years we've said like Brewers go like get a bat. I guess they're trying to do that a little bit. So if you look at that around the division, that I think should make you maybe even more concerned than like the current state of the Pirates roster is everyone's trying. And I don't see the reinforcements coming across the board for the Pirates. They might come in the pitching realm, and that can help so much because that's been their problem for a long time. But like, do they really actually have that next, if O'Neill sticks at short, that's great. But like that next third baseman, first baseman, center fielder, whatever.
Yeah.
Brad asks if we were the Padres and still weren't winning, would we be happy?
No,
I think I'd be.
Nobody's happy.
I think I'd be happier about like the off season, right? Like it would be at least like, you know what, we're doing everything at least from a front office standpoint to win. Now the games would be frustrating as hell. Like when the Padres had like 100 plus 100 run differential last year, and we're below 500. Like it was something stupid. Like,
every single one-run game.
Yeah, it was almost like the weirdest team ever assembled. So yeah, that would be frustrating as hell. But at least at this point of the year, I'd be like, you know what, we're trying. Like we're trying to be good. That's all I can ask.
Yeah.
So it'd be a different kind of frustration with the Padres.
Yeah. Like I want to answer that too. Like you're only happy when you win, right?
Right.
So like I'm not going to be happy, but there's a difference of trying to win and like not trying to win.
Tyler?
I'm only happy when I'm unhappy.
True.
So you
this is
like
the happiest I've seen Tyler.
So
no, I
thrive
on
loving
unhappiness.
his life right now.
No, I thrive on being unhappy. So I'd probably be in a great place as a Padres fan. Because like you're trying, but it's not there yet. In this perspective, I hate it. I hate it all. But I'd be really happy as a Padres fan because I'd be super unhappy.
You on like our post game shows, if we were Padres fans, you would be in your element.
Oh, I'd be living the dream.
Yeah. No, nobody's happy is the bottom line. We
that's the goal.
Every spring I do a hope-o-meter where I just say like, are you optimistic? Are you not about your team? And like the Yankees are consistently in like the 40% optimistic. Just because like, yes, they're usually picked to win their division, and yet nobody's happy because they're not spending enough money compared to what their expectations are. So like no one is actually happy. The team that just won the World Series, they're happy. The Braves fans are happy. The Astros fans are happy.
Dodgers fans are probably pretty happy.
Dodgers fans feeling good right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
but like
no, I need them to be unhappy as well because that makes me happy too.
Listen, they'll be unhappy when they don't win a World Series, right? Anytime they don't now, it's just going to be like
that's what I need. I need everyone unhappy.
So, yeah, it's tough. I mean, again, I lived through a lot of years of Tigers fandom where some ridiculous names were populating that roster, but I loved them anyway, and you're so unhappy until you get to a point that's just like the most magical moment of your life, where the team, Megler Ordonez homers, or they make the World Series, or the Pirates have a wild card game. That's one of like the coolest moments you're ever going to see. And then you're happy and you can live off that for a little while. And then you build a building and it costs you $8 million. And then you're still happy. And then you realize a decade later what it took to pay for that building. And you're extremely upset for a lot of reasons. And Nesbitt and Rosenthal make you mad for a day. So it's just like
jump on a podcast with a bunch of unhappy people.
That's right. So like you're happy in the great moments, and when it's not, like you're just looking for someone to blame, and you're looking for easy answers. And the Pirates, I think Pirates fans rightly, there's a lot to complain about because it's been a long time since you had those magical moments, and you can look back along the way and be like, did it really have to all go wrong? Did it really have to? Was it inevitable? Guys just didn't play well enough, or could there have been some decisions that kept the train on the tracks?
Well, here's to a very optimistic, positive, and fruitful 2024 season for the Pittsburgh Pirates.
That's right, guys. Cheers.
Cheers. Well, awesome stuff. Honestly, I really appreciate you hopping on here, talking this through with us about that article. And obviously, as you saw, like, yeah, it was the talk of the day. You were that person today, so we thank you for that.
I was that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I'll take I'm gonna go back to uniform stuff. So you won't see me for a little while. We'll see how upset people the Pirates get, but so far,
you know what? All I need is next time he writes about Pirates Twitter to maybe not include Donardo and Jim, and maybe include Tyler. That'd be great.
I can give him my word that I won't include Jim. Wow, I just bailed.
Fair enough.
Wait, Jim just left, and it's not as if like you
That's all I
really
needed. That was perfect timing, but that was as great as timing as we could get.
Apparently, Jim wants to go to bed too.
He's old.
Yeah. Well, for real, honestly, again, thanks for coming on. We'll have you back on again, hopefully for better reasons.
That's right. That's right, guys. We'll do it
for sure.
All right,
Everyone
guys.
else
Thanks for having me.
watching, yeah, thanks for joining. We'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Peace out, Scouts.
Hey, you all. Thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to the NS9 Pregame Show. I'm your host, Anthony Donardo. With me, we got Tim, we got Jim, we got Tyler. What's up, everyone?
What's going on? It's noon. We're here at Lecom Park. Another just gorgeous day for baseball. It's our last day here, so I'm just going to try to just soak everything in. This last day here at the ballpark. But so far, it's been a great week. We've got a new pitcher that we get to see on the mound tonight. Yeah, looking forward to some more baseball today.
There are clouds in the sky today, Jim, so you didn't get to say that, but it is just an absolutely gorgeous day. The vacation mode, I think, has gotten to DiNardo because he called you Tim.
I just, why say why say more words when you can say less? Just say Tim, and that combines both of you.
There you go.
But yeah, no, like you said, another great day. Our last day here at Lee Comm. We'll of course be there tomorrow in Sarasota to watch that game, which I think we'll have a little teaser to tell them. Not right now, but we'll tell them a little bit here. But yeah, like a great day today for baseball. We talked about the pitchers. So Quinn Priester is going to make his spring debut. We get to see Quinn Priester today. Also Jared Jones, and hey, happy birthday, Aroldis Chapman, also scheduled to pitch today. So yeah, it's a nice slate of pitching again. But as far as the lineup goes, we saw the starters both 2 days. Today we're going to see some more of the guys that are battling for spots, and some prospects. It's not like they're opening day guys, but some guys we haven't seen yet. So that's kind of interesting.
That's true. So, I mean, Nick Gonzalez getting the start at designated hitter. He's obviously in a battle for that second base spot with Liover Peguero. But Alika Williams also in the lineup. He's in the mix there. Jared Triolo, you got to kind of expect him to make the team, but we get to see him a little bit today. And Ji-Wan Bae also in the lineup. He's in center field today. But all those guys sort of competing for, one or two bench spots on this team.
Yeah. I also think you would think that we're going to see some of those prospects come in after the starters are taken out of the game today. So just the lineup alone, it might not be as enticing as the last few days, but I think we're still going to see some guys that we want to see today.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the lineup and Connor Joe, Jared Triolo, those are probably the only two guys listed here who, are probably going to be on this opening day roster. Everybody else fighting for a spot. We've been seeing a lot of Celestino too in center field. He's looked okay out there. So when it comes to a depth option, you kind of just want to keep seeing good things out of him too.
Right. Yeah, that's a lot of this lineup is, like you talk about. That's a lot of depth. Guys that are battling for the spot. So I mean, these again, like we talk about spring stats don't like truly matter, right? Like that's the buzzword when we talk about spring training. But the thing is, a lot of performances do matter for certain people. So you're talking about the guys that are playing today. Most of them are battling for spots, trying to make the club. So like these are important games. So we talk about like Nick Gonzalez, Jared Triolo, Ji-Wan Bae, Alika Williams, even that's agree, like all fighting for some infield spots for this club this year. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle for some of these guys.
And just for the people that are going to be following along with this game, there might be some wild play in the outfield today. The wind is absolutely swirling. So I do kind of feel bad for you if you have to play the outfield today.
The wind is, it's heavy wind today. Looking at the flag right now, it's blowing straight out towards center field. We were watching batting practice, and balls were flying out of this place all morning long. So, yeah, this could be another high-scoring game. Yesterday, the Pirates scored 13 runs. Maybe we see that again today. But, yeah, wind is definitely blowing. It's strong, and it's blowing out right now.
I know he's not going to be batting in the game today, but you did witness Brian Reynolds take batting practice. How many people did he almost kill?
Well, he almost killed me at least 3 times. He was hitting rockets all over the ballpark. That was not wind aided. That guy just has some grown man power. But man, he was just peppering it all over the place in center field, and it felt like war times for me.
Right. So another thing that we have today, the last two pregame shows that we've had, we've kind of sent Cody around, did some missions on Sunday. He was getting interviews with people. Yesterday, he was just kind of catching vibes, some slinging merchandise. Caught up with Jason Mackey on the boardwalk. But today we've sent him on a mission to find the best food in Lee Comm Park. So Cody, you are, I think, on the boardwalk right now. What's menu item number 1?
So what's up, guys? Yeah, I'm on the boardwalk. I'm right by the bar. I'm trying to stay out of people's way. I know everybody wants to get their beer real quick before the game starts. But we're out here, and we have Steel City tacos. These Steel City tacos, they look phenomenal. They're like putting the tortillas down, frying them up for you. I got chicken and I got beef. So we're going to try the chicken first, see how that tastes.
This is just excellent content. I love this.
I'm starving.
How was it? How was the chicken?
The chicken's great. I think I made a mistake getting jalapenos. I'm not a big jalapeno guy, but the chicken, great. I love the chicken. Chicken's great. Let's go to the beef real quick.
Okay. What about a rating, like 1 through 10 rating, or is that you're gonna do that at the end?
We gotta wait for the rating.
Okay. All right. You got to compare it to the beef.
So yeah, now we got the beef. Same deal, fried up the tortilla. It's great. It's nice and stiff. Let's see, how do I want to do this?
Like, I'm dead serious, guys. I haven't eaten much today, and now I'm starving.
I
I
was
might
gonna
walk
say-
off this.
I was gonna say, I'm like, we need some food when we're done here.
Cody is just a vibe.
Now you guys
That was-
understand why I ask about
the
dinner so
beef-
much.
The beef was so much better than the chicken. I gotta say that.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So beef better than the chicken.
All right.
Let's get a rating here.
So let's start with the chicken. The chicken tacos, they're good. You know, you're watching what you're eating. You need that lean meat of chicken. The chicken tacos are the way to go. A little dry though. A little dry on the chicken tacos. Oh, but then you go to the beef. You're looking for flavor. You're looking for something that's gonna fill you up. Beef taco's the way to go. I give the chicken taco 6.5. 6.5 on the chicken taco. Beef taco, we're going 7.8. 7.8 on the beef taco. I'm going to be going and finding another place with some unique food here at Lakecom. I think you guys told me there's some brats. There's some brats somewhere around here. So I'm going to go get myself some Pittsburgh brats. I think they import them from the south side. So we'll see. Those jalapenos are killing me.
All right. Go have something to drink on your way to get some brats. We'll be right back with you, Cody. Thank you.
Man,
God, that
Cody's just so influential. I mean, it's just a vibe right now. I feel like we got to pep up our little
That was
our pregame show here.
That was great. I will attest. I've had both the chicken tacos and the beef tacos up there, and yeah, the beef I would agree with Cody a little bit better.
Future beef taco enjoyer right here.
Yes. So
All thanks to Cody.
I'm looking forward to that brat though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But let's get back to the game.
Let's get
here,
back to the
because
game,
if we
right.
keep talking about food, I am dropping this mic and I'm taking a beeline right for that stand.
Right.
So back to the game. So let's talk again. Talk about Quinn Priester making his debut in spring today. And I feel like this has been like the trend. Every game we've talked about Rowanzi, we talked about Luis Ortiz, right? Quinn Priester following the same track here. You know, this is a big spring for him, right? And we talk about the rotation. You know how important some of these guys are. Quinn Priester, right? Like he made his debut last year, wasn't the best results, right? But like, could he improve? What are some things you want to see from Quinn Priester today? Pitching, Yenza.
We're sending it to me here. I know it's been a common theme that we want to see more velocity, and I do think that's something we would like to see out of Quinn Priester here. I don't know if he's the type of guy that's going to generate the swings and misses that a Rowanzi Contreras can do or Luis Ortiz can do. For Quinn Priester today, I think I just want to see some weak contact because last year we saw him get squared up way too often. Today, I just want to see some light contact off the bat, some grounders. Let's see him command well. Maybe some swings and misses mixed in, but it's the weak contact for me with him.
No, I think that's a great point there. I was looking on his Baseball Savant page earlier today. The four-seam fastball was pretty much rocked last year, along with the slider and the curveball. His sinker was far and away his best pitch. So I'm looking for, is that sinker on today? Can he kind of continue to progress that pitch? But definitely, his calling card all the way through the minors was that breaking stuff. You kind of need that to perform at the major league level. You can't just count on a sinker to get the job done. So, there's a lot of things to watch for with Quinn Priester. The weak contact for sure, because he was hit pretty hard towards the end of last season, and he's one of those guys in the mix for a rotation spot. And so it's his chance today. This is his first outing of the spring. His chance today to kind of start the spring on a high note.
Right. And we're talking about a guy who's coming off a season where, again, limited innings, but 7.74 ERA, averaged 92.7 on the fastball. Again, like I know you talk about like the weak contact, but obviously like I am kind of interested in the velocity, and that's been the trend. Like it's been the theme, right? We've so far have been somewhat impressed in seeing where the velocity is on these guys. So like, is Quinn Priester going to continue this trend? Are we going to see some improved velocity today to make it a little more hopeful on the outcome? And I think the other thing too is also we talked about, you know, like the amount of times to a lineup. But the first time, second time, third time, he just got rocked last year. So like the unfortunate thing is you're only going to see probably 2 innings out of him this time, right? So you're not going to see how well he does when the guys see him the second or third time through. But right, like to me, I think like 2 innings, make him kind of clean, some weak content, hopefully some swing and miss and set velocity up.
And I'm really interested today. I want to see what Quinn Priester's pitch mix is. I want to see if they go more heavy slider. Is he more of a curveball guy, the sinker 4-seam? What kind of guy is he going to be this year? I know we're not going to get it all from today, but we're going to get some sort of hint at where.
Good point, because last year over half of the pitches he threw were his hard stuff. Over 50% 4-seam fastballs and sinkers. And again, like coming up through the minors, his calling card was that breaking pitch, that curveball in particular, and then he added that slider in later in his career. But yeah, like is he going to kind of rely more on the breaking stuff? Is he going to rely on that sinker? I'm not sure. But yeah, that's definitely something to look for today, along with the velocity.
Right. Cody just threw some tacos at us. Like literally just threw them. I assume we're supposed to eat these right now.
No, we'll wait. We're not gonna. Let's wait.
Okay. Sorry, guys. We're gonna wait. We'll give you our review later.
Yeah.
But hey, thanks, Cody. Appreciate it.
I'm also
buddy.
not sharing tacos with you. Like that's something where
Actually, he only gave us 2, and there is
I'm
3
not-
of us.
I'm not sharing. tacos with you.
So maybe we'll leave it to you guys. Who doesn't get the taco? But I guess we'll pivot. So Jared Jones is also going to schedule the pitch today. I know he pitched 1 inning previously before. So I think we imagine probably going to get like 1 inning today. But, you know, certainly a guy also we talked about like in the mix. He's probably going to start off in AAA, obviously. But, you know, you'd like to see him make the majors this year. What do you want to see out of Jared Jones today?
I think I just want to see nastiness out of him. Honestly, we heard from Alex Stumpf about what Jared Jones has been able to do on the mound, the RPMs, the velocity. From all accounts, it sounds like he looks pretty nasty this spring. I just want to see him command and just keep showing the stuff.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Jared Jones, the stuff is just so enticing. It's exciting. Like you want to see you want to see the radar gun light up today, 98, 99. You want to see the breaking stuff, the nasty stuff. He's on 3 days rest too, which is kind of interesting to me. He pitched 1 inning on Saturday. I would assume just 1 inning today. But yeah, I was kind of surprised to see his name today. Figured they'd give him a little bit more rest. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see Jared Jones. Every time I've watched him pitch, it's been just electric stuff. So yeah, really looking forward to just seeing that radar gun light up.
For sure. It almost seems like, and again, this is a speculation right now, but like last year they kind of had him in this role in spring, like he was in the bullpen, you know, getting these one to 2 outings or innings, and yeah. So I don't know if they're going that way or like going to try to stretch him out eventually. But yeah, the 3 days of rest, pitching again is kind of interesting in this sense. But yeah, like I'm kind of with Tyler. Like this, I want to see electricity. You know, I think his downfall was like how long he lasts in the games. You're not going to see that in spring, right? So like when you're out here for 1 inning, let's just see nastiness. Let's get us excited, Jared. I'm ready.
Yeah, and then I mean, looking at the other pitchers too, you've got Jones, Aroldis Chapman also supposed to make an appearance today.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday to him! I believe this is this Chapman's first appearance as well of the spring.
Yeah.
So you know you get to see Chapman for the first time today. Again, electric stuff, obviously with him. So like between Jones, Chapman, and then Colin Holderman, also expected to pitch today. You're going to see some velocity.
Yeah, Tyler, we talk about Quinn Priester, Rowan Z, Luis Ortiz. I don't think these 3 guys talk about right now. You need to worry about velocity.
Right. Yeah, just pay attention to the radar gun. Pay attention to Baseball Savant today because there's a good chance that it's going to get lit up today.
It's going to be hot.
Oh, yeah.
I do need those clouds though to creep in a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, I got a little sunburnt yesterday, so not in the previous ways.
Jim, can I allow me?
Yeah. I mean, so far you can take that out. Like so far, we're okay. Yeah, you can go.
Yeah. No Jim memes in our plans this trip.
Not yet.
There is still time. We go to Sarasota tomorrow.
My guess is I'm gonna heavily apply sunscreen throughout the course of today. I'm gonna be all right. I'm going to get through this spring training with no tan line.
We'll see about that.
I'm sorry, everybody. We're trying though. We are trying. I have witnessed you've applied 3 times so far, and it's noon.
Yeah, I've been extremely responsive. I've been like an adult,
and we've been in the shade this entire time.
Yeah, I've been an adult.
Yeah, we've done a good bit in the sun, but for the most part, we've been in the shade to this point. That's why I really want to see what happens in Sarasota tomorrow, because there's going to be limited shade, and I want to see what happens with Jim. We're going to see what happens when the sun's out and he doesn't have protection.
That's right. Speaking of, we've been talking about Sarasota. Should we give a little tease what we're doing tomorrow?
Sure.
So tomorrow, obviously today is the game's not going to be on Sportsnet. Tomorrow's not going to be on Sportsnet as well. But tomorrow, just to give you a little plug here, big day. We got Paul Skeens facing Corbin Burns, and that's a matchup I think a lot of people would like to see. Not going to see, right? You see Paul Skeens pitch. So what are we going to do tomorrow? What have you done for us, actually?
Yeah, so we are going to. So if you're familiar with NS9 Game Day, where we broadcast live during the game, we talk about the game, all that good stuff. We are going to attempt to do that tomorrow from Ed Smith Stadium. It's going to all be contingent on kind of the cell signal and Wi-Fi availability there, but we are going to be spread out. We're going to have 4 different angles of the field for you. We've got 2 kind of positioned behind home plate, 2 by the bases, and we're going to give you a Paul Skeens quad box tomorrow. That is the goal.
Take that NFL red zone.
The goal is to bring you a Paul Skeens quad box from 4 different angles tomorrow. So more details will come out about that as the day progresses, but I'm kind of excited about it. Hopefully it works. Like I said, it's gonna depend on technology, but that is the goal, so we can at least show you, hey, what's this guy look like? Because we're not going to have any live feed of the game.
Yeah, we're going to find a way to bring some Paul Skeens content to the people, no matter what happens with the cell service. But also, just to note, this is a 2025 World Series preview.
2025? How about 2024?
Well,
2024.
Game 1,
yeah.
We'll give them a year here, but next year, Corbin Burns and Paul Skeens in the World Series. The preview is tomorrow.
A Burns Skeens Game 1 World Series matchup would be electric.
Yeah, actually, it would.
Yeah.
And we're previewing it here.
So hopefully that works out. Like I said, it's going to be all reliant on technology, but that is our plan for tomorrow, to at least provide something for you all to watch during Paul Skeens' start.
So now that we got that out of the way, you guys hungry?
Yeah. Let's kick it back over to Cody. I think he may have found those brats.
Hey guys,
Cody.
It's super windy out here on the concourse, so if you can't hear me, I apologize.
You're like one of those weathermen, like during a hurricane.
I'm bracing the elements right now. It's super windy today. We're probably going to see more home runs today than we saw yesterday. That's hard to beat. But anyway, I went down here to the concourse, over towards the entrance of the stadium. They had the bucco brats and Italian sausage. So we're going to dig into those right now. First,
did you get both?
Brat. I got both.
You get both.
I got both.
Okay.
We're going to dig into this bucco brat real quick.
All right, bucco brat.
That's good. That's enjoyable.
There you go. Okay.
That's
now,
very
did you
enjoyable.
put condiments on the brat, or did you just eat the brat?
So for both of these, I put peppers and onion, green peppers, white onion on both of these. Figure keep it as basic as possible, but give it a little more flavor, you know?
Gotcha.
So now let's dig into the sausage. I'm excited for the sausage. That's a lot better. It's hard to be better than that bratwurst, but it was pretty damn good.
All right, so now we get the rankings, right?
Now we get the rankings. I mean, these are just so good. The brat, the sausage. I gotta give the brat 7.4. I give the Italian sausage an 8.2. That was a really good Italian sausage.
So far, everything that you've eaten has been progressively better.
It has been. I mean, the
All
food
right.
here is phenomenal. So I'm going to have to go and find something to wash this down with. So I'll see you guys again soon with whatever that is.
Love it. Love it. All right. We'll be back to you here soon, Cody.
Yeah, fireworks going on behind him as we ended that.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened there, but
some kind of
he's
special
electric.
effect, right?
I just love that fella.
Yeah, that was great. That was great. I love the like I said, it looked like he was one of those weathermen reporting on a hurricane. He's
did.
like trying to brace himself.
But again, to demonstrate just how windy it is today, I mean, like there might be a lot of home runs.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so back to we were talking about Jared Jones. We were talking about we really didn't get into a whole lot around Chapman and Holderman, two really anchors of the back end of the bullpen today. Two guys who, again, they're Holderman, almost like a veteran at this point. Really, he's been in the majors for at least one full season now. You kind of are expecting what you get from Holderman, maybe take a step forward, but yeah, Chapman and Holderman. Is there anything in particular we're looking forward for them today?
Pitching, Enza.
I guess we're going to go to me. I think with Aroldis Chapman, it's pretty similar to the David Bednar thing we discussed. I'm not too worried about how the outing looks. As long as the velocity is there and I expect it to be, I'm not too concerned. I do think you did mention taking a step forward for Colin Holderman. We won't find this out today, but the thing that you need to see out of him through this year, I think, is just the consistency. He's a good pitcher, but in order to take it to that next level, he's just got to get a little more consistent in order to really lock down that eighth inning role. And that's going to be a battle as well, is who's going to take on that eighth inning role? Is it going to be Aroldis Chapman? Is it going to be Colin Holderman?
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling they're going to play matchups a lot when it comes to that. If there's two lefties or if there's two righties, that'll probably depend on who's there. But yeah, I mean, those two guys are that's your 7-8. That's your 7-8 inning guys. So we talked about shortening the game a lot, this offseason, and if you can kind of bridge the gap with the middle relief to get to these guys who you can expect to get hitters out, Pirates could. That's going to be their recipe for winning ball games this year.
Right. Yeah, and that's absolutely like you talked about with Bednar yesterday. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see him. He was scheduled to pitch, but Chapman, same thing. Like, he's a veteran in this game. Like, he doesn't need spring training to get ready. Like, they're just going to perform and be ready. But what you're interested in seeing is how he does look in the Pirates uniform and such. But like him and Holderman, like that's the one thing like you are kind of excited about this year is this bullpen. I mean, it is an absolute strength, and adding Chapman to this bullpen really solidified that. Like you talk about matchups. I mean, the one thing about Chapman also is, I mean, it doesn't really matter who he's facing. He can be a righty, a lefty, it doesn't matter. But he adds another lefty to this. Is it really going to matter who's the seventh or eighth? I don't think it does, because I think you're pretty comfortable with. I mean, Bednar is your closer. Chapman's in there. If Holderman does find that consistency, we know his stuff is absolutely filthy. And yeah, I mean, you're looking at like a 7, 8, 9, just complete shutdown bullpen. And that's what's kind of exciting today. You're going to see the first glimpse of, those other two outside of Bednar.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking forward to seeing them for the first time. Like I said, maybe we see some more minor leaguers come into the game, but on top of that, Fleming, he's scheduled to pitch today again on 3 days rest. I don't know. I think he's definitely on the outside looking in for one of those spots, but again, pitching depth there. Dowry Moretta, he's scheduled to pitch today as well. And again, he's one of those, when we talk about bridging the gap to those 7, 8, 9 innings, Dowry Moretta is going to be one of those guys that you need to rely on to get you from that starting pitcher to those lockdown guys. The better Dowry Moretta performs, the better guys like him, Barucki, the better they do, the more ball games this club's going to win. Like they have an important role on this team.
Yeah, the Barucki, Ryan Barucki, Dowry Moretta, those types of guys, Majinski, those types of guys are almost more important than the Chapman Bednar, just because they got to get you there. You know what you have with 7, 8, 9 right now. That fifth and sixth inning role, because we could see a lot of spots where guys are out of the game in the fourth inning. That fifth inning spot, that's going to be huge this year, getting you to that end of the bullpen.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's one thing of this rotation. Something left to be desired in it, and what they could do is get kind of creative and shorten the game in that sense. So you're right. Like there's gonna be opportunities where there's gonna be a relief pitcher coming in the fifth inning most likely, or maybe like a an opener, right? Like Moretta, Majinski, like those guys could have to do like Barucki. So yeah, like that's very important. They have a very important role in this team right now.
Yeah, so like I said, the better those guys perform, like I said, the more games they're going to win. You saw like at the end of last year, those last 2 months, like that was their recipe for success, right? Was getting to the bulk guy going 1 or 2 times through the order, and then letting the bullpen, which ended up being a strength of the team and looks to be a strength of the team this year, handing the ball over to those guys that you trust to close out the game.
And like I think a good point that was made. We had a conversation earlier today with someone on the team, but like the fact that this is like a group that's coming back, like they're reestablished. Like this isn't where the past few years we've just more or less been seeing like this bullpen being rebuilt year after year with new guys, and this is the first time there's been like a collective unit that's returning all together. So I think that is a really important piece to talk about and bring up here. I mean, this is the same unit for the most part as last year that was all productive, and then you just added Chapman to the mix. So, I'm very excited. I will say that I am excited to see what this bullpen will be this year.
Yeah, it's definitely the strength of this team, and it's what they're going to have to lean on a lot this year. And you should whenever it is as good as it potentially could be here.
Yep. So, I think we're still is Cody ready, or are we still waiting on Cody right now?
I think we're still waiting on Cody.
All right.
For the lemonade.
So what I want to say then is let's just over 24 hours, Tyler. You made a prediction that took the internet by storm. You predicted Brian Hayes hit a home run, and boy, did he ever hit a home run. So, do you have any predictions up that sleeve today?
Oh, you know what? Watching batting practice today, I'm not going back to a home run, but I think Alika Williams doubles today.
Now that's a bold prediction.
That is bold.
That is.
I can't go all the way to a home run because I did not see him hit one in batting practice, but I saw a lot of gap shots. Maybe he throws his hat in the ring for that second base competition. He is getting the start there today. I know he's probably on the outside looking in, but an Alika Williams double today.
I'll say this. It would be impressive. Tariq Skubal on the mound for the Tigers. A lot of people kind of talking him up as a dark horse AL Cy Young candidate. So it'll be cool to see. They've got really good competition to face today, like they did yesterday with Chris Sale. So yeah, this lineup, they're all out there to prove something, and they've got to do it off of a difficult pitcher today.
Let me add. I'm gonna make a little prediction here as well. You know what? The people who hate the BABIP, Jared Trill is going to silence his haters because he's not going to have Bandy BABIP today. He's going to hit a home run as well.
Okay.
He's going to hit one out the park, so you don't have to complain about the BABIP gods. So, and let's keep it at third base there. Jared Trill, I mean, again, the wind's going to aid it a little bit, and that's why I feel kind of confident. Jared Trill is taking 1 yard today.
I'm not going to make a prediction.
But I think the daughter does have a good shot at that prediction because this wind is wild, and I think we might see a handful of homers today.
Yeah, I think balls are going to fly.
So there it is. All right. So I think we have Cody ready right now, is he?
Yep.
So let's go ahead and bring on Cody.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Cody.
All right, yeah. So I told you I had to get something to refresh myself from the brats, the tacos, the sausage, all of it. I went and got myself a Tito's lemonade. Let's see how good it is. I have high hopes for this. I think it's going to be great. It was freshly squeezed. I wish I found this on day one. This would have made this trip so much better. This lemonade's phenomenal. You guys need to go get this lemonade right now. It's so
all
good.
right. We'll get the lemonade here in a bit.
I barely tasted Tito's. Great freshly squeezed lemons in there with the sugar. It's just like they make it, at the carnival. And it was, oh my God. That's just really good. I'm almost a loss for words.
All right. Well, once we're done here, we'll go grab some lemonades.
Whoa. Pause. No, Cody, I expect
Jim's
3
trying to get
lemonades
rid of
here
me.
right now.
Jim's
No,
trying
I'm
to
not
get rid of
trying.
me.
I'm not trying to get rid of you. I was trying to get a rating from you because I mean we need to know how good this lemonade is. You can't just throw out superlatives. You got to give it a ranking.
I got to give this a 9.8 out of 10.
Oh wow!
That's how good this lemonade is. It's so
9.8.
So good. Also, I want to make a comment and a prediction, if that's okay. If that's okay with you guys. If that's okay with you, Jim.
It's okay with me.
All right, first, my comment. Donardo, he kept saying bad content. I think we're making great content, Donardo. So what's up with that? No response? Okay, whatever.
I don't know if he can hear you.
Secondly, no, he can't. He's the only one without
He doesn't
headphones.
have headphones in.
I've been
He kept
outed.
saying we have bad content, bad content. I know he's trying to say contact. He can't talk. But anyway, my prediction is going to go with DiNardo. I think Jared Triolo has a great game today. I told you guys, I told Neil on, what was that, Monday or Tuesday, whenever they were playing Toronto. I was like, Triolo's he's going to do well. He's going to bat himself into the major league team. And that's what he did. He went 2 for 2 against Toronto. So today, I think he does hit a home run. I think he goes 2 for 2 again. And I think he's got that bat going. I think Triolo is going to be that utility guy we want him to be. So that's my prediction.
All right, Cody. Well, hey, we're gonna wrap up here soon. We'll come get you. If you can have some Tito's lemonades ready for us, that would be ideal. But we'll see here in a bit, Cody.
I'll try that. I don't know if they'll sell 3 of them to me, but
all right, sounds good, man. All right, so everybody's making predictions, so I guess I might as well throw one.
You
out,
got to do
right?
it, Jim.
You have to.
My prediction: Jared Jones, 1, 2, 3, third inning.
Love it.
With 2 strikeouts, he hits 100 on the gun.
Love it.
Hits 100 on the gun.
Love it.
Today,
Love
Jared
that
Jones.
prediction.
Into the wind. So it would have been like
Into
101.
The wind. Yep.
Good point. Right. Well, with that said, guys, we have tacos, and I'm gonna take these for myself. And let's go get some Tito's lemonade. Let's enjoy this game. So with that said, 30 minutes until first pitch, basically. Let's go, Bucks. We out.
We're out.
We out.
See you guys.
Let's get out of here. Bye-bye.
Hey, you all, thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
We've got John Morant. We've got Taylor Swift. We have a tree. We've got the first half of Ole Miss, and then we got the Ohio State players singing "Oh." I have absolutely no idea. So this is the cover of Red. So Jared Triolo. All right, let's go. Jared Triolo. Looks like maybe like a marble rye. Ryan Barucki.
What position does he profile as? Like, what does he play more? Infield?
He plays some catcher. This is your future. He plays catcher, shortstop, and second.
Okay, so everything. All the important positions except center field. Let's go, Burns! Shot.
Center fielder number 83, Enrique Redfield
Number one pick
Jr.
from last year for Vanderbilt. For Vanderbilt, number one pick. Right now, he'll be the fastest player in baseball. Might end up being one of the fastest ever.
Where'd you hear that, Andy? Who told you that?
I don't think he's going to. Maybe September. Which was that good?
I'm still
The camera doesn't have internet, so if I want to post something as soon as they do it, I can't do it from here. I have to do it from here. Oh yeah? Yeah, it looked very good. Was it Sony? It looked like a Sony. Okay.
I could have hit
He's very, there's not a lot of open swing.
Right fielder number 80, Carter. Yo!
When you were on the Orioles? Yeah, when?
Let's go, Carter. Yeah, that shot looked pretty good. It looked like it was HD. Like you're pretty good.
He was in the Beatles too.
After he called the score.
And he got that two things I could have done.
Did you ever go to? Okay. That's quite a process. I'm glad it all happens in here now. Right.
His friends all over the country were older too. All those guys. Oh yeah, he would pick. He could easily pick one.
That's so meta.
Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to NS9 Live. I'm your host, Anthony DiNardo. With me, we got Tyler. We got Jim. We are back. It's Thursday night. It's our last night here. But it's been a great week. How's everyone doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, long week. I don't know if I can handle another day with you, DiNardo, but last night here,
Whatever.
last night here, it's been a busy week. We've done a lot. Saw a lot of baseball too.
Yeah. I'm tired.
For the record, I could do another week with all of you.
Yeah, you know what? I could totally do another week with Tyler. I mean, Tyler's been great. DiNardo getting under my skin a little bit. I'm looking forward to my flight home tomorrow. So I can get away from you. But no, like I said, we've seen a lot of really good baseball. Weather's been awesome. We're here at the NS9 Airbnb one last night. And yeah, we're here live talking about what we saw this past week. And we saw a really big game today. Cody is in the background right now. You can't see him. He is trying to kill this fly that is flying. And you can probably hear him.
I need to join the stream. I need to join this right now and
Oh
put
my
the camera on Cody. He's running around like
Oh
a
my God.
4-year-old chasing a lightning bug or something.
But to go back to today, Paul Skeens makes his spring debut down in Sarasota. We were there for that. Thomas Harrington also getting an appearance. Anthony Solometto getting an appearance. Henry Davis going yard. Brian Hayes going yard again. It was a really fun baseball game today down in Sarasota.
Yeah. For those that were enjoying the game and not in their feelings because everything that I wanted to do today didn't get accomplished, it did somewhat. Go check out those videos. We have every Paul Skeens pitch that was thrown today. And of course, you do have Anthony Solometto and Thomas Harrington. Those are just put out on YouTube. Finally got this edited out. But no, like it was a great day of baseball. We had some offense. I mean, obviously the Pirates did lose at the end of the game, but like the bats came alive again. Some solid pitching for those I think that truly mattered. Yeah, like it was just a good baseball game.
Cody keeps whiffing it and fly.
Talk about lack of offense.
But I mean, let's get right into it. I mean, the story of the game was clearly Paul Skeens, and lining up against some of baseball's best in Jackson Holiday, Adley Rutschman, 1-2 hitters for Baltimore, Heston Kjerstad, another top prospect, rookie of the year candidate for the Orioles this coming year. But Cody, I'm gonna need you to stop. I'm gonna need you to stop, man. Just let it go. Just let it go. But no, Paul Skeens. So we were there bright and early, saw him warm up. I guess before we even get into the game, we got Tyler here. Tyler's the pitching coach.
Oh, boy, we got to throw it back to me again.
Tyler, what are you taking just from Paul Skeens' warm up, his getting ready for the game? I mean, you can tell he was kind of dialed in, ready to go.
Yeah, he's a very intense person. You can tell in general. We just saw that walking around Lee Com in general. He carries himself like he is the man, and we hope that he ends up being the man for this team. Everything he does to me just looks so effortless. You see him warming up. He isn't even really throwing with intent, and you can tell it's probably just 95, just warming up. He gets on the mound. We saw him flash 102 today. It's February 29th, guys. He threw 102 on February 29th. I know he only threw 10 pitches a day. 4 of them went over 100 miles an hour. I think we had 2 at 101, 1 at 100, and 1 at 102. He also threw in a 99 in there as well. The thing that stands out to me about him is just how effortless it looks when he's throwing 102. Like you see guys that throw that hard, but they're putting max effort into it. From the untrained eyeballs here, it doesn't look like he's even trying when he does it.
Effortless is a good word, I feel like, because you see a lot of pitchers who maybe throw really hard, and like a pitcher we saw yesterday. And this is not a knock on Jared Jones, right? But Jared Jones is like a high effort, like you can tell like he's trying to throw the ball really hard, right? Paul Skeens, yeah, it's effortless. Like it's just a smooth, repeatable delivery that once it leaves his hand, it hits triple digits on the gun, and it doesn't even look like he broke a sweat.
No. And I want to bring this comment up because we had a comment on one of our videos today. The comment was, when was the last time the Pirates had a prospect or even a seasoned vet starting pitcher who threw 102? And let's just quickly answer that right now. Never. Right? We talked about that on the right here a little bit, kind of trying to think back, and it doesn't happen. This is the first time. And to Tyler's point, this is February. Like when we talked about Luis Ortiz and Roman Z. Contreras and Quinn Priester, it was we're concerned about the velocity. How's that going to look this year? And now that it's spring training, you're comfortable with it because you expect it to probably gain like 1 or 2 miles per hour come April into May and such. It is February 29th. Granted, he was given the leap day. So, it would be March, I guess, technically most years. I get it, but it's still February today. And he was hitting 102 effortlessly in 10 pitches. When we had that Starbucks, right? And you said, like, who are you irrationally, like, excited about? And I said, really nobody. And then it was like a few days later, I put on Twitter and said, you know what? It's Paul Skeens. I'm there. I'm irrationally, I'm Paul Skeens is him.
And I think, this is almost like I don't even think you can be irrationally excited about Paul Skeens.
You could. He's the best pitcher ever, and I'm on board there.
Like the stuff that he possesses, it's impossible not to be excited about him. What we saw out of him today was great. I know it was the first time you two have been able to see him in person, but yeah, he's different, right? And I think the other thing too that a lot of people lose on a pitcher like Skeens is, he's thrown less than 10 professional innings, but from like a command standpoint too, that's really what separates him. Like, yeah, like the fastball is one thing, but for someone who hasn't really honed his craft all that much, the command of his pitches, like he doesn't really miss that much. And when you're throwing that hard with that good of stuff and you're hitting your spots, that's when you can become really, really dangerous.
I'm really glad you mentioned that because I did want to bring that up. I don't know about the command in general because of where we were. It's hard to tell without a TV broadcast, but at least control-wise, he filled the zone up today. I know it's only 10 pitches, but he was in the zone for mostly all 10 of those pitches. the other thing we saw today was he flashed a little curveball.
And what I want to add to your point too about the commands, it was also just 10 pitches. Right. So, like, I mean, again, like when you're only given 10 pitches to work with and you hit 102, you did, like, he looked really good. And we haven't even talked about the fact that he had all 3 outs. Like, yeah, Adley's was a little bit worrisome. It sounded pretty good off the bat, but it didn't go out. But I mean, he had 3 outs, 3 very competitive players. He did his job, 10 pitches, very efficient. Again, like, I don't know how, just in seeing the 10 pitches right now, how you don't get excited at the prospect of Paul Skeens right now.
Yeah, again, like, it's 10 pitches. So, I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, it's impossible not to be excited about him. You don't want to read into it too much, but man, he looks good. I'm excited to see just like a full year out of him. Again, we had a question in here. Is there a possible chance that Skeens pitches himself into starting in Pittsburgh this year? I don't think that's possible. You know, we had Alex Stumpf on a couple weeks ago. He said just for just making sure that he can pitch on 5 days rest, right? He's never done that in his entire career. You don't want the first time for that to ever happen to be like in real Major League Baseball games. So I would put the chances of Skeens starting in Pittsburgh below 1%. Like, a lot would have to go wrong in terms of injuries and stuff for that to happen. But I'll say this. About a month ago, I was a little bit skeptical on if we'd even see Skeens this year. I don't think I'm skeptical on that anymore. Like, I think this team is relying on Paul Skeens being ready for the stretch run this season. Like, I think they are banking on him being available to use down the stretch.
Yeah, I don't think there's a question that we'll see him this year at this point. And I'm basing that off of 10 pitches today. So naturally, everything I say will be correct. But I really do think that sometime this summer, probably after June, we will see Paul Skeens in a Pirates uniform.
Just kind of going to what you said. His demeanor. I mean, he wants to pitch, I'm sure. You know, like, this isn't the guy who's probably afraid of MLB right now. He wants to be there. He's going to carry himself. And like, for all the things you talk about Henry Davis, the intangibles, like, he's going to do the right things. He's going to make sure he's ready. He's probably harder on himself than anyone else. This is me not knowing anything about Paul Skeens personally, but like, just seeing the way he carries himself and seeing like his path to here, like, I get that vibe from him also. So he's not going to shy away. Like, he wants to be in Pittsburgh, and seeing the talent that he presents, I'm with you guys also.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that not only the talent, but the makeup, right? And this goes back to the conversations that we were having about Ke'Bryan Hayes this time last year, right? Like, I'm going to bet on the talent. I'm going to bet on the makeup. I'm going to bet on the guy that he's going to figure it out, right? Skeens and Davis both really in that same mold. But I'll add another thing with Skeens, something that I've noticed this week, and no other starting pitcher does this that I took notice of. But Paul Skeens, every single spring training game, is in the dugout watching the game. He's hanging out with his catchers, with his coaches. He's in that dugout for at least the first 5 or 6 innings, and still until the starters get pulled. And then he leaves, with them. But that's something that the other guys don't do. That the other guys aren't hanging around in the dugout every single game. Paul Skeens is there asking questions, observing, getting better every single day, which, I mean, that's a testament to him.
Yeah, like it.
It's also a positive when your most talented pitcher has a demeanor like that, because that's a guy that these players are going to gravitate towards. Also, you mentioned him being in the dugout. I think every single game during spring training before it, he was in the outfield as well, shagging fly balls. The guy's just a baseball rat, you can tell.
Well, because he wants to hit.
That's true. Very true.
He's in the dugout because he wants to hit. He's shagging the fly balls because he wants to hit. I'm sorry, Paul, it's not going to happen because we saw you hit 102. Your ass is staying on that mound. But yeah, he wants to hit.
Right. I mean, it's like I said, it's a testament to him. It kind of just echoes the statement that we got when we had Coach Johnson on our show last summer. Just he's going to be the hardest working guy in that clubhouse, and so far he's attempting to do that.
Yeah, I am excited for Paul Skeens.
I'm also just excited, and a random thought in my mind here, about the future leadership of this team. Because you look at a Henry Davis, you look at a Paul Skeens, you look at even a Brian Reynolds and a Ke'Bryan Hayes. These are guys that are just on the straight and narrow that probably will keep a clubhouse in check.
Yeah, you're not. I don't think there's any cell phones being dropped out of people's pockets, and I mean this is just a silly thing, right? But no, I agree with you. Like those are guys where like they're just their presence is gonna command some respect in the locker room, and even though they're not even veterans, like they're leaders.
They carry themselves like pros.
Yeah, that's a very good point. You know, we jokingly say how this team can get kind of boring with Cabrian and Brian, right? And it's going to get even more boring with Henry and Paul. But those are dudes, like you say, like you need that good mixture. You know, you have the Palacios in there. You know, you have those guys right now in that clubhouse that can keep it positive, keep it fun. But you also have the guys in there going to make sure everyone's doing what they need to do. And that's what we talked about. Like, this isn't a knock on those players back then in 2021 and 2020 even, you know, but like, they needed leadership. You know, that's why we crave about this leadership presence, getting some veterans in, like they started you last year. But what is nice, like you're saying, is you're getting the crop of players coming up that already have that presence about them. So it's like you're going to have this nice mixture in the clubhouse. So, I mean, absolutely right. I love that.
And people might come at us here and say that we don't know them and we don't know what type of people they are. You can just tell by the way they carry themselves. You gravitate towards them. Like, I want to follow these guys, and I'm 30 years old. Paul Skeens is like 8 years younger than me. No, I just want to follow him around. What do you want me to do, sir?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, just watching them in the outfield, like you mentioned, Paul Skeens is out there during batting practice every day, shagging fly balls, and he's flanked on one side by Anthony Solometto, and Bubba Chandler on the other, pretty much the entire time. So, like, he's out there.
Which, not to cut you off, but just also think about those two guys were attached to hip to Henry Davis.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and Henry Davis is kind of like the core of all of this,
right?
You know, making sure everybody's just playing together. They have one common goal that they're hoping to achieve, and yeah, it's hard not to get excited, at least about the guys, right? Like the people that they have on this team. They're exciting. They're easy to root for. There's a couple out there, right, who you know we won't name on today's show, but for the most part, they are stockpiling good people.
Agreed.
Yeah. So a lot of Paul Skeens talk. I'm sure we could talk hours about him. I would just watch those 10 pitches for hours on a loop. So go check out that video. But at any rate, too, like, do we want to move on? There's some other. There was a lot of good stuff this week. I found that, you know, in the duds of a lot of these games that happened, right? I mean, the Pirates are 1-5 again. It's spring training. But, you know, they were 1-5, but like there's been a lot of positives. And today, you know, we saw two more pitchers make their debuts also. I think a lot of us were hoping to anticipate to watch. You know, Anthony Solometto and Thomas Harrington made their debuts today. Also, now granted, they were against a lesser competition, right? But let's talk about them a little bit because they're pretty productive today also.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw it to Jim because I keep getting it thrown to me when it comes to pitching.
I'll talk about Solometto first. I had yet to see him in person, so this was my first time seeing him throw. You know, from a stuff standpoint, he was like 91, 92 the entire time, which is about where he sits normally. He can touch, you know, 93, 94 at times, but he's been pretty consistently around that 91, 92 area, which is good because, you know, at this time last year we were talking about 90, 91. So like he is getting a tick better there. But the crazy thing about Solometto is the delivery, right? Like that's what was the calling card when he got drafted. It is a weird, funky delivery. I haven't hit a baseball off of like a competitive pitcher in a long time, but none of them threw like that. And I got to imagine that just seeing something from that weird of an angle and that weird of an arm slot, like, I mean, the way that he kind of, just his whole motion in general, it's just different. And when you are that different of a pitcher and your stuff is good and you can locate, you're going to cause problems for people just because you're something that they're not used to seeing. So I think that's like today, it really kind of that hit home for me with Solometto, and that this guy is different. And it's in a good way. Like it's not like a Mitch Jeb different where I'm like, that's ugly, right? This is like, oh shit, this is gonna work, right? But no, it was a really good start from Solometto. He went 1-2-3 inning with a strikeout today. He was kind of all over the place in the bullpen warming up. I was standing right by him. He was like throwing balls off the wall and stuff. But once he got on the mound, a lot more control. And yeah, just an easy 1-2-3 inning against Baltimore minor leaguers. But again, they're Baltimore minor leaguers. It's a pretty good system. So he did a good job today.
Yeah, it's really easy to get excited about him. And you mentioned the delivery, and that's really the reason why I think we're excited about Solometo in general. I think the concern does come in with the velocity a little bit at just what is his ceiling? Because if he is 91 to 92, it's probably more back end. I don't think we're going to get, a number 2 starter out of him. But if he can get that to 93 to 94, watch out. This guy can be dangerous.
Yeah, because he's also like really tall and lanky.
Right.
Like we always talk about the Pirates talking about extension, right? I don't know what Baseball Savant would put Solometo's extension at. Anthony Murphy, I'm sure you've got the numbers, and you're here in the comments. But it's I would imagine it's a problem for hitters. Like that 91-92 doesn't look like that to them.
No.
When you add in the extension along with the deceptive delivery,
right?
That 91-92 doesn't look 91-92.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, so for me today, I'm definitely deferring to you guys on a lot of this game because I wasn't really watching it with the intent of that. I was doing a lot of videoing and such. But again, like I didn't see the velocity numbers so much, but like I had like this newfound appreciation of Anthony Solometo by sitting back there because you get to see it more or less head on. I mean, I was pretty much like right to the right of a left-handed hitter, and so seeing the arm come out basically at me, like I said, like there was appreciation. Now, we talked about the velocity with him. So yes, like you want to see it uptick some. Again, the kid is 20 years old. Like that can come. I don't want to put too much on it. Like, oh, he's only sitting here. Like that can come. But of course, that is part of the ceiling on him, like you're mentioning. But I think the thing is, like we talked about the floor, like the floor probably is he's like a number 4, number 5 starter. Like I'm fully confident he's going to become a starting pitcher. But I guess the other thing too is, when you look at the crop of guys that the Pirates do have coming up, there's a lot of velocity with them. There actually is. So Anthony Solometo kind of presents like the other side, like the flip. So you look at this rotation, it's not 99, I'm sorry, maybe 104.
104. Yeah. Who knows what Skeens is going to be throwing by
104, 199, because Bubba Chandler even, it's like you see this crop of guys, and like, Anthony Solometo kind of presents like the other side of the rotation here. So yeah, like again, like I liked what I saw from him so far, just from the funky delivery. Good first outing for him.
Yeah, and I would expect he probably goes back to Altoona to start the year. And I mean, we keep talking about this Altoona rotation. Like if you live in central Pennsylvania, get to People's Natural Gas Field as soon as you can and as often as you can, because like Skeens is probably going there, Solometo probably going there, Harrington probably going there, Bubba Chandler probably going there. And then you throw in someone like maybe Sean Sullivan, who, is still a decent prospect, but he might be going there as well.
Potentially the next guy we might talk about that also pitched today could be there. Thomas Harrington.
Oh, I mentioned him.
Did you? Okay, I'm sorry. I zoned out there for a second. But well,
I'm like, wait a minute.
Do we want to segue that into?
Well,
we want to.
Yeah, we can go ahead and segue.
Thomas Harrington.
I just want to talk about Thomas Harrington. I'm sorry.
Let's do it. Let's talk about Thomas Harrington.
We all know that I like the guy. I've liked him. I liked him in the draft. And mainly this is because I'm a degenerate who gambled on Campbell baseball way too much. So naturally I liked him and didn't really like Zach Neto, but that's a different story. The thing with Harrington to me is the pitchability with him. He's not a guy that's going to blow you away. I know you just mentioned the velocity that's coming up. He's not in that group of guys that's going to be throwing the 97, 98. But the stuff can play at a major league level. He's not a high ceiling guy either, but I do think he's a high floor guy that fits into a rotation and can eat a lot of innings for you. Every time out, he just finds a way to be effective.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I think him as well, you talk about the velocity, but the movement on it is kind of on the fastball is what kind of gets him through there. And I mean, Anthony Murphy, again, you're in the comments. I know you talked him up quite a bit. So again, like this farm system is truly deep with pitching. Like I give it to Ben Charrington right now because it's a lot younger. Like not too many are like right there. It's about AA and less, but there's a lot of depth. And I'm not just saying that as far as just like there's people, like there's guys that you can certainly see like filling out this rotation. So like I get the aspect of people talking about like why not, why would you go ahead and sign guys to deals this year to get this rotation. I mean, yes, I'm on board with that. But for those people, like, I understand where you're coming from in the sense, like, there is actual real depth. And again, to be excited for something like that, you can be excited for this. There's a lot of good talent as far as the arms go.
Yeah. Harrington. So I mean, I saw him for the first time in person last year. He looked good. The stuff wasn't really impressive to me, right? But you know, if you dive into the numbers again, Murphy's gonna love this. But you know, excellent fastball shape. You know, it doesn't seem like it's 92, 93, right? It misses bats and he locates it well. Slider really good, changeup decent. He's a good pitcher. We talk about like the floor, right? And I think Solometo, yeah, pretty high floor. And I think the same with Harrington too. Like I think he's probably a back end starting pitcher in the major leagues. Now again, 1, 2, or 3, like 3 probably at his best, but I think he's a major league starting pitcher. There may even come more velocity down the road with him as he fills out a little bit more. He's still a kind of a lanky, slim dude, so he there may be something else there. But now he gets the job done today too. A little wild in the one at bat. He walked somebody, but he rebounded immediately with a strikeout. Got weak contact on top of that. Like I said, he pitched well. We've got his outing, every pitch of it, up on YouTube as well if you want to check it out. But yeah, I just go back to that Altoona rotation. It's gonna be fun to watch those first few months before people start moving up to Indianapolis.
And the cool thing about just being at the game was normally after they pitch, they will come back to the bullpen. They'll give some high fives, then they'll go sit down and hang out for a little bit. Thomas Harrington immediately walked over to one of the coaches, sat down, and just went over his outing. I wish I knew who he was talking to, and I wish I could eavesdrop a little more, but it was kind of loud in the stadium. I really wanted to hear what they were talking about, but he went straight to the back, and I heard him ask about this pitch, this pitch, this pitch. That's a good sign to me. I know I don't want to feed the propaganda machine here, but like, I just love that. It seems like they have some guys that love baseball.
Absolutely. I mean, just like on an outside perspective, I mean, if you're a coach, that's exactly what you want to see. If you're a teammate, that's what you want to see. Like you're in the organization, I mean, you want gamers. So I didn't see that, and I'm glad you brought it up. But yeah, good stuff.
Yeah. From a pitching standpoint, Bailey Falter pitched today. He looked bad again. His second rough outing of the spring. Like I said, he's competing for one of those rotation spots, and so far he hasn't really done the job. Again, still early, still 4 more weeks left in spring, so there's plenty of time for somebody to kind of take the reins there. But not the greatest outing from Bailey Falter again today. He was basically from a batting practice up there.
Yeah. Do we want to move on from him?
Yeah,
because I know you don't want
I'm okay talking about Bailey Falter right now.
As far as everyone else goes, I mean, King Barucki did enter the game, inning, 2 hits, 2 strikeouts though. Do we want to talk about him or Majinski at all?
I don't know if there's much to add about those guys. I mean, those are your bullpen pieces. They've got a slot already. They even really have a role carved out. You're just looking for them to get ready for the season. I don't really have too many concerns with either of those guys currently. I know Tyler's not as high on Ryan Barucki as I am, but I mean, you throw strikes and you throw a slider like that, like you're just going to get major league hitters out. And that's what he did last year. And that's what he's doing right now.
Yeah. I mean, you have the whip that he did last year. It's not a fluke. I mean, there's something there. I didn't see it at first, but props to the Pirates for figuring out how to use them, and they used them effectively. And him and Majinski both are going to be workhorses in that bullpen this year.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, we talked about the 5 and 6 innings, right? Maybe 4. I hope we don't go there, but maybe 4, right? But like those are 2 guys that are, battling and such that, you're going to need some innings from. Dowie Moretta, one of them as well. Yeah. So, I mean, so far, so good for them. Not much to really talk about at this point. I mean, Colin Selby did get lit up. I mean, just to quickly touch on that, I think he was last year a guy that you're kind of intrigued on. It didn't work out. This year, it certainly, I don't think you're having those hopes, and so far not looking too well.
And I'd like to state for the record that I've never been intrigued by Colin Selby.
No, you weren't.
I don't-
We weren't
I
given
don't-
the like De Los Santos
I-
Selby comparison. Like he
I-
could come up as a reliever. And
I don't think I was.
Okay.
I don't think I was.
I was intrigued.
Okay, then, but not. It was Tyler.
Yes,
Team Tyler.
I was.
Yeah, he gets hit way too hard, and he can't throw strikes when his stuff is there. So to me, he is if not the next player DFA'd, he's like the one after.
Oh yeah,
like he's. I would actually kind of be surprised if Colin Selby is on this 40-man roster at the end of spring.
I think that's fair. And that's also just, this is a good thing, right? It's not just because of his performance, but it's also because there's real depth and quality arms in that bullpen that you can afford to.
Yeah, I mean, and also like if they go out there and they get anybody, right? If a non-roster invitee makes this roster because of an injury, or if they go out there and they claim somebody at the end of spring, or if they sign one of these other pitchers that are still available, like Colin Selby might be that first guy to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he's not doing anything to help his cause either.
Right. Okay, so to move on from Colin Selby, anyone else you want to talk about that entered today's game, pitching wise?
I don't want to talk about any more pitchers.
Good.
I want to talk about the two guys who homered.
Yes. Well, I know you want to talk about one of them at least.
Shocker.
Go ahead, Jim. Tell us about Henry Davis.
Oh, I was going to start with Brian Hayes, but
No,
we're going
you
to start
weren't.
with Henry Davis. No, yeah, Henry Davis off of Corbin Burns. So O'Neill Cruz gets on, and then I believe who was after Cruz. Someone got on base in front of Davis.
Cruz, Swinsky didn't. Oh, Hayes.
Hayes. So Cruz and Hayes both get on.
Oh no, Hayes couldn't have.
Okay, yeah, you don't know
Tell
what you're
us.
talking about.
Rowdy walked.
So Rowdy Tellez walks, and the only way you're going to get Rowdy Tellez around the bases is to hit a home run, and that's what Henry Davis did. So I mean, he off of Corbin Burns, so you love to see it. Over the left center field fence, cleared it by probably a good 10, 15 feet or so. He got all of it, but he's having himself a pretty good spring. Offensively, looking consistent. Defensively, we didn't get to see that first game where there were two wild pitches. It wasn't broadcasted, but since then, you haven't noticed Henry Davis behind the plate, right? And we were talking with Jordan Comedina, friend of the show, the other day, and he was like, if you can't notice the catcher, he's doing a pretty good job. So that's where I'm kind of at with Henry Davis right now. We haven't noticed him behind the plate, so seems to be doing okay back there. Yeah. There were some comments made today that, Grandal's obviously on this team. There's a battle for that second catcher spot. I don't see how you can leave Henry Davis off this team. And I know you got to say that there's a competition for the sake of there being competition. You can't hand Henry Davis a spot after what he did last year. But this team needs Henry Davis on it, and he's the best option.
And it's not even just the best option behind the plate. They just need his bat. They don't have a right fielder, and I know he had the struggles in right field. Grandal is still going to catch a lot. Henry Davis will still get time in right field. So if he continues to hit through the spring like he is, there's no way you can leave him off this roster on opening day.
I'll say this, is there a way that you can keep him off the roster? There is a way, but what he's doing so far is telling you that's not going to happen. We talk about the makeup with Henry Davis, right? We understand he's probably the hardest person on himself. He's going to will his way to do things. Again, you talk about leadership. I mean, he's the one that pretty much rounded up everyone up. It's like, hey, you guys are coming to Bradenton. Let's go, right? We also talked about the fact that he was flying to Seattle, Washington, and then to Bradenton, Florida to get this guy was just training nonstop. He has a goal and he wants to succeed. And you talk about not betting, you're going to bet on the talent, right? That's what this guy's doing right now. Go ahead, doubt me, see what happens. And I have doubts, right? But what you're saying, he's slowly starting to silence them. Jordan, to quote him basically, which makes a lot of sense, catchers are like offensive linemen. That's what he alluded to. When you don't hear about an offensive lineman, it means they did a good job, right? And that's kind of what he's alluding to with Henry Davis. We haven't heard, you haven't had the, oh God, Henry, what was that? Not at all. So that's a good thing. And all you really ask for is if he can just be a below average defensive catcher with that type of offense. Hell, if he's an average catcher and he's doing the offensive like he's doing it now, like that is exactly why he has to be on this team. Now it's a week. It's 6 games, right? I'm not trying to get ahead of myself. But what I'm saying is if he's doing this in spring, there's no way you can say, no, we got Jason DeLay. And I love Jason DeLay. That's my catcher, right? But like with the addition of Yasmani Grandal, and they've stamped it, he is on the team. You can't say Jason DeLay, you're going to start off and we need Henry Davis in AAA. Not if he's doing this, and not if you have actual concerns about contending.
Yeah. No, I agree 100%. He's 4 for 11 on the spring now, 969 OPS. You mentioned it's just a week, right? But when we talk about small sample sizes, like if you're gonna have a small sample size, at least have it be good. Right. You know, like you want it to be good, and so far so good for Henry Davis.
And I just think the most likely scenario here is that this team does carry 3 catchers going into opening day: Jason DeLay, Henry Davis, and Grandal, all 3 on the team. And just to touch on the small sample size you just mentioned, it's not just the results we're seeing from Henry Davis; it's the way he's doing it. We're seeing him lift the ball in the air to the pull side. Last year, I think we saw him roll over on a lot of those. We saw him pull them very hard, but they went foul. Right now, he's doing a very good job of keeping those balls fair that come in on him, and he's pulling the ball in the air very hard. And like I said, he's keeping it fair.
He's just visiting Shohei Ohtani on the mound. That's it. Shohei Ohtani's there every time he's up the bat.
Hey,
that's all he needs.
If that's what it takes, like, let's make it happen. Just put Ohtani's face like at the batter's eye.
The $1 billion man.
So again, Davis been very impressive today. He was impressive today, been impressive all week. But also I want to talk about Ke'Bryan Hayes. Homer today, opposite field homer today too. I didn't even think he really got all of it, but it just kept carrying and carrying. And unlike in Bradenton, like it wasn't that windy. There was no breeze today in Sarasota. So like he hit that ball over the right center field fence without really any help. But he hit the homer today. He homered on Tuesday at Lecon Park. Crushed the ball out on Tuesday. Every time we saw him take batting practice, he was pulling it, hitting it hard in the air. Fielding practice, it was like a spiritual experience for me. Just like the dude's insane in the field. But I was impressed with every aspect of Ke'Bryan Hayes' play this past week.
Absolutely.
And I love the fact that they can't fact check us on how windy it was or how hard he hit the ball, because there was no baseball savant, no StatCast, nothing.
I'll say this to back it up. Stamp it. 3 miles an hour was the wind, left to right. So we do have the facts on the wind. So yes, there was no high winds.
Right.
Now StatCast I can't help you with.
But no, I mean, just across the board, he was impressive this week. He's come ready to play. You hope that those last 2 months from 2023 just are who he is now, and if that's who he is, Brody put in here in the comments, Hayes will get MVP votes. If that's who he is, he's gonna get MVP votes. I said if he can hit the ball and he can hit the ball over the fence and he can play that defense that we all know he's capable of doing, he could have a really, really special season. But he's locked in, like he's ready to go.
Yeah, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here because we have seen Ke'Bryan Hayes have very good springs where he has looked like a different player. The difference, I think, this year is what happened in the final few months of last season, where it really turned on for him. Dare I say 20 home runs this year?
Oh,
he had 15 last year.
I just want to put it this way. Maybe this is the more skeptical in me or just the more cautious in me, right? But I mean, you're absolutely right. If he didn't have the last 2 months that he had last year going to spring training and doing this, we would say, well, you know what? We literally saw that last year. Like we saw all of this last year. And he came out in April, came out in May, did his thing that he normally does, right? But the fact that he did that leaves you more optimistic. So can he carry this over? And like you say, when it comes to small sample, you want positive small samples. So far it is small sample, but he has looked really good. So I'm not here to say like he is going to have the MVP type season. He's going to get votes. He's going to have this great season. But what I am going to say is I'm still encouraged. With Cabrian, I'm still not too worried about what I see in spring. Yes, it's encouraging. Yes, it'll get me excited. Talk to me after April, and then I'm ready to have like a real conversation, because that's when I need it from him. And it just is what it is. Now I'm more confident that he can be that person. I'm more hopeful that he will. Like, this isn't me poo-pooing him and saying it's the same old Cabrian. Shut up, guys. Like, I feel encouraged that he is closer to being that person than the person that we saw in April. I just need to see it in April and not so much in March right now with him.
Yeah, and then the other thing too that he's been touting, you know, every time that he's been in front of a microphone is he wants to make sure he's on the field playing for, you know, 150 plus games, because he hasn't really been able to show that he's capable of doing that. Just so the durability standpoint, you want to see him kind of get to that point where you can count on him just being out there every single day. That alone will add a lot of value to him. But like I said, if he can hit the ceiling, the ceiling is higher than I could have ever imagined for Hayes if he can actually turn into a good major league hitter.
And not just Hayes, man. The ceiling changes for the Pirates.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It changes the trajectory of this team if Cabrian Hayes is actually what he showed at the end of last year.
The end of last year, they finished over 500 in their last 2 months, and they had two pitchers, right? They had two pitchers, and Cabrian Hayes basically leading them to victory, and Reynolds and Swinsky, you know, played large roles in that too. But yeah, it kind of just goes to show you that if you can get at the end of the day, if you can get high quality play from your everyday players, you're going to win baseball games, right? It's that's crazy. Hold on.
Hire Jim for GM.
Hold on. If you've got good players on your team, you're going to win. But I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Cabrian Hayes has been a good baseball player throughout his major career, but if he can be a very good baseball player, yeah, it changes the makeup of the team.
Yeah, that lineup becomes very intriguing, very deep. And a big part of that also is because of the guy who is returning this year with O'Neill Cruz. He also played today. O'Neill Cruz looked pretty good. And what I want to say is, again, like, yeah, he was hitting the ball hard. He had the plate. But the one thing I really want to point out is he got on base right away. And the first thing he did is steal second. Now, I just look at that as, he got the green light right away the first time he's on base. I'm not out here saying I'm a doctor or I'm the Pirates mindset here, but like the fact that he was given the green light and he did it maybe puts me at ease about their concerns about that injury. And it's like, is this all lights, all go O'Neill Cruz for 2024? Like, are we not being cautious with him? Because that would be amazing.
Yeah, at the very least, it's encouraging that it's spring training, February 29th, and he was given the green light to steal a base. He smoked that baseball.
Yeah. The first one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He murdered that ball. It went into the ground, but if he would have lifted that thing, it might still be going.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear by now. O'Neill Cruz owns Corbin Burns. Just owns him. But no, that first single, he pulled it. It was on the ground, but he hit the ball probably. I said no StatCast, so let's just make up a number. It went 128.3 miles per hour. Hardest hit ball I think ever.
Yes.
In the StatCast era.
Well, 128.7.
But was actually more impressive than both of those things. He comes back from the quote unquote oblique injury that never happened. Just want to say there was no injury. But he makes the play going back on defense, comes up a second time, and then there's a ball low and away. And instead of trying to do too much with it, he just flicks it into left field for a base hit, RBI single, for his second hit of the game. He's looked really comfortable on the field, at the plate. The 2 walks he had on Tuesday as well led to 2 runs. He got the offense going today as well. He's looked good. And again, small sample size, but he's doing everything you want to see him do after missing that much time.
I'd like to see him throw the baseball to the first baseman's chest, but those are little things. We'll work that one out.
Semantics, yeah.
That part we still got to work on with O'Neill Cruz, but aside from that, it's been very encouraging of what we've seen from him so far.
Yeah, you say everything you want to see, and again, I just put here, it's more than I want to see. I was not expecting, especially today, an attempt at a stolen base. So that's why I say it's even more than anything I want to see. But yeah, like he looked very comfortable with the plate. Good week for him that we saw so far.
Yeah.
And he again, just I gotta say it again, he is just an absolute monster.
Right. Yeah, he's a big dude. Comment here from Dave. Dave says, what have y'all seen from Tellez this spring? I know we've been really, really positive here so far on this podcast. And Dave, I think you're about to make us turn a little bit, but let's answer Dave's question. Rowdy Tellez, what have we seen?
Damn thing.
I saw 7 minutes on Twitter. That nice little video we had of Rowdy Tellez walking around.
That's true. The mic'd up video was nice. That was good.
He's a guy I would like to be around. He seems funny. He seems entertaining. Much self-defecating, but yeah, I'm not quite sure as far as like on a baseball field because that's not where I am. I don't think I want to see him much there. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a concern, is the first base situation in general. And I do go back to the O'Neill Cruz. He does have throwing issues. But at the same time, a Carlos Santana previously probably bails out O'Neill Cruz on a lot of the errors that might come this season. We saw it in, I don't remember which game it was.
Tuesday.
Was it Tuesday? O'Neill one-hopped the ball to first base. It should have been an easy out. First baseman's got to pick it. And we're going to get a lot of Rowdy Tellez at first base this year, which that part is a bit concerning to me.
Yeah.
That's a good point. And I can't remember if it was Tuesday or Sunday now, but I'll say this. Yeah, he hasn't done anything impressive in the field for me. He's kind of just been there. I do remember that ball in the dirt. It was a tough play for anybody. I'm not going to expect a first baseman to make that play, but at the same time, like, you want them to, and he didn't. At the plate, I cannot remember a single time where I was like, oh, that was Rowdy, right? Like, I don't think he's hit the ball hard. He's walked a couple times. That's basically been his highlight of spring so far. And even like, and I know it's batting practice, but like we got to watch a lot of batting practice this week. And some guys looked impressive. Some guys didn't. And like Rowdy didn't.
No, and a lot of it was he was working on going the other way a lot.
Yeah.
And what we saw.
It's February. So like, don't read into that. But he didn't do anything this week to jump off the charts in any way.
No. The only thing I'd say he jumped off the charts for us is that it looks like he slimmed down a little bit.
Yeah, he does. He definitely has.
Aside from that, didn't see like any power in batting practice. I don't know if he was trying to do anything, but everyone else was hit that you had talked about that was impressive. They were hitting some nukes. Rowdy Tellez, I didn't really see even warning track power, which that was strange, but once again, he could be working on something else. Don't read into it. It just leads into everything else we've seen this week that nothing's really been impressive with him.
Right. And again, like I know we're harder. The thing is, we were harsh on the sign to begin with. Right.
He's gonna have to turn us. Like we already have negative
and
vibes, feelings towards him.
It can happen. Ryan Barucki's a thing.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah.
So like it is just February. There's nothing that has excited us yet. It's just making us feel more confident in what we thought who he was, and that's just what it is. But like, yeah, I mean, so far he hasn't really done much. Not saying he can't. There's a whole nother 4 weeks pretty much left until opening day. So, you know, again, change our mind. But to this point, he's been non-existent. And there certainly has been others that have been non-existent, but he's one of them.
I mean, is it getting to the point here if Rowdy Tellez doesn't show you something here? Is Connor Joe an everyday first base option? Because he has not had a bad spring.
True. And we saw last year how he's a productive player. He wanted more in spurts, but
I think they're going to give Rowdy quite a bit of leash, quite a long leash, especially against right-handed pitchers. Connor Joe is definitely more in his element when he's facing lefties. I don't think you want to give Connor Joe too many at bats. He's looked good this spring because he's playing against lefties for the most part. So there's always that too. And the Pirates have faced a bunch of lefties, so you could even say like Rowdy's maybe hasn't had great matchups either. But yeah, I think Rowdy Tellez has a pretty long leash going into the regular season. I wouldn't expect any, unless he's just absolutely useless, right? I wouldn't expect anything to happen for a month or two. He's the starting first baseman, especially when a right-handed pitcher is on the mound.
And there's not a backup plan really.
That's just the problem. Like they're just
Jake Lamb.
Well,
that's about
there's
it.
not a. Yeah, and obviously give like Lamb his dues, I guess. He was a productive player, but that was a long time ago.
Same
So
way with Rowdy.
Rowdy Tellez has been more productive a lot recent, but you're right. I mean, it's basically Rowdy Tellez, Connor Joe, and Lamb. I don't know if you really want to go that route. So, I mean, albeit like the thing about it is he's very low risk in the sense that there wasn't a whole lot of money invested into him. I get it. It's the Pirates. That's probably a lot of money to them in that sense. But, it's $3.5 million. Like, there's not a large investment. It's not as if, like, we need to play you every single day because we need to get that money back, So, like, I don't anticipate, like, he's going to be on a short lease. They're probably going to play him out there. But, again, like, they have the opportunity. If there's something, I don't know, maybe they could trade. I don't know.
I mean, I look at him kind of just as we've looked at the previous few first basemen on this team, like Yoshi and Choi. Like, they're going to be given opportunities to take the job. They're not going to lose it right away. But if they're bad for an extended period of time, they'll figure out a way to get rid of them. But the Pirates need something there at first base. So like Rowdy Tellez getting better would be really, really good for this team.
Yeah. Don't really want to go down the Jared Triolo first base route. Too much value elsewhere.
But yeah, that's the thing. Like, you really want to see him as a utility guy.
We did get a question about Palacios. Palacios has not been in a game yet this spring. I've seen him like walking around the complex, but I can't really remember even like taking batting practice or anything. So there's got to be something there with Palacios. I would expect, like, at some point the team's gonna have to tell us why he hasn't played for a week.
Yeah.
But
specifically us.
Yeah. Yes. Gonna have to tell somebody why he's not playing. But yeah, he has not entered a game. He's been around, but he's not. He's really nowhere to be found when it comes to playing.
Yeah, right. I don't even think I've seen him. And I could be completely wrong in this. I don't think I've seen him even doing outfield drills. I have seen him throwing out there, but
I've seen him out there.
I've seen him out there. I haven't seen him do anything other than just throw a baseball at this point. That's not speculation or anything. I have no idea what's going on there. One of the beat guys will probably know soon enough, but
yeah, at some point someone's gonna have to ask Derek Shell and hey, like where's Palacios at?
Guys, we're only in the second inning of spring training. Relax. He'll be here in the 9th.
That's true. Maybe he does spring training like he does baseball. He doesn't come in until like the very end of it.
Right.
And just starts hitting homers.
So outside of that, I mean, as far as the lineup goes, wasn't too much offense outside of those guys. I mean, Celestino, I'll just say this. Celestino's had a solid spring so far as well. He got another hit today.
He fell down in the outfield, just randomly just fell down.
He did. Okay, I missed that one too.
I think it was a Jackson Holiday triple.
Yep.
Celestino just fell over. Like, I don't know what he was doing.
So anyways, and then with today's game that you want to talk about, we want to go more of an overview.
I think we hit every point of today's game because, I mean, they lost. Truthfully, the Pirates very easily should be 3-3 this spring. Not the spring records matter, but they bring the backups in, and backups do what backups do.
Yeah, I mean, they had this one with the lead most of the game.
Yeah, I mean, they had a 3-run lead going into the 9th and gave up 4 runs. So, yeah, they definitely should have won today. They were probably the better team, but yeah, all it takes is that one guy at the end of the game to blow things up, and that's what happened here.
Or your right fielder would just fall.
Yeah, or just fall over in the field.
Why not both?
Yeah.
So then let's take a look back, right? We've been here for a week. We saw pretty much every spring training game that exists so far, right? All 6 games. What's your takeaways? I guess let's start here. Who's impressed you the most?
To me, it's just Tamar Johnson. I think at this point, if he can continue to look the way he has, and we haven't seen the swing and miss really in his game too much to this point in the spring. We've seen it a little bit, and those were early on at bats, but really since one at bat he didn't look great in, where he looked like he was swinging out of his shoes, he's kind of settled in up there. He is killing the baseball right now, and he's doing it while being patient, while also playing a pretty solid second base. This guy is still so young. If he continues at the rate he's at, we could see a teenage Pittsburgh Pirate.
Pump the brakes, buddy.
I'm just saying, there is a route where he debuts at 19 years old.
There's a route. There is a route. It would take it would take a huge breakout season from him this year. But yeah, he's been outstanding this spring.
Does it though?
Outstanding. It does. I mean, the guy hasn't played above high A ball. He's got a
let's say
he's got to tear up.
Let's say he finishes this year half the year at Double A. Let's say he's.
I think he starts in Greensboro.
But let's say he finishes the year in Double A. He doesn't turn
September call up.
Is it possible? Low O'Neal Cruz action.
Possible.
Like I think that's possible. I think it's gonna be. I'm not saying it can't happen like you're talking about. Like I'm not saying it can't happen, but I find it unrealistic to be like like a mid-season call up. But maybe like, hey, you know what? You had a fantastic year. Here's your cup of coffee. Get a week. Maybe that.
It's just not possible. He was born in June.
Yeah, like it's gonna be tough.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at the end of the even a 20-year-old debut, we haven't seen that in a long time either.
Now a 20-year-old debut
That
can
one's-
happen because he could debut
right
before he turns 21. I could see that happening.
I thought we had this conversation. We decided he was born in September. Maybe it's all the beer I've had this week.
Maybe could be. But I mean, no. He's been impressive. He's been very. I mean, I think he's played in pretty much every single game so far. He's got the homers. He's hitting the ball hard. He's making adjustments at the plate. Yeah, he's looked really good.
Yeah, yes.
He is getting me excited. That's it. Like it's one of the guys too. I'm not gonna say irrational like Paul Skeens, but we talked about some of the concerns we have and the contact rate, whatever. But understanding the powers that he presents right now and like seeing him hit the ball and play, like he kind of looks like the real deal, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So who's impressed you the most, Jim?
I want to say Henry Davis,
but
I have to say Brian Hayes.
Okay,
I've got to say Brian Hayes. Just really, really good at bats. He's hitting the ball hard. He's pulling it. He's hitting it in the air. He's doing everything you want to see him do. You mentioned it earlier. He's kind of had that success down here throughout his entire career. So now it's just, can you sustain it through spring? Can it roll into April? And if so, like a 5-WAR player, like he's capable of doing if he can hit the ball, that changes the trajectory of this team by quite a bit.
Yeah. And I just want to co-sign what you said something earlier because we were watching it together and we were both just, in amazement of it. But watching Brian Hayes take fielding practice, I would pay the price of admission for that. I would absolutely pay a ticket to go into PNC Park just to watch him take grounders because, man, he makes, they say he makes everything look so easy. And you see it on TV. You see it on TV. But seeing it in person right there, that part, I mean, he is in the best position. He makes everything just look so effortlessly. Everything. And again, that's why he doesn't have the strongest arm, maybe because he doesn't need it. He's gotten that ball and it's out of his hands 2 seconds before any other third baseman gets to it. So it's just so impressive. Yeah. I love that pick.
Man, his anticipation is unreal. His feet are so good. Just everything about him is impressive at third base.
Yeah, it really is. Like you mentioned, he doesn't even give baseballs the opportunity to have a bad hop. He's always in the right position. The feet are always exactly where they need to be so he can get off an accurate throw. He's the best third baseman in baseball. When it comes to defense, plain and simple.
I will back up Shelton. He's the best defender in baseball.
He's the best. Yeah, bar none.
Well, since you aren't going to do it, Jim, I'm going to go with your boy Henry Davis. I just assumed you were, and your guy was going to be my pick. So I'll go with Henry Davis because I think the three that stand out are the three we're mentioning right now. I guess I would want to add a pitcher, but we just haven't seen enough of them. One guy making one outing, 2 innings. I'm not going to share someone, one of the pitchers So I'm sticking with Henry Davis because I just think there is like an immense amount of pressure on him to perform this year. And I'm not saying he's feeling it, but there's an immense amount of pressure, and he has to catch. Like, he has to catch and he has to hit. It's not as if he come in here just saying like, oh, you just need to learn how to catch, because he didn't hit that well in the majors last year either. It's like, you got to prove your point that you can hit and you can catch. And so far, as we just kind of talked about, he's doing both. And we talk about the leadership. We talk about, how much how much that means and such. So far, what he's doing, to me, it's standing out. Great job so far.
When we talk about, he's one of those 5 or 6 most important pieces
Yes.
on this team, right?
He's one of those 50%.
He's one
Yeah.
of those. He's one of those 50% guys. Yeah.
All right. So we talked about the most impressive. So let's go the other route. Who's been the most disappointing?
You know what? I was between 2 guys, but I think I just got to stick with the one. Bailey Falters looked really bad to this point. He's looked really bad. I know we've heard a lot. The Pirates love the extension of him. I still don't really know what extension means. I do, but it seems stupid to me. Don't really care because he throws 88. It's just like he's throwing batting practice every time he's out there. You mentioned it earlier, Jim. Every time he's out there, he's just getting hit way too hard. He doesn't miss bats. It's just not working. If this continues, you can't roll him out there to start the year. There's been too many other guys that have looked effective.
Yeah, and it's spring training, so you never really know, like, is he maybe working on a specific thing? But for a guy who's competing for a spot, not only in the rotation but on this team, he's out of options. So like, he's got to make this team in some capacity, or he's getting DFA'd. So with all that in mind, you want to see something out of him. And again, it's February 29th. I mentioned it earlier, but yeah, Bailey Falter he's been bad. Plain and simple, he's been bad.
Did I take yours?
You took mine. That was
I'm
gonna be
sorry.
mine.
I should have
No,
went. I should have went with number 2 on it.
I got to think of somebody myself, which if I'm going to do it on the fly, I'm going to say, unfortunately, I got to go with my guy, Jack Sawinski.
Okay.
He had one pretty hard hit ball earlier in the week, but today 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts. Not exactly the greatest performance there. He is 1 for 6, I believe, is the total on the spring. He had the one good hit, but outside that, it hasn't been much. He did make a good play in the field today.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nice diving play in the field today. So that was good to see. And it wasn't one of those things where like it was a bad route and he got a bad jump. Like it was a genuinely good play out there in center field to rob a hit. But he's someone who I'm expecting to take a pretty big step forward this year. And we just haven't seen signs of it. That's all. And I said there's plenty of time, but so far, not exactly what you want to see out of Sawinski.
He's getting that slump out of the way right now. So he's ready to go on opening day.
There you go. That's all.
I mean, he had that slump last year in spring. So if we want to talk about the things about Cabrine, right? We've seen this before. I mean, we see a lot of Jack Sawinski. We were talking about, is he going to start in AAA last year because of his spring? So maybe this is a good thing. Maybe he needs to be the most disappointing person in spring training so he can start in April and start mashing.
There you go. Yeah, he's doing this for the team.
He's doing it for the team, guys. He's getting, like you said, getting that over 30 slump out now. For me, this is a little more difficult for me now because you guys took those 2 guys. Again, it's hard for me to really label a pitcher. Now, your guy, I can understand why he's been pretty bad these past 2 times. But again, like one outing, I don't know if that's really going to deter me if someone's been the most impressive or disappointing. And like you look at the guys that are on the bubbles, like they've been fine. Like I don't think Ronesy's been impressive or disappointing. Same with like Ortiz and such. So like I gotta go to the hitters as well. You guys label those 2. I guess I just gotta go with maybe our boy here. Because you talk about guys like fighting for a roster spot. He's been DFA'd once. Kenny Smith-Njigba hasn't looked good at the plate at all. And like he's going to be fighting for a roster spot right now. You know, he's already seen that fate happen once. The Pirates reclaimed him, got him back. I know we've had hope for him. And again, like for him as well, it's been more limited at bats and such, but he hasn't looked good at the plate right now as of yet. Hopefully things start to get going for him. But yeah, like this is an important spring for him for sure.
Yeah, especially if there is something wrong with Joshua Palacios,
Good
right?
call.
I mean, if Palacios is hurt and he is unable to be opening day. And this is pure speculation, right? I mean, we have yet to see Joshua Palacios. There's something going on there. So if Joshua Palacios isn't fighting for one of those roster spots, there's a spot up for grabs for Kanan Smith and Jigba. And yeah, he hasn't done anything to take it yet. So that's another good choice.
It is, and it's also just going forward, getting another job if it doesn't work out with the Pirates. I mean, he could have had a shot coming out of camp to maybe stick somewhere on a 40-man, but the way he's looked to this point, it's not looking likely.
Yeah. So whether it's the Pirates or not, but yeah, like I said, you make a good point. And there's guys I brought up Celestino. Now you mentioned he fell in the outfield. I didn't see it, so maybe it's a net zero now. But like that's a guy who's battling for that potential roster spot also,
along with like McKinney.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So very valid points there. So there's our most impressive, most disappointing. I guess anything else that you want to talk about so far on this trip as we're winding down and ending it?
No, I think it seems like just from the vibes that we're getting, I don't know if this team's adding much else to this team. Like maybe there's something else out there. Maybe they're waiting on Snell and Montgomery to sign to see if they can just like wait Lorenzen out, someone of that caliber. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems like they're going with what they got as of now. And so far they haven't won too many games. But again, it's spring training. These games don't really matter, especially these early ones. But so far everyone has gotten through this week healthy. Well, we still need to hear about Palacios, obviously, but we haven't had any new injuries this week. So knock on wood there.
The most important thing.
That is the most important thing. Because last year when we were down here, we saw JT Brubaker's final appearance of the year. We saw Harleen Garcia's final appearance of the year. So luckily, we didn't see anyone's final appearance.
Good point. Don't put that anything on us.
You had to say it. We don't know that yet, Jim.
That's true.
The Rosati curse does exist.
Tomorrow. So we're still here technically tomorrow.
Yeah, we are.
So someone's going to like fall downstairs in the middle of the night.
We don't know who got hurt today. Never know.
Let's hope not.
Right.
Yeah, let's hope not.
Cool. So fun week, guys.
I had a great time.
Wonderful time.
Well, you annoyed me quite often, but I'm still alive. I'm still here.
I just hate the way DiNardo drives. That's really my one complaint of this week. People in Florida drive like idiots, and I understand he has to do it because everybody has to drive like that. But God, I hate the way they drive here.
With that said, I had a great week. I guess just to tease something for tomorrow, we put it on Twitter. NS9TV starts tomorrow. So just something that's kind of new, unique. From 10 to 4, we're basically going to be streaming every single day. So we'll have, it's almost like a TV station. We'll have all of our content out there presented to you. Just you want to have it in the background or, just catch up on things, see random things. It's going to be all of like previous shows, even some shows we've had maybe back in the day that, prevalent, some TikToks in there, some videos that maybe like, mixed in with this to such. So, but yeah, like basically every day from 10 to 4, every day, 7 days a week, NS9TV going live tomorrow.
Yeah, it should be cool. I mean, if you work during the day and you just kind of want something, you want it to be Pirates related content, just pop on NS9 TV and you've got 6 hours of uninterrupted Pirates talk from idiots like us.
Who doesn't want to hear these voices for like 6 hours a day?
Hey, you even get Cody. Now he won't be smashing any moss, but you might even get Cody here and there.
That's true.
Yeah. So there's that. And I guess there's not too much more to tease. I guess we can just tease that also. Like the Neil Walker bucket round will be out next Friday. So tune in for that. And I think that's everything.
That's everything.
So we out of here.
We're out from Bradenton.
Out from here, guys.
Let's get out of here.
All right. We'll see you all back later. Bye-bye.
Peace out, Girl Scouts.
See you guys.
Hey, you all. Thank you for watching. I know we try to provide the most entertaining content that we can, and we'd love to spread it to as many people as possible. So I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but if you could take the 5 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the page, it helps out so much more than you know. Thank you, and let's go Bucks.
Oh my! Oh my!
Cal, come on up.
Oh my! Oh my! A lot of the Orioles minor leaguers.
Don't feel bad.
Yeah, those guys are pitchers, and one of them has been hurt for a little while, so I don't want to ask about his health or his status, but that's what they'll do. They open up tomorrow out there. Where? With Spring on Clark? Okay. I ride my bike out there when they're not practicing. Pretty good bike riding when it's not like traffic time. That's a little bit of room. You can make a practice area for yourself. Okay. Who's he play for? Okay. So some of those tournaments that he plays in, they're at Twin Lakes. Good for him.
We've had these 4 seats on here.
Okay. Is that your gentlemanly way of saying I'm in your seat? Okay. But tell them thank you very much. I'm happy to support them. Where's he go to school? The 14-year-old. Oh yeah, I remember him.
How does anybody not? I don't want to sound like Seinfeld's mom, but how does anyone not like him? Really? That's the whole sport right there.
His swing's unreal. Okay. Pretty good team. Pretty good nucleus. Oh. Jackson Bowmeister, the pitcher.
Oh, yeah, Baumeyer.
Yeah. The other guy, what did you say? The other guy?
That's the guy. He was in
Oh. Really? Yeah. He went with that. Good for him. And not with the Orioles. I guess. I've been supporting them for 45 years. Justin Hill? Doesn't ring a bell.
Played in the majors a little bit. Probably headed to
What a beautiful jersey.
And it does have his name.
Who?
Yeah.
They had 30 home runs last year.
Oh, here we go. Finally got the mouse. All right. So,
Yeah, who's the shortstop and second baseman when you get a chance? And outfielders. The Orioles.
oh, for the okay, yeah. I thought you asked. So we got.
That'll be tough.
Earl Robinson's short.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, those things are late.
Okay. Second base is right next to you.
Okay, that's a pirate. That's Captain. Oh, I get. Okay, so Jack So Win. Oh, ski. Okay, so Jack Sawinski. I got that. It's a blue jay, a sun, a blue sun, Who are you? What? Jason Wavy Lays. Jason. Where is that a delay? Who is that? I mean, it's Jason Delay, but I don't know why that's a D.
That's D from Always Sunny.
Oh, well, I outed myself for never watching that show. Is that a chicken or a hen or a rooster? That is my love. That's Rihanna. Ruri. This is us. Rowan.
It's a hen.
Hen. So it is a hen this time. Interesting. Henna tattoo. Henry Davis. Henry Davis. That's interesting, Tyler. I thank you for that one.